हेलो गाइस, कैसे हो आप सब? हाय 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 हाय, वी विल बी वॉच पार्टिंग टुडे। आज वॉच पार्टी होने वाला है ईडब्ल्यूसी का, ईडब्ल्यूसी वॉच पार्टी। Let's party, let's party, party, let's party, let's party, party, let's party, let's party all the way. Let's party, let's party, party, let's party, let's party, party, let's party, let's party all the way. क्या हो रहा है? चेस का ईडब्ल्यूसी, ओके, पीएमडब्ल्यूसी हमको चाहिए। वी वांट पीएमडब्ल्यूसी। मुझे पानी पीना है। Oh my god. It went down the wrong pipe, guys. हंस के मुझसे वो पारी पारी, मुझसे वो पारी पारी। मैं बस इसको लगा लेती हूँ। ओके, रियल टाइम। ओके।
Because it's our last chance for many things, and maybe they have some pressure.
Oi.
So I'm ready for everything, and let's make it.
Do you think that your team thrives under pressure better compared to some of the other teams?
I think so, because like it's around like
आप
5
लोग को
or 6
आवाज आ रही
years
है?
on
Guys.
global stages. Like we play, I think Pmwc last chance one
आप लोग को
time.
आवाज आ रही है?
So I think we know how to play it. So let's try our best. Let's do everything is needed to qualify.
I like that. That's good perspective. So when you think bigger picture here for a moment as well, does it feel to you like the rest of the world caught up with Alpha 7 as opposed to Alpha 7 slipping a little bit? Because the competition in PUBG Mobile right now seems extremely fierce. It feels very, very powerful at the moment. So what's your perspective on that?
I think like the scene right now about PUBG is like everyone wants to fight. They don't want to hide. They don't want to keep like get position points. They prefer to kill. And I think we need to do that. We need to find kills. We need to find things to fight. Because like if you get like, I don't know, like 15 kills and like 8th place, you are good because you did like a win and like
मैं एक स्टोरी डाल देती हूँ
or something like that. Sorry. Yeah.
So I guess for this survival stage in particular, it feels like whenever we've had tournaments, this seems like the most powerful lobby in a survival stage ever. Is that fair to say? Do you think that that's true? And are you concerned about the survival stage or any of the teams in particular in the survival stage?
I think it's true, but like as I said, like many teams gonna feel the pressure because of like our last chance or something like that, and they're gonna think about it. And I don't think we have that pressure, but we're gonna try our best. I don't know what's gonna happen because like PUBG is not like 100% like sure what we're gonna do. Everything can happen, so we're gonna try our best, like I said.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining me here, Revo. Any final words for the fans?
Keep supporting us, and let's go for 7. Let's go Brazil, and is that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Revo. Thank you, Kalaris, for that amazing interview. But with Alpha 7, they need to show up, and they need to show up from the get-go.
Yeah, they do. And I really like that question from Kalaris. Do you think Alpha 7 is sort of slipping behind the pack and the rest of them are sort of skyrocketing? And when you have a look coming out of the group stages, they were at a 3.25 elimination average. And their contenders, Nongshim and also E Arena, were sitting on 4.5. And E Arena, obviously from that fantastic starting game, was 5.3, so it's about a 24-point gap between some of the teams that they need to verse today in the survival stage. So it is going to be difficult, especially watching the way that they weren't able to sort of take control of any sort of fight that they were in. They did go for these fights, but it looks like that power just kind of slipped away from them.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Well, I mean, coming off the back of that interview, they were talking about how no one wants to hide, everyone wants to fight. I genuinely think that, yeah, the battleground has changed at this point. I had a really fantastic conversation with Aru.
Photo
I think you were
खींच रही हूँ
there as well,
मैं।
Seven. We were discussing essentially like how is your game plan to finals going to change, but it's pertinent to this because he was saying essentially that what we want to do going forward is be a bit more aggressive. I mean, the Ronda they won, if they hadn't taken an aggressive approach up towards the northern side, they might have lost a flash there. But I think every single team is realizing we can't be passive in these lobbies. Any opportunity that comes up, we have to take it. And you've got minimal amount of time to make this happen now in the survival stage, Max.
I mean, really looking at Alpha 7, there's so much potential on that roster, right? Guizhou and Obscure, I feel like they've really, truly been tested many times. They won PMGC, they played PMGO, they know what's going to be coming up here into this one. But I think in particular, what I want to see from Alpha 7 is, of course, trying to be aggressive, as you were talking about here, Blank. But I would say the biggest issue I have is when they don't have the zone, they really struggle to get into the play zone itself, into those mid to late game circles. The scouting is just not there sometimes. So I just want to see them try and have a better time entering the play zone because that's really been their biggest struggle.
I'll take one of them. But yeah, I think it's a great point to bring up because I think Alpha 7 definitely feels on the back foot when they're not in control of their own game. I think for instance, 7.
Yep.
Their game on North George, oh my God, once they had that building, they were looking fantastic there because they were able to play their own game.
They dropped there.
Exactly.
They do drop there.
They drop.
That's the
Fast
crazy,
games
the
दिखा
crazy
रहे
thing
हैं।
with this team
AS
too
Power
is
को
when they're
मारते
able
हुए
to set
क्यों दिखा
themselves
रहा
up,
है ये?
they're a
कौन है
team
ये
that can
बंदा?
actually take full advantage of the
AS Power आज
situation and
मारेगा
just back
देखना।
it up with full
हाँ,
eliminations.
आया बड़ा
Earlier,
बोलने।
Max, you were talking about the roster, and I'm glad you kind of brought that up because there is going to be a big change today for the roster. Obscure, when we got a chance to see, and if you actually can, Tamaj, pull up the player stats once again for me from Alpha 7.
Yeah.
Because you will notice that Obscure ended up being with the least amount of eliminations, and he is going to be sitting out. They're going to be bringing in a brand new player, Mots. We actually got a chance to see him play 4 games in their last day of group stages. He's going to be coming in, and he's going to be having to fill in those shoes.
It's going to be interesting to see because he doesn't have that group stage experience. So how is that new player going to change your whole team dynamic, Blank? It's going to be interesting.
The 4th player Alpha 7 meat grinder continues. This is so sad.
Squash 2.0, Pedrino 3.0, McGrellin 4.0. Who's the next one on the line? But right now, an extra player, it's really hard to analyze. Yeah, it does sometimes help, but like it's hard to analyze realistically because we just don't know how that synergy is going to work out. I don't expect the iGelling to change whatsoever. I think that's Carrior just going to go with the same playstyle. But with that extra player, will it work as well or will it get worse? Genuinely, that's a big question mark. No idea how Alpha 7 is going to do with that change.
Yeah, listen, usually with Alpha 7, we kind of joke around about that 4th player because they do end up switching rosters where things aren't going right. With this one, something that we have seen it happen in the past too with Alpha 7 new players is they get a little bit too over-aggressive. They tend to overextend because they want to show up because the pressure is there for them, considering that Alpha 7 has won PMWC and PMGC. That pressure might end up getting to him, and he might have to compensate for that too for the new player.
Yeah, but the thing is that like I like that they're making these aggressive plays, but they aren't actually, like Max just pointed on, scouting to be able to make these aggressive plays. So if they can just have that ability to sort of make sure that they've cleared their back because they are sort of focusing more on that edge, except for that match 10 where they dropped there and they stayed there. If they can be able to play that scouting power a little bit more, I do think even having a new player on this roster, it's going to be a lot better. You know, sometimes you're just going to add a little bit of new flavor into the mix and great things can happen.
Yeah, I'm usually very against those kind of switches, but with the way that this squad is currently playing, with the way that they've been playing in 2026, which if I actually wanted to say the word, I would end up getting fired, so I'm not going to say it. I'm glad that we are going to be getting a change out of them. And actually, Mike, give them my phone to Max, because one team that I know Max wants to talk about is none other than non-Sim Red Force. And Max, this was a squad that we thought, with the way that they were playing, that they were going to be already in the finals. It didn't end up happening.
Take the mic back. No, non-Sim Red Force, they showed on their first opening day of their group, right, so much promise, so much potential. They were towards the top ranks for the longest time, right, Blank? But then I feel like the biggest issue for them going into the second day of their group is they started being like, we just want to remain in the top 5, and they decided to play a little bit more passive. One game in particular that I go back to is the Ida chicken dinner in the fields, right, just outside of Longwood, and they could have crashed Ida's compound in the mid game, but they decided instead to go in like some dips in the field, very passive, not committing to big plays. That's what makes non-Sim Red Force non-Sim Red Force in my opinion, so I hope they go back to form if they want to make it in that top 6.
I am free now. I'm a
difficulties in international tournaments, right? And this is the problem, is that a lot of people trying to change up their playstyle. I think Non-Stream Red Force in their own region, they can really excel with that. But you're sort of not sure when to play aggro, when to pull it back a little bit. Versus Ida, that was tough. But it really reminds me of Game 3 from Erangel. I think it was day 1, I believe that they won. That was a fantastic game. It was a really good game.
मिरामार भाई ये लोग सैनहॉक वगैरह क्यों नहीं देते हैं पहले जैसा वो फीलिंग तो चला ही गया जब सैनहॉक वगैरह होता था बहुत मजा आता था यार तब का बात ही अलग था ना थमे कसके मुझसे वो न्यू फॉलोअर मी इंस्टाग्रामर थैंक यू ऊपर एंटीना क्यों लगाया
And like just
that's
a little
not
bit on the
antenna,
arena, they
that's
actually have the
style.
ability to do so.
You will
so
not
don't stress,
know.
Max. I got you, buddy.
Hey Max, Hyunbin has actually been putting up the numbers. He's the man that has been performing the best out of the squad so far. Hopefully that's going to continue on here in survival stage. For all these teams, they have been able already to play 12 matches at Pmwc at EWC 26. They have now gotten a day off in yesterday to go back and VOD review. We're going to be seeing what kind of changes
Bhai,
this
laga
teams
bhi
have
do
made,
yaar.
if they have enough to make it to the grand finals and be in the top 6, because this is survival stage.
हो रहा है शुरू हो रहा है गाइस हो रहा है आप लोग पॉपकॉर्न लेके बैठ जाओ ये क्या है भाई Are you work on Nutcut America? No. But I saw your sister and your mother working on there. मैंने देखा है तुम्हारी मम्मी को और तुम्हारी बहन को भी एक साथ एक ही वीडियो में अलग ही शौक है भाई तुम्हारे पापा के मजे हैं
16 teams live to fight another day, but now there are no safety nets. You have to bring your A game or your key will be sent to the graveyard.
आपने मेरे को यूसी नहीं दिया मैंने कब बोला कि मैं यूसी दूंगी
Other came close to elimination.
मैं किसी को
But
यूसी नहीं
today
देती
is
हूँ यार
survival stage, so the points are reset. And basically, Bunny, anything can happen.
One mistake could send months of preparation out the window. However, one moment of brilliance could keep the dream alive.
Yeah, indeed, Bunny. I can see them. They are ready. So it is time to welcome our team on the stage. Starting with Geeky Esports.
Dopeness!
नाटक क्यों रहा है भाई
Team RRQ.
Wolves Esports!
Kiwum Derricks.
Tianba!
Al Hula Club Esports.
$721 GS Esports.
Furia.
Alpha 7!
Go team.
Nongshim Red Force!
AGL.
And finally, your defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos!
अरे ये लोग अपना ट्रॉफी लेके आए इधर रखा है बोलते रख अब बता कोई लेके बताओ इसको
Today, you won't survive by hiding. Fight smarter, adapt faster, and deliver when the pressure is at its peak. That is what it takes to keep this dream alive.
The group stage is behind us. Now a new fight begins. Welcome to the survival stage of the Pmwc at EWC 2026 in Paris.
We've got to make a couple more spots available. That is for our survival stage teams, joining some of the best teams in the world.
Nongshin Red Force.
그룹 스테이지에서 충분히 몸을 풀었고 이제 우리가 살아남기 위해 어떻게 하는지 모두에게 보여주겠습니다.
यार मैक्स गेमिंग हमेशा अभी हम लोग वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं, आप बार बार ये सब मत करते रहो यार कि यूसी इतना रो मत। कल पूरा 4 घंटा 5 घंटा आपने रोया है चैट पे, मैंने आपको इग्नोर किया है। इतना कौन भीख मांगता है यार यूसी के लिए, मत करो यार। आपको उसी टाइम पे समझ जाना चाहिए था कि नहीं मिलेगा आपको। मैं इग्नोर भी कर रही थी, लेकिन अभी आपने मुझे मजबूर कर दिया कि आपके मुंह पे मुझे बोलना पड़ा। अभी मत करो, मैं नहीं चाहती हूँ कि आपको टाइम आउट मिले। बस एक ही चीज़, आते हो तो बस यही बात बोलते हो कि यूसी दे दो बस, और कुछ नहीं।
A gente está trabalhando muito, treinando muito para os adversários quero desejar boa sorte. Se eles estão aqui,
आज कौन सी टीम सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं मैम? आज इंडिया टीम नहीं है क्या?
도전으로 상대했을 때
आज इंडिया टीम नहीं है क्या गाइस? बताओ ना मुझे यार।
Let's find out who has what it takes.
You know what? Talking about the group of death, is it Group A? Is it Group B? I think it's the survival stage because, oh my goodness, that is stacked as hell.
Welcome to the survival stage. We are getting straight on into it. 10 teams have already booked their tickets directly to those grand finals. We need to find 6 more. Where are we going to do that, Jackie?
आज नहीं है कोई अपने, कोई बात नहीं।
We're going to start to whittle down the list. See who's able to, of course,
देखते हैं कौन कैसा खेलता है, देखना तो पड़ेगा ना यार।
who does go home. Like we said on the stage, right? No more safety nets, no more backup plans. You either do it or you're gone.
Yeah, absolutely. There is no chance beyond this one. And there's plenty of teams looking to try and resurge, get a little bit more momentum back from those group stages where they were pushed back down behind that bubble. I mean, E-Arena coming on through with such a great opener and then really petering off over the course of their games, as well as defending champions. Yangon
आज आप A7 को करो, वो ब्राजील वाला टीम,
their feet within the lobby. Maybe
ब्राजील वाला टीम क्या?
the presence of those teams at the top, and they could have a chance to get a back-to-back PMWC title, because of course from their previous one they have their champion Ancient Charm set. Make sure that you guys are joining in with the PMWC event in game and redeem your perk vouchers so that you can get that Ancient Charm set and have a great time looking that good.
Yeah, it is a beautiful outfit to have as well. It looked amazing in person when we saw them come out a couple of days ago back during the start of the group stage. Right, we're going to see them live in the flesh with the rendition of the outfit they had. It looked great. Cultural heritage as well tied into it, so a lot of storylines there with what they've achieved. But that's the fact. That's now in the past, right? Like you say, it's to do it again. It's going to be worst case scenario. If you come back here, you slip into survival stage, yes, you still have a chance, but they want to push for finals at a bare minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. There are plenty of teams who are looking to do that. Alpha 7 probably the most notable of those names in and amongst it. They're the only team in the world, the only organization that has got the full three-peat of titles, the PMGO, PMWC, and PMGC. The fact that they went out so early in the PMGO earlier this year is pretty devastating. So hopefully Alpha 7 will be able to find one of those 6 spots, and we'll see those drums as well in the finals.
Oh, yeah, you will. You'll be here.
मैक्स गेमिंग में लास्ट टाइम के लिए बोल रही हूँ आपको और नहीं बोलूंगी, सीधा आपको उड़ा दिया जाएगा। मैंने कल नहीं बोला था आपको मैं यूसी दूंगी। आप 1500 यूसी मांग रहे थे तो मैंने बोला 10,000 दूंगी, उससे आपको पता चल जाना चाहिए। लेकिन मुझे पता चल गया कि आप बुद्धू हो, कि आपको समझ में नहीं आया। मैं अभी आपको बोल रही हूँ आपको यूसी नहीं मिलेगा, आपको यूसी नहीं मिलेगा। मैंने सीधा बोला है अभी। इसके बाद अगर आपको समझ में नहीं आता है, आप यूसी करते रहते हो, तो मॉड्स आपका ख्याल रखेंगे, ठीक है। अभी वॉच पार्टी चल रहा है, वॉच पार्टी का वाइब खराब करने वाले लोगों को मैं नहीं चाहती हूँ मेरे चैट पे। अभी आपको टाइम आउट नहीं मिलेगा, बट यूसी वापस करते रहोगे ना। कल आपने क्यों बोला, आज ऐसे ये सब अभी वापस से करे ना तो आपको उड़ा दिया जाएगा। अभी गेम देखने दो, साइड हटो। आज मुझे दांगी भैया ने बोला है कि इनको सपोर्ट करने के लिए A7 को, मैं आइडा को करूँ क्या भाई? एक मुझे बात बताओ, अभी कौन आगे जाने से हमारा टीम इंडिया का हेल्प होगा? अभी कौन लीड कर रहा है और कौन इंडिया के लिए परेशान वाला टीम होगा, और कौन अभी आज जो भी सर्वाइवल स्टेज में जीतेगा या नियरेस्ट टू टॉप 5 रहेगा, कौन सा टीम रहने से हमारे टीम इंडिया को फायदा होगा वो बताओ। नहीं तो मैं गलती से किसी और ही टीम को सपोर्ट कर बैठती हूँ, मुझे बताओ।
Grab as many points early as you can with those recall towers in action for Rondo exclusively on our esports rotation. But
मुझे वो बता दो फिर मैं देख लूंगी।
I'm also interested in who's going to be able to secure some of the ground around this one, because I feel like, you know, top 6 is maybe not as difficult as it has been in those group stages, right? When you remove the top 10 teams
Drop
of the
Clash,
lobby, it
YGC
opens up a lot of opportunity for teams that were maybe suppressed by the presence of those truly really strong and on-form teams, because there are obviously strong teams that weren't on form, that didn't make it. But there's no longer that suppressive force. It's not as
मेरे पास है, ओके मत दो। Congratulations, आपके पास है तो भाई।
Find their feet, start to be able to breathe a little bit, get some life back into the blood.
I've turned you up in my ears already.
YG का मुश्किल लग रहा है सर्वाइवल, ओके।
Today's going to go. They're going to really bring that energy early.
Study करेंगे हम।
Locked in and bringing their best. I think you touched on some nice points there, man. Where maybe it's going to be at a different landscape here with the teams we've removed.
support नहीं मजे करेंगे।
Some of the hard cut from the tournament. We saw those keys
आज मजे करेंगे। तो भाई टीम इंडिया का गेम कब है ब्रो?
This is your chance to get back into the playing path on screen now. We'll see what our circle's looking like and begin to dissect this one.
Yeah, Yulin will be the hot drop target with the playing path out on the west side instead of Neox Factory. It's a little bit too far afield to really get stuck in. So, straight on board, we're with AGAL, E-Arena, who have got that outpost in Mormon up towards Stadium. Looking like they're not going to have the better end of the stick on this first engagement. Tony K going down. XZZ wants to find another with a pump action. Jump wide with a micro Uzi though. And a Tommy gun to back it up. 2 for 2. And Maple now has a solo position for AGAL. Has to try and hold his nerve against the 2 from the arena, but they are both very low, Jackie.
Yeah, they really are. A lot of damage done to either side here, obviously. Hoping to see if you can pick pieces together. If they can close out on this and get the next 2 elims off the back of it, it'd be huge for AGAL. That's a nice react. Maple swift with the SMG up close. Schweppes trying to tuck in and get himself top back up on the old HP as well. Maple's got the 1 nade, John.
These days I am feeling so proud because both our teams are qualified.
Unlikely to be getting back up here. Swaps out for a sniper in close range. I mean, sniper's as good as a shotgun if you hit the shot, but will he be able to do it? Running low on ammo, desperately searching for these weapons now. Still, just the smoke here, and I think this fight might be isolated. Both teams will be able to get these recalls, remember. These points are starting to come through thick and fast. It looks like Yangon Galacticos have got 3, Goat with 3. Maple with a shotgun now is back on with the fight.
Maple baiting it on the pre-fire towards the window.
A7 करे qualify तो अच्छा है. IDA qualify नहीं होना चाहिए. Okay.
Scrapping amongst each other. Rapid looting from Schweppes. Needs the ammunition to fight with. They get visual on one another. Maple's going to be swung to the left right now. He's been poising himself nicely, but the angle's not going to work. And Schweppes does get it done.
Hey, Schweppes is the only player in this tournament with a chance to get a triple Pmwc title, and there he was showing a little bit of that power of old. We'll see if he can bring E-Arena to...
जब टीम इंडिया रहती है तो अपना फोकस भाई हर जगह टीम इंडिया ही रहती है, because अरे तो मैं बोल रही थी कि
they heard this one, they move on through, and Tiamba,
I believe, and they did great work on that, finding themselves the 3 elims.
जब टीम इंडिया हमारा खेलती है तो हमेशा ऐसा रहता है कि टीम इंडिया किधर है, अगर दिखते भी नहीं है स्क्रीन पे, टीवी पे नहीं आ रहे तो मैप में सर्च करते हैं। आज टीम इंडिया नहीं है तो असली पोटेंशियल देखने को मिलेगा इन लोगों का। हमको आज तक पता ही नहीं चला ना, तो आज पता चलेगा।
One knock here onto Fuchs, but Ketch can't flush it as they will have to lock in for this one. Force up close and personal. Scarface over the top side, downs him.
Okay, keep it 2 on the spot as well for Ulf. They do have Kelsey off in the distance, so would be fine. Well, not fine, but it would be okay if Scarface had gone down in that scenario. But to hold his nerve is brilliant. Means he can get in and maybe get a couple more points. Look for the confirm onto Bootsman, but it's not going to work. Not on the first peak. Killer Joe has to hit the back, but without a helmet, those headshots are going to ring mightily in the ears if they're able to land. Dropping the smoke, keeping the power. Has still got another smoke behind him. Some more meds, but it's not going to matter. Killer Joe puts him down. So recall further up to the north with the circle throwing out that way too. We're on board with Alpha 7 now.
Yeah, A7 coming in swift. Good damage done onto QZZ here, trying to keep Tiamba down. Make it uncomfortable on the peak. Awkward pixel angle. Can't quite thread the needle with it. Milu wrapping over to assist as Guizhou does get aggro. Good moves on the peak, but that was swift.
Straight past that windowsill and in with the shotgun shells. Alpha 7 get dismantled by Milu. What a pullout for Tiamba, able to just swing past that entire fight. Alpha 7 do have that outpost and can go for the recall. Teams are starting to outstrip each other on these elim counts, but Tiamba on 6 elims. GOAT team as well, getting those 6 on board is a great start for them. Looking to start transitioning now into the mid game, get up north because the circle is quite dramatic up there. A lot of it is cut off by that river and the crossings are not as easy as on other maps.
Yeah, that was the thing. We didn't quite catch it right. Obviously going from that very southern sort of plane path we had into a hard northern shift on the circle. A lot of teams going to have a big rotate here. We'll see if it comes back to bite some of that squad, so we prefer to be set up a little bit earlier.
रोटेट नहीं बोल सकते, रोटे कौन रोते भाई?
Furia looking to get out of Yulin towards that north side. Geek have already sent out and that away from it as well. Goodness me, everyone is still alive, and that is very lucky, Jackie. That is incredibly lucky. And if you guys want to be lucky at home, you can hit that lucky spin. Make sure you're jumping into the game for your chance to draw that exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set. It's looking nice, it's looking shiny, it's looking fresh.
Is indeed. It's like a Barney Banks outfit. You'd catch him wearing that one.
पैदल ही भाई flank कर रहे हैं यार.
He definitely would.
EA, Gore,
Maybe we
RRQ.
should get it sorted for the finals. I bet we can. I bet we can.
Maybe. Would reinforce the leg seams, make sure that he's nice and comfortable out on the stage. But we'll see, John. We'll come back to that one at another time. RRQ on the move as well there. Obviously, a roster that felt like at times they had some good sort of approach to a few of the fights we saw. Maybe a little bit more paralysis by analysis in a few of the situations, though, right? We want it to be slightly more cutthroat. I suppose that is the name of the game for all the squads we've got in survival stage, but I think that resonates with them as well.
Yeah, for RRQ, I mean, they do have a standout performance in terms of Lepar, definitely on point when it comes to getting in those clutch situations, making it work, and to an extent, he's the reason why RRQ were able to get in towards these survival stages. But they do need to be more cohesive, more together and fluid in those fights. Hopefully they can play off one another a little bit better here. Looks like, we might see an elim that may well stick, as Geek do have one of their players taken down, and Geek are all around Alpha 7 and E-Arena, so it could be a little bit difficult to get to one of those recall towers, even though they are still fairly available. I mean, you've got Ryan that is completely unoccupied, you've got Kunxia up on that northeast side as well. So there are accessible positions, but those will start to get more closed in as teams move in. I mean, we've got Yangon Galacticos, who are on board with right now, moving past Meiran, with GOAT team on their west and Alula are quite far to their south. Ahead of them, though, it's the Wolves, who have managed to get up to Heme Town, up on that northeast side, fairly swiftly and without too much trouble.
Some replays here of the early fights. Obviously, Yangon getting a far better start. 3 elims there. Nice to see for the squad. Again, so much more pressure on your shoulders, right? It's all the added pedantry as well, having to come out bringing the trophy twice now. It feels like all the other squads you're playing against, all eyes on you. If you can't do your organization justice and for yourself as well, those memories of last year probably flashing before your eyes, John. You're back at the hotel. You know they need to show up here in survival.
Next circle goes quite far west here. I mean, this is a good opportunity for Arena to get into a solid spot. They're already on the north side of this river. The crossings, as I said, can be a little bit more treacherous than on a lot of other maps when you have similar divides over water. So hopefully they can start to establish. Do they keep this 2-2 or do they regroup over towards a more central, more centralized and coherent position? I feel like they still have a little bit of time to do that. So they may want to try and stay out in the open for a little bit, but within the next minute or so, they will need to regroup. Yangon Galacticos able to find a player from Kiwon DRX, and yeah, very nice pickup there. 4 elims now for Yangon, although they did lose SayCloud in the process, so a 1-for-1 trade. And as I said before, the recall towers are still open, but from this point on, it's going to get harder and harder to access them, Jackie, because the blue zone will start to cut off quite a lot of them, the rotates won't be there, and teams will be on top of them already.
Yeah, you lose that availability. Makes it far harder to weigh up the decision-making if it's worth attempting to go for it. So we'll see if that plays too much of a vital role for these squads as this one develops. Obviously, KRX had a bit of an unfortunate start off the drop as well. Went down to the 1 solo that was offset for the recall. That worked out to get them back up, but only 1 elim point to their name at this point. They are able to safely get SayCloud back into the action, though, on their wrap. So they're going to be all right with that. Is he going to be caught by the Wolves, though? Dropping back in right now, they're both going to have to advance, obviously, outside of blue. Not going to be doing too much damage right now, John. So maybe they can avoid each other.
I don't think that Wolves would commit to go for the player on the parachute. They should know that there is a team to their south. Sure, that would be an indicator that someone has just recalled there. But given that it was only 1 player dropping down, you're fairly certain that it's a...
इसको क्या हो गया?
A full 3 squad already on the ground. Committing to that fight for Wolves in their position right now, I think is a little bit...
Yeah, I guess it goes both ways. Wolves didn't want to engage, but Yangon said, you know what, if you're here, we might as well try and get some points. Put some warning shots their way, don't necessarily need to commit onto the fight. Need to commit onto the
flush, and there are read immediately across the bridges around Muhopan on that north side, and potentially looking to guard the Wolves out here and stop them from getting to a recall tower closer to the zone. It will start to hurt a little bit too much for the Wolves' liking if they don't get through quickly, and the northern pair for Yangon Galacticos is going to send out and maybe look to control that recall tower on the north side.
This is nice, actually, with how they've been playing it. SayCloud was able to safely get himself a vehicle as well, join the rest of the squad. You can see where they're repositioning to right now, like you said, being in a good position to swarm effectively all angles towards that recall. If Wolves come up to it, they could catch them.
Okay. The circle's on the north side as well, so pretty important to get a position up on that north edge. As I said before, Arena now in a very commanding position, and they've run those there, Matt, who knows? They haven't managed to get a huge number of elims early on, but then again, they didn't when they were in their stadium chicken dinner either. They have already got 4 as well, which, as I said, not huge, but still pretty significant. Ryan, having that recall tower in and available for the next about 4 minutes or so is also going to be quite important for the teams on the north side, as Yangon Galacticos trying to corral the Wolves against them. But the north side is going to get more and more packed, so Yangon Galacticos taking a bit of a risk here to try and make that fight work, to try and hold this one out. They are losing time, losing tempo to get towards the zone.
King girl and boy.
Yeah, investing a lot into this now.
आप Jonathan से शादी कर लो and फिर उसके बाद King boy and boy हो जाएगा एकदम.
Conversation as well. We saw Alpha 7 actually go down to a duo. Thankfully, they put one of their players back up. The other not so lucky yet. That was this encounter versus Nonshin Red Force.
फिर रात में सोते टाइम ears में ringing sound आती है क्या?
Out of the running already, John. Shot at the back of the vehicle on the exit. Not ideal.
No, and it's very difficult now to get to a recall tower. There is one to their northwest. They might try and break for it, but Nongshim, I think, have read into that and have moved 2 of their players out towards it as well. For Alpha 7, it feels like a 3-play on. And I don't think they're going to be able to go for it. Ulf have got 2 of their players right behind this ridgeline as well. The backstop 2 for Ulf, Ketch and Kelsey have yet to cross by Stadium, but it seems like with Nongshim Red Force on the move, they can just get gone. Wolves do manage to move all the way over on the
3
north
मैच
side.
देख लो उसके बाद गेम वही
Goats even now going to bear the brunt of the
in
aggression
blonde hair looking so
from
gorgeous.
the
Thank
defending
you.
champions.
Yeah, didn't expect this one. Goat, they were quite far back towards KRX's position, but they've wrapped up towards the northern side.
फिर
got
सेम
stuck
चीज हो
into
जाएगी दोनों की.
Yangon.
अरे यार आपको इतना फिक्र है तो आप
Already
वो
been
कर
able to
लेना
knock out
लड़कियों
one
वाला
player from the
ऑपरेशन.
squad, leaving them with a triple threat.
सर्जरी करा
Yangon
लेना
actually
यार.
doing pretty good work here, right?
ज्यादा
Coming
पैसा
out
नहीं मैं ही
tied
दे
in
दूंगी
first place
पैसे.
between 3
करा
other
लेना.
squads, and Tiamba and
इतना
Goat,
इतना
the squad they're
कंसर्न
head-to-head with here
ऐसा
in the fight.
तुच्छ जमाने
cleaning
में
up on this
इतना
one would be
कंसर्न
huge
दिखा
for
रहे हो.
them.
आपके लिए तो खर्चा बनता है. मैं उठा लूंगी आपका सेक्स चेंज ऑपरेशन का खर्चा.
Have their backs to the blue, so need to be
आप
careful.
बस शादी की
The zone is
तैयारी
going
करो.
to hurt pretty significantly here, especially as stage 4 starts to come on through. It's going to be unresable, so you have to get on the road. All are taking shots from an off angle. They're a team that hasn't crossed the river yet, hasn't made their way through, but is going to try and put pressure on the back lines. For Yangon, they're going to have to play on as 3 now with that not coming through. I was looking at where Tiamba as well were playing, given, as you said, they were in that top 3. They are in a really sticky spot on the south side for Tiamba. I think their fight through is going to be maybe the hardest at the moment in the lobby. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to make it work as Yangon Galacticos get out of there, get into the next zone, and they wait for this next circle.
आज मैं उपवास में हूँ. उपवास जूस वाले उपवास में हूँ.
South side, Dopeness caught line of sight from the ridge as well onto Yangon, and it's Alula that are coming up around the back. That's the shift on the zone.
में Starbucks count होता है क्या? पता नहीं. I don't know.
Oof. All right, mate. Fair bit of water as well, cutting off a lot of the play space you've actually got. The longer this one goes, John.
Yeah, I was looking at Tiamba, as I said before, and I feel like this is seemingly what I kind of thinking they should be doing here. Moving over to the south coast, may be able to swim across later on, but a lot of teams that have already committed to the north side are going to be fighting for the hills around that E-Arena Ulf position where Goat have just moved on into. This is going to be the focus for so many teams. So I feel like Tiamba, they're looking to play for a third place, but they have taken a knock on the back there.
आप पी सकते
And
हो.
this
खाना
rotation is
सॉलिड
under
चीजें
threat,
आप नहीं
under
खा
danger.
सकते.
Aaron is waiting for someone else to step forward to say, I've got the shot before they go for that spray.
सोमवार तो कल छिला ट्यूसडे को भी देते हैं भाई.
South coastline, I feel like they might have a
आज
chance
मैं
of getting
वो
fairly deep
शिव
into this
टेंपल
one.
होके आई हूँ ना.
A lot of movement as well. Yangon trying to advance quite quickly. It was AGAL that had angles onto him. Unfortunately for Eagle, going down to the zone has resulted in his demise, so he's cut out of the lobby. Maple also hit from the sideline. Dopeness very far back, but with good line of sight onto them. So they're just peppering to make it uncomfortable for these squads. Goat might be tested by the wraparound from Alula as well, John.
सॉरी सिस्टर, मैसेज के लिए 200 रुपया मिला था. बताओ 200 रुपया में अपना इज्जत बेच खाए आप यार. इतना सस्ता मत रखो अपना इज्जत. आप इधर आए थे 200 रुपया में मुझे ट्रोल करने के लिए या कुछ करने के लिए ना. उल्टा आप ही ट्रोल हो गए. ऑलमोस्ट आपको हॉस्पिटल मतलब ऑपरेशन रूम भेजने ही वाली थी मैं अभी यार, जेंडर चेंज ऑपरेशन के लिए. बताओ 200 रुपया में आपका बैंगन गायब हो जाता. अभी मत करो यार. 200 रुपया बहुत कम चीज होता है. आप आया करो. आप ऐसे मांगो ना, मैं दे देती हूँ जीपे, बट ऐसे अपना इज्जत मत बेच खाओ.
This back and forth game of nade badminton going on. I thought they were able to thread it through the window, but it's a near miss. The Flower H stays alive, and that's at the detriment of Yangon.
FM ने ऑलमोस्ट आपका काट दिया था. मतलब समझी नहीं मैं.
Trying to get the distance, but not quite there. And this is the difficulty. They can't really take fights on 2 fronts, and Lufa able to expose one angle against AGAL. And now he moves forwards with a shotgun in hand. XZZ wants to find an answer, doesn't get the full knock, has the shotgun, but he's on a sliver of HP now, and another nade might just be all that's needed. The healing desperately important for them. Across the road is Romeo now on his last legs, and AGAL are suffering.
Dopeness pushed up hard from the backside as well, got into a good position to command respect on what they've realized is now 2 very weak squads. So if they can steal away points, it'd be magnificent for them. Smile falls for Yangon as well, leaving them with only 1 solo player left alive in a horrific position to attempt to defend. Fury are going out, joining 721 GS, so 2 squads now gone.
They are out of there.
अपने पापा का करा दो फिर. अरे भाई अभी लग गई ना, मिर्ची लग गई ना भाई, मिर्ची लग गई. आया था कूल बनने, काट के भेज दिया मैंने तेरा. अभी बाप पे चले गया. अभी मैं चली जाऊंगी तो बोलेगा हो ऐसे बात करती है ये अपने सब्सक्राइबर्स के साथ है. लोडू उतना ही मजाक किया करना जितना खुद ले सकता है. ऑफेंड हो जाता है भाई. फ्रेजाइल ईगो, इतना फ्रेजाइल ईगो लेके फेसमी के चैनल पे मत आइयो. यहाँ में वो आत्मा तोड़ देती है. ईगो तो बहुत दूर की बात है. मतलब ईगो क्या ही चीज है, वो आत्मा तोड़ देती है.
To be able to make their way through, they have been on the brunt of these circle shifts.
Non-ship getting a bit of a look down towards the road. Meanwhile, amongst all this, we've seen another play coming out from Goat.
NS pump हो गई. हाँ ना.
These early scraps. We've seen him be a bit of an explosive entry for the team. If he can open up a potential play onto his squad, he'll go for it every time.
He can't be a Lulu because he don't have that. He have it, but he was सर पे है वो ऐसे लगा हुआ है.
It's a nice back and forth between Foops and Killer Joe and how they play off each other, but you've still got a ton of talent left alive on this roster. So know anything about Go John as well, they're going to be gunning for a big victory here. If they can start it off with a nice bit of energy, feed the hot hand, they play with that throughout the whole day.
I mean, it would be a great start for them. A team that was in the contest to jump up in a top 5, a direct qualification spot. They want to prove to everyone at home, to their fans, to themselves maybe even as well, that they do deserve one of those spots, and here's the place to do it. Another knock over the top from a nade from Goat, doing damage. Suffering across a lot of different teams right now with nades flying back and forth. A close proximity engagement is not favourable. Irina were under pressure from Dopeness, but they handled it. Seems like they're doing okay. Mormon does get flushed away though. Hang on a minute, Irina may not be able to handle the pressure because Goat and AGAL looking to rock up all at the same time. 4 teams now on spot, and Dopeness up on high, taking shots, laying down the lead.
Goat!
Oh mate, sweating bullets on the push in. Panic stations, and they just can't compose themselves to slay the Goat. Thankfully, Kenji with the sacrificial nade bounces it out the window and hits that one on top of Moxie to leave them down with only a duo in position to attempt to fight here. Awkward collection of players all amongst each other.
Oh God.
Tony K, nade, cooking. Doesn't quite know where these players are, and I don't blame him. The amount of chaos that just happened. 2 teams descending immediately just after another one crashed on through. On the southwest side, in the meantime, Alpha 7 do go down to Geekay. That southwest side is clean. Spicker moving on out. Spiker around the corner. And Goat will be able to hold him for 1. Moxie down, but will be resible.
Dangerous scenes though, E-Arena. They can smother blood in the water, they'll commit on the peak, spam into the smoke. They had a rough idea of the angle, and the bullets will find their target. Amongst all this, Alula have been scrapping up against Ulf.
57 views, 30 चल काली. भाई काली गाली होता है क्या? हे भगवान, ये जैसे पेरिस में पैदा हुआ है. ये जो वॉच पार्टी चल रहा है ना, ये जो PMWC या EWC चल रहा है, इसके घर के बैल्कोनी के साइड से ही दिख रहा है. आईफिल टावर के वो जो चोटी पे अपना गांड रख के बैठा हुआ है, वही उसका घर है. बोल तो ऐसे रहा है भाई, बोल तो ऐसे रहा है वो. पेरिस का पैदाइश है वो. उसके पिछवाड़े से पेरिस आईफिल टावर शुरू होता है, क्योंकि उसके चोटी पे वो बैठा हुआ है. बोल तो ऐसे रहा है भाई. चल भाग्य से 200 रुपया मिला था. 200 चूतिया हट.
On top of the Wolves.
If you get a chance to spend 1 whole month with the creator and learn something. 1 second. Yeah. If you get a chance to spend 1 whole month with the creator and learn something, content creation with him, her, who would it be? Joker Bhai, Payal, Jonathan, Kashvi, Scout. Kashvi. It will be Kashvi. When it comes to content, it is Kashvi. जोकर जो कंटेंट बनाते हैं वो मुझे अच्छा ही लगता है, बट काशवी का मुझे ज़्यादा क्रिएटिव लगता है. जोकर का, और मैं बहुत आलसी तरीके का बंदी हूँ, तो मुझे ना इजी गोइंग, मतलब ऐसे नहीं, मैं काशी को आलसी नहीं बोल रही हूँ. मैं कुछ बोलती हूँ ना कुछ तो मैं हग ही देती हूँ, मुझे पता है. मैं काशी को आलसी नहीं बोल रही हूँ, बट माई काइंड ऑफ, मेरे टाइप का मतलब इट्स काशवी. मैं सीखना चाहूंगी कि इतना क्रिएटिव आइडियाज वो कैसे लाती है.
Oh, nice little assist, and there's the off angle. QZ, masterful hold.
That's really nice. Big response, made it so uncomfortable for Geekay here as well, so they can safely get out of the water now and look to try and splash back on this.
भाई देख रहा है, दे ही देगा अभी इसको.
a linked
Manu,
position. Both of his teammates down in the drink. He needed to be able to hit those shots, and he did. Alula with the little assist to keep the players safe. But Tiamba now on the south side. Once Geeky have to move, which they do,
who is your inspiration of Bgmi? Please reply.
At the moment, it's quite timorous because of the position of Geeky, but that is going to be pushed out by the zone.
chicken आएगा. Let's see. चलो. ये उल्ला वाले कौन है ये? उल्ला वालों का chicken आएगा. देखना मैं बोल रही हूँ.
Responds again. That fight does continue between the two sides, taking casualties amongst each other, whilst Alula are fighting E-Arena from range.
आएगा. उल्ला वाला का chicken आएगा. मैं बता रही हूँ. देखना.
Uses the off angle towards the back, been doing great work.
उल्ला वालों का chicken आएगा. देखना.
Coming in as well to try and bolster that defense for DK.
Chicken la. उला chicken la. उला वाला वो बच जाएगा. उसको revive दे देंगे. देखना. उसको दे देगा revive.
Out the bleed down, but there comes the wolves
with
a cheeky thread on an angle across the zone there. Right through the valley, and Kevin now
मैं बता रही हूँ ना.
has a little bit of trouble. DK are low. They don't really have the sightlines. This is an opportunity for Tiamba to actually move forwards and maybe look for the res, but it's still such a risk.
या तो उला वाले जीतेंगे या वोल वाले जीतेंगे. हाँ, ये मेरा टीम का नहीं रहा. चल. देखो, बोला उला ले मार उला. चल 1v4 कर चल.
Wolves.
मैं तो उला को सपोर्ट कर रही हूँ अभी. मैं बन गई उला की तरफ से.
To request the game here, but no, Alula rock up onto them. Hey, Elims, John, playing very differently right now.
Yeah, that's what you need to be doing here with those 8 Elims, with all 4 of their players alive, the only team to have the full squad in action. This is the last chance as we're on board with Tiamba to get this red. I don't think it's going to happen. He will bleed out, so Tiamba playing with 2. That's pretty nasty. They did have an opportunity to move forwards and maybe take more control here. Geeky helped out by the zone again as Nongshim Red Force on the north side get cut in across the road from everything. Alula going to have to move as E-Arena.
अरे देखो ना मैं बोल रही हूँ ना यार.
Oh, shots from the side. It's Nongshim.
ये देखो मार रहे भाई. NS वाले जीत जाएंगे मैं बोल रही हूँ.
Saw the reposition.
जीत जाएंगे NS वाले भाई. सब मार जैसे खेल रहे हैं ना. चल NS वाले मारो.
Bad position to be in as well with the shift on the zone. And they clean up.
NS वालों NS और उला जीत जाएंगे मैं बोल रही हूँ.
E-Arena down and out. Not the Rondo masterclass that we've seen from them happening here.
No, but 11 points is still very respectable, Jackie. They will be able to put up a good start to proceedings. Guaranteed they're on the front page. The question is who's going to join them. Shots ring out, continuing to put pressure on DK. We're struggling to march forwards. Tiamba don't have vehicles to their name. They are really still just waiting on DK to have to move. And that is the first indicator that they are going for it. They should know that there's only 2 players over there. And Tiamba can start to move forwards now, and I need them to be able to do that, right? Something that we were criticizing them for was being a little bit timid, being a little bit shy. And so now, stepping forwards at the right time, that's what they need to be doing, and it looks like that's what Milu's gone for. As the rest of the teams joust across the zone, Alula have to descend on one side of the hill or the other. The question is, which do you choose?
मुझे 100% confidence है ये जीत जाएंगे.
With the zone coming in. Alula on the rocks, being peppered down from Nongshim Red Force. It's keeping them very weak, making it uncomfortable for the hard commit on the wrap, but eventually they've got to push up. Going to be somewhat exposed here as well. If they're aligned in their crosshairs, they could punish. Thankfully, the Machio providing just enough cover for them to tuck in.
BGMS चल रहा है, but lobby ठंडी लग रही है.
When does that change? That mindset going to come alive? Because if they don't start to get a bit of a periphery scan on the go here, you could have Alula wrap in around the back. Possibly put pressure onto them. Just remove them from the equation before they even try and make a move for themselves.
Tian geek को मार देगा.
Can't move until Ragnarok does either, which is the nasty thing for them. It is causing a lot of problems. You can redistro ammo for Tiamba, and Alula not going to push too far forwards. They know that the angles from Nongshim are still going to be in action. And they can't afford to overpeak to get a little bit too bold because they have got their numbers advantage and they don't want to let it go to waste. But an open up Tiamba could open up their south rotator with the circle pushing towards them. That's going to help out nicely, but Nongshim look to strike to open the door for their crossing of the road and bring Alula back down to 3 with them.
Bated breath for a lot of our players right now, knowing how close they are to potentially kicking off the survival stage with a big point injection if they can take this chicken dinner. Potentially a few more immolations to it as well. Milu and QCC
NS वाले जीतेंगे.
Still scared about what could be coming out if those angles watching their way.
निकल गए।
Notion have had a good understanding of the wrap that we saw from Alula as well. So the minute they pop out from behind that rock, there's not really much cover on the rundown.
Some really nice elim counts for a lot of our teams moving forwards. Tiamba getting that res could prove to be crucial. The knock sent towards Alula, allowing them a little bit more mobility. The lack of sightlines from Alula, not quite controlling. And they just lost another one, R3B. On the back, really not going to be resable either. This is going to be a very difficult dash, and Nongshim will read into this. They're moving out already to try and control the ground around them and get across the road into some sense of security. But it is so few and far between. Everybody operating in inches right now, Jackie. There is no grander dimension on these really close quarter scenarios. Step one way too far, one step either side. And it's a completely different story, but that is a big pickup on the Nongshim to bring them down to 2 to stop their third player regrouping onto the south.
मैं बोल रही हूँ उला जीतेगा चलो मैंने अभी चूज कर लिया अपना
Every team's starting to lose a lot of the battle of attrition here
आज
as we
finally
get
मैं
towards the
अपने
fine
आप को
margins of this game, like you say.
ये देखो बोला था मैंने उला जीतेगा मैंने बोला था ना
reposition.
आज फाइनली मेरे सर से वो कलम का मार्क निकलेगा कलम नाम निकलेगा मेरे सर से आज देखो
Never gets any easier, John.
Using those nades to create potholes moving forward, steps up for the flush. Now
Ula
can commit to trying to hold this high ground and try and use its position, the geometry to maybe get a pick, but they're just not quite finding it. They're starting to wane now. There's Nongshim going to try and bear the brunt of it, but down go Alula, and a knock already over towards Nongshim gives Tiamba a big chance here.
Timid Tiamba no more. They start to play with confidence, knowing that they can take the fight to Nongshim Red Force. The squad that we were surprised was so far down the standings back in the group stage. Let's see if they can kick it off here in survival. Assert dominance in the lobby. It's not going to be so easy for Nongshim as the nade blows them away. And Tiamba take the opening game of the survival stage.
That is how you change your story. Tiamba with a huge opener. They played from that south side. They read that they couldn't get across that river nice and early. They played on the south coast, a little bit of a bet hedger, but they did manage to get across the river. They transitioned at the right time. They moved at the right time. And that is the change I wanted to see. The question will be, can they keep it going for 11 more matches and keep that pace going? Nongshim Red Force as well, really well held on that north side. The angles that they were maintaining, they knew what they were doing, and it reads into what we were saying about them before, that strategic masterclass that we desperately want to see them moving forwards. They were, again, another team in the conversation for top 5 during their group stage.
Discord out, bhai, Discord out. Kya bak rahe ho? Discord out.
It was very, very close and in a very, very difficult group for them to try and make it, but nice, solid performance coming through from Nongshim. A lot of the teams that were late into that game had a lot of elims as well, which means that nobody going home empty-handed.
Yeah, we can have a bit of a listen in as well and see what they were saying for themselves here.
Lovely arc on the nade. Keeping things nice and tight with it. Didn't even need to peek through. That earlier knock from Alula onto one of the Nongshim Red Force players as well. Immediately before going out. That really was an assist in those final moments, but Tiamba, they kept their heads down when they needed to. We knew they could do that, but they also stepped up when they needed to, so I'm thrilled that they're able to take this first one.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see, right? Because we were saying before, they looked good at least in terms of how they were approaching some of these games, but I think it was falling off in the sense that they just weren't able to commit necessarily with more of a cutthroat nature, where sometimes you've got to evaluate the risk and really just go for it. Obviously, that looks a little bit scary as well with the rotate. We lost Eagle as he went down to the zone, but they'd still recover. They get it done. It's all Tiamba in game 1, but let's see how it looks in the rest of today.
आज लिस्ट के टॉप में रहेगा टियान लिस्ट के टॉप में वाओ एड वेड का फोटो वोटो भी दिखा देती हूँ मैं हट निकल यहाँ से इसका थोड़ा सा साउंड वो कर देते हैं आई लव यू सो मच है ना आई लव माई सेल्फ टू यार FM कोई ना, उला का नसीब ही खराब है, आपको कौन पनौती बोल रहा है? वही ना माँ क्यों? कौन बोल रहा था मेरे को पनौती? कौन बोल रहा था? मैं एंड्रॉइड में देख रहा, टाइम नहीं दिखेगा भाई यार, अभी मेरे को कैसे देखूं मैं? समवेयर नियर 55 दे दे, 55। जलजीरे बहना, जलजीरे बहना आपकी छत्र छाया का असर है। भाई क्या लिखता है ये? छत्र छाया को छत्र छाया, कैसा बंदा है यार? कैसा बंदा है भाई? यार मुझे जापान जाना है, कोई ले जाओ यार मुझे जापान।
What you were actually able to see in the group stage, now coming into the survival stage, has there been any kind of looks at those results and seen how you might want to change some play styles, etc.? What do you think from the group stage coming into survival?
In the group stage, we couldn't perform well, or we couldn't shoot a lot or with confidence. So for the survival stage, we will do our best. Yeah, we will play with a lot of confidence, more aggressive. For the
low confidence, low aggressive. मेरा तो long time visa है। अच्छा। चलो FM मुझे भी जाना है। कहाँ जाना है?
Okay, perfect. And actually, I actually wanted to talk bigger picture.
अरे मुझे काम करने जाना है, वहाँ से content creation करूँगी मैं। मुझे इंडिया नहीं रहना है। मुझे जापान जाके settle होना है।
So, how did that PMWC win change your life? Obviously for you guys, I remember like looking at the pictures of the parade. You guys got invited to a load of things. So what was it like from the team's perspective?
Honestly, a lot has changed since we won the award last year. It gave us a lot more confidence and recognition. But at the same time, it also brought a lot more expectation and pressure. People started looking at us differently, and we realized that staying at the top is even harder than getting there.
Study नहीं करोगे क्या? नहीं study कर चुकी हूँ यहाँ में.
That came from that victory. It motivates us to work even harder and represent our country with pride. Yeah.
That's awesome to hear. Well, thank you very much for joining me here, Smile, and good luck at the survival stage.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, James, for that interview there with Django Galacticos.
Willy,
But it's all
left
about
वाला वो ऊंचा वाला बंदा जो लेफ्ट में लेफ्ट से स्टार्टिंग वाला बंदा है वो विली जैसा लगता है.
For PMWC at EWC 26.
विली लेकिन खाते पीते वाला और थोड़ा लंबा.
Let's go. No, I'm really happy.
Same विली है ये.
Not gonna lie, back in their respective group, I was a little bit disappointed because back at PMMI, oh my goodness, they were bringing the heat. I mean, you and me both, Hot Jukes. We were like, this is the QZZ
देखो कैसा पनौती सब सिखा दिया. मतलब जापान जाओगी तो एक पर्सनल असिस्टेंट तो चाहिए, उसके लिए मैं हूँ. क्यों पर्सनल असिस्टेंट क्यों चाहिए मुझे? और अगर पर्सनल असिस्टेंट चाहिए तो मैं पर्सनल असिस्टेंट लूंगी ना, पर्सनल स्टॉकर थोड़ी लूंगी.
It's about damn time, baby. We see Tiamba do what we expected them to do all tournament long.
फेस कैम कहाँ गया मैम? जिनको मेरा फेस कैम नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है, इसका मतलब आप शॉर्ट फॉर्मेट में हो. मेरा प्रोफाइल पिक्चर दिख रहा होगा, वहाँ से आप आ सकते हो मेरे बड़े वाले स्ट्रीम पे.
But it was Milu here that was able to really clutch it up for a squad. And honestly, after a rough group stage to start off so strong.
अरे यार जापान स्टडी के लिए बेस्ट है यार. अच्छा जो बुली होता है ना स्टडी के लिए अच्छा नहीं है. रियलिटी देखोगे तो जापान में बहुत रैगिंग होता है, बहुत बुली होता है. जापानीज कोरियन ड्रामा या जे ड्रामा या के ड्रामा देखोगे तो पता चलेगा. बहुत ज्यादा
really good. They came in, they took over the position from Ulf, they were moving in, great momentum, and then all of a sudden they kind of just were like, this is the high ground, we're going to keep it even though the zone
गेमिंग वाला विली क्या? हाँ
गेमिंग वाला विली.
और कौन सा विली है?
Not only see us and get rid of us one by one, but actually get situated and have that time to make those decisions for that end game.
Ooh la la, a little bit too passive. No, I mean, clearly they took way too long. I think they would have been great to see Al Ula after their push on Ulf. By the way, that push Niptura was fantastic. Getting rid of all of Ulf in like literally the span of 20 to 30 seconds. Very quick fight. but then they just let Tiamba coexist with them on the lower side next to the water. I think that was a little bit of a mistake from Alula. I would have loved to see them rock up on their position as they fight DK. That would have been a great third party. But you know what? It's still a 16-point rondo, so Alula Club, sure, it's not the chicken dinner, but it's still an amazing start in the survival stage.
Great kickstart for that team. It wasn't a 29 elimination this time out of E Arena Neptura, but they do end up getting at least 8.
They do. That was a really nice push from them as well. We saw them do some crazy things. Actually, they were on the east side of the zone, right? So there was a lot of teams over there. So for them to get as many eliminations as they did, I mean, it was just constant fighting from beginning to end for them. You know, them as well as Yangon. I really liked what we saw from Yangon in the beginning of this game. I think it was still a very strong rondo for them, even though they didn't really go very late into the game. I still liked the presence that has seemed to be making a return for them. I'm really enjoying that.
Yeah, we're seeing some changes from this squads too. It seems like they put that extra day off and to work with the VOD review. One team that I think ended up doing that perfectly was Nongshim, especially with their rotations.
Finally, just committing to a play. Sure, it was not an aggressive play. I think they didn't really have to go for an aggressive play this game. But it's just they see Geekay in a really good position in the play zone next to that lake in the center of the zone. And I see Geekay actively rocking up onto Alpha's position southwest of that circle. Like, wait, that position is free. Let's not waste a single second and just capitalize on that opportunity and snatch that spot for ourselves. And that gets them so deep in that game, podium minimum, second place off the back of that Niptura. That is what I wanted to see from NSR.
It is exactly what I wanted to see as well, because we saw in their second day of their group stage, right? They lost that momentum. They lost they were finding the opportunities, but they were just being so slow to actually do anything about them. And that has definitely changed in this game. We saw them actually take those opportunities pretty instantaneously. And that is what we want to see from Nongshim Red Force. We know they can do it, and they've done it again. And it is going to be Tiamba being the match MVP, and Milu, yeah, you were saying, Jukes, he's doing some great stuff.
Let's go, Milu. I mean, I think this is a good example of, you know what, sometimes, even if you are a top squad, you don't really come off the way you really want to sometimes, right? But you know what, a day off, I think we saw these squads refresh themselves, really start playing true to form here, and this is what we needed to see. We needed to see this, even there towards the end. Ula had the top ground, but at the same time, Nongshim Red Force and Tiamba were like, we want to win this game. Let's focus all our energy up top, take them out first, and then we'll see who ends up winning first or second place. And that is how you get it done. So good to finally see these squads make it happen. It's only been one game. Come on. Let's see some more of that in Erangel. More of that, please.
One game, but we're already getting a little bit more flashes from some of these squads of just consistent inconsistency, and I'm thinking about Alpha 7 because their squad was only able to get 2 eliminations. They need to make sure they pick it up here. One quick little shout out is GOAT team was able to perform so well in that one, being aggressive, exactly what we expect out of GOAT, but let's see what teams are going to be bringing it in game 2.
Thanks for setting this up there, Seven. Great desk as always. Very exciting to get the insight, the narratives, and build ourselves back in before another game here. Obviously, survival stage tension much higher. Changing over now from Rondo to something a little bit more consistent, John. Excited to see what really is going to be, hopefully, a stepping stone for our teams throughout the remainder of the day.
Absolutely. I was excited to see Hot Jukes' boots. Those
they look good, right?
Looking pretty fresh, man. You know, represent Texas.
You know what they say?
Hi FMG, hi Harsh, Kadyan जी, hi कैसे हो? Guys, like करो भी guys, क्या कर रहे हो यार? Like करो यार, let's go for 200 likes. मैं सोच रही हूँ, ये लोग मेरे Discord में क्यों नहीं आ रहे? साले.
Full access, and no one should be getting into any hot drop trouble. But it is slightly reshuffled lobby. Remember, we didn't really talk about drop spots on Rondo because it tends to just be let's all hot drop and then see what happens. But here on Erangel, it's a little bit more prescribed, it's a little bit more thought out and measured. So hopefully our teams have figured out where they want to go, and there won't be too much conflict over zones. But already 3 teams out over Millie, as well as, well, maybe 4 teams out over military as RRQ jump out a little bit later on. Everybody else, I think, is looking to head further north and get to the mainland. RRQ may be looking for that bridge split on the west, bridge split on the west side.
Yeah, it's more standard, obviously, what we'd expect there from Yangon. They've gone for this quite a few times in Erangel, very comfortable to have those military starts. Similar sort of opening as well for GOAT, so no surprises there. You imagine they can split off and wrap away, like you touched on. Rest of the squad's trying to get distance with those parachutes. They've done their training, John. They're A5 guaranteed gliders, so they can get to the mainland.
They've got the distance, they got the legs. needed to get on their way. Yeah, GOAT team also dropping out. They will have diverted away from that. You don't really want to get stuck in, as I said, into those hot drops.
Jaljeera किधर गई? हेकड़ी निकल गई.
Nasty circle. Goodness
कौन
me.
Jaljeera?
We were having some pretty nasty circles, very gnarly stuff coming through over in the group stages. Looks like we're going to continue that trend all the way out on the southwest side. Keeping a lot of Gatka, Quarry, that sort of area in, but this is not what you want to see to open things up for a survival stage.
No, we've been here before, you're right, man. Those group stages, very aggro with some of the circles we were getting, and similar scenario there.
शुरू हो चुका है.
Cut off, potential for the bridge to be in play as well. We'll see if that's a blessing for some teams or a haunting prospect for others. Obviously, we're dropping far further up towards the north
फिर आपने मुझे आज स्टॉकर बोल दिया, पता नहीं आगे आगे क्या सुनना पड़ेगा. देखने मुझे पता नहीं आगे मुझे और क्या देखना पड़ेगा.
One from them, so obviously if you can punish early and slow down GK from actually accumulating point after point, will be the dream scenario.
Hopefully add those points to your tally.
शुरू हो चुका है guys.
As well, but right now,
यार अभी शिवरात्रि का वो टूट चुका है ना, अभी मैं अपना फास्ट तोड़ सकती हूँ क्या?
Super close to danger. Definitely it's disengageable here, depending on the vehicle counts that each team has. And I feel like in Pachinki, you cannot get stuck in too far here, especially with a circle like this. You have to look to disengage in these scenarios. The thing that sort of plays on the reverse side of that is that you are competing for the drop spot in the future matches, and a lot of teams find value in saying, you know what, we're not giving up our drop spot.
विवेक कुमार, सोचा आर जीवी रोड नहीं जाना क्या? मुझे ऐसे बोल रहा है विवेक कुमार. मुझे ऐसे कैसे बोल रहा है? तुम्हारे घर में वाहन नहीं है क्या? मैं ये सब सुन के मैं अपना लाइव स्ट्रीम ऑफ कर रही हूँ. मैं अपना चैनल ही डिलीट कर दे रही हूँ गाइस. मुझे बहुत फर्क पड़ रहा है. मेरा दिल टूट गया. NS जीतेगा इस बार. NS टियान जीतेगा. या NS जीतेगा.
I imagine for the viewers at home, you're going to be aiming to get yourself
NS या टियान जीत जाएगा देखना.
We've got a great event
मैं
going
बोल
on right now in game. I know you've been hyped for this one.
हेटू भांगी ले.
Naruto event.
हेटू टाइम
Make sure
टू.
you're grabbing those character
उपास
sets.
रखा टाइम टू भांगी ले.
Fresh with the skins as well as that nine
राती का
org.
भात खा.
Looking pretty.
नहीं
Not like any of our players
बिस्कुट
have
तो
the
दिया.
org though, which is unfortunate.
राती खा अब अलग पिसर खामिटिया ना खाओ.
Neither team really going to be able to take on the supply truck either, given that they're
यार
in a
तुम
bit of
लोग
a
डिस्कॉर्ड
standoff.
में आओ ना यार.
Makes
क्या
things
कर रहे हो?
A little bit nastier to play from Pachinki.
Let the tension just settle here. Oh, nade line up through the window.
Oh,
it's a nice chip, John. Could have been beautiful.
Does manage to catch a little spray on the step across there, but not going to quite get the knock. And it's again just retreating, being a little bit safe. Like you said, deck of cards type play, reshuffle yourselves somewhat, but that is a nice little reshuffle from Ragnarok on the sidelines, able to get the side swipe. And GK have got their opener. Now, do they try and take this one fast, or are they going to slow themselves down again? Looks like they want to try and capitalize a second knock, and there is no way that they're getting those two players back up. Surely not, as GK descend from multiple angles. One is cut across, but it's not going to be the same story for the others.
No, it's really nice from Kevin. Beautiful predict with the nade. Pops perfectly. Reply back over, easy for Bad Boy cleaning up. So 1-by-1, Dopeness suffering heavy losses on this. It was Makita that took a few pot shots over to the GK roster to start off, and they went, you know what, you want to fight, let's take it.
Let's get it done. 2 players now left for Dopeness. Ulf did manage to rotate over the north side of Pachinki, and because this fight is taking place, it means that the teams in Pachinki, or if there had only been one, the team in Pachinki, has not moved out to the west side. For Ulf, this is pretty good news because it means they have access to a lot of zone that they may not have done before, as well as a third-party angle. Leaving Eren up on the top of the hill, they could start to slow it down even more. And they're going to have so much information about what has been going on in this area. Eren doesn't even want to stick around for the flush. He gives up his position, and they're just going to back it off. And Ulf are going to be the ones to take down the supply truck from Pachinki. This is huge for Ulf.
Yeah, this is really nice. Cutting out a lot of that mid-game looting time, getting themselves hopefully some high-tier loot to play with off the back of it. Good comms on it, set themselves up, dump a few magazines simultaneously into the truck and grab your benefits from it. alongside possibly forcing the hand of these two teams a little bit more as well with the damage done from that high-rise angle. Oh, Kenji, good for one. The double up coming potentially as well as he spams. SafeG trying to peek back into it, shot into the thigh, stays alive. Makita on the wraparound, has that molly through the window.
Oh, here's the player step a little bit too late. May have been able to swing faster, but it's going to work out. Holding the ground floor now, and GK get a little bit too bold with it. Aaron from the off angle rattled them a little bit, and they are starting to shake, starting to show vulnerability. Another big nade from SafG though, puts them in the advantage once more. One player now standing for Dopeness.
Kenji has the Bizon to play with. What can he do? Not too much there. Spams over on the side, but not enough to keep them in it as the nade from Ragnarok blows him away, and Dopeness off the drop. Exit stage left with 2 elims, but that is a detriment to GK, John. Even if they reset, it's only a duo.
Yeah, they do win the fight, sure. There was that third party coming through from Ulf as they wrapped around on that northern side. Tiamba now going to take up that mantle, but this is what you have to be afraid of on these hot drops. They no longer have prio when it comes to getting out to the west. And on a hard shift like this, they have lost too much time for me to really be considering them deeply into the rest of this match. Everybody else much, much faster, and we are going to focus our attention now on teams making that break out west. A lot of teams coating the west side coast and the south edge as well, near Ferry Pier, around Quarry. Yangon Galacticos, very much the back of the queue.
See if Yangon can keep some good energy rolling for that roster over the course of today's playdate. A lot of eyes on them. Now, 2 reigning champions in the lobby, of course, being Yangon Galacticos, and then behind that, Alpha 7 from the year prior, back in 2024's EWC.
यार, last time के winners भी सर्वाइवल स्टेज खेल रहे जो इतना ठंडा हालत कैसे है?
What are we doing?
What is going on? Goodness me, a massive western shift on this zone. It is brutal. Quarry is so impactful here as well. It's such a quagmire of a position. It just sticks you down. You can't really move freely around it. So for Ulf, they may be able to take the ridgeline, but getting down future may be difficult. I don't think too many teams are going to be able to play around Quarry, and this is going to get nasty. The positions out on the west are difficult to hold, and for Arena, they need to regroup. For Wolves, they need to try and stay alive, and 7-2-1 are going to try and crash on in. Everybody on the south edge being funneled around that Quarry location. Oh, Jackie, this is going to get very, very dirty.
I love this biscuit.
There's something in the air at this event. I don't know what happened this year, John, but the circles we've had have resulted in some ridiculous games the whole way through, from start to finish. It's never easy.
50-50
Feels like we're playing with 50% land in every single game. Half of it's always taken up by the water. Hey, we go again. Teams instantly crunching down, knowing it's only going to get harder to get into a safe location in the zone the longer they leave this one.
Yangon Galacticos just about making it past Quarry. Ulf actually went straight past Quarry, and they're now very central on this zone, Jackie. They're looking to play out to the west side of the road. Towards that coastline. Nestling themselves in and maybe play a 2-2 split. Yangon Galacticos happy to post up around those Quarry warehouses for the time being. Maybe move on a little bit further because you've got AGAL moving in behind them. Furia, in the meantime, trying to get out of Primorsk, playing in from that south edge. I like this this move coming through from Igor. Moving one of their players around the headland gives them a little bit more latitude when it comes to having to move later on, and that really is the plan for the scout out on the west.
Thing is, for some of our teams as well, this accelerates the way you have to play this one. I think a Go team, they usually like those very long, safe rotates where they want to be inside of the blue, taking their opportunity to build into a great late game finish. Here, you can't really play that style. Have to take a few shots onto Fury as they catch line of sight on the road. This is going to be Vote Team's POV. Elevated angle, Killer Joe getting swarmed on as well. The AGAL Killer Bees on the move as they head down towards the road, looking to cut round Goat and get themselves into a better position. Doesn't get any easier though. The Wolves just up ahead.
And Ulf as well, looking to try and stymie that approach from the south side. AGAL on the side of a road, looking to maybe control the shack, but Aaron's already in occupation. Ketch needs to line him up, and Aaron takes a lot of damage there. Far too much for my liking. Has to fold back, and that gives AGL a chance. Ketch now in danger as AGL continue their pursuit to move on forwards. Somehow they're making this march, and I'm surprised that they've been able to get this far,
Discord
Jackie.
invite
Next circle, is it
expired
going
or
to be
not permission
similarly
दिखा
brutal?
रहा है.
It
लेकिन
goes
Discord
coastal
आपको क्यों
side, maybe
चाहिए?
less brutal, but
अरे
even
आप वो
so,
बताओ.
it's nasty.
Still punishing stuff. Cutting out that landmass. Teams standing on each other. Shoulder to shoulder in the zone. In AGAL, you're right, man. Barely tucked in behind the ticket booth. Found themselves a few moments of brief respite to catch their breath. Tiamba as well. They're here. They're catching line of sight of this. Two pot shots being fired towards their general direction. Only really free squads that are even outside of the zone right now. Nongshim Red Force down to Primorsk with wrap up from Furia close by, and then Geeke coming in down from the north side late.
This RRQ position, really important. The hill that sits towards the coastline, you can see the high ground that they're able to control. Ulf trying to move into the foothills around it, but AGL are peppering them. Apparently Aaron is in nade range there. That's a long arm on that one. Looks to try and find some more, but he's already crawling away, crawling back to the rest of the roster. For RRQ, this is great, but they need to start leveraging it for elims. I think that's Aaron down and out. I think it may well be, but Furia and Nongshim Red Force in the meantime, all on the south side, coming to loggerheads, and nobody's looking happy with this. Furia on 2 players and Nongshim left on just 1, Jackie.
Yeah, this is rough, man. No one's getting out of this with a smile on their face unless they can completely recover now. Thankfully, the last shot goes through pretty heavy-handedly to punish one more man from Nongshim, leaving it down to a solo. Fury are going to be attempting to get the recovery on the go. CXCY did bail out. Surprised he's still standing. Bullet after bullet being injected towards the vehicle. He just keeps driving.
Cheeky little seat swap there for XNY to stay alive, but where's he going? He might as well have pulled up on that shack, or maybe he's going to pull up on a player from AGAL. It's not going to work out, though.
मैं तो NS के साथ हूँ.
A little bit wild, but not really too many options left
ये
for
chat
him.
मैंने पढ़ा ही था कि NS उड़ गया.
Maybe a touch earlier, he could have had the hop out, grab some of those shots, but wasn't quite there with it. Not quite slick enough. And AGAL, with a little bit of a danger approaching them, able to hold their nerve.
Discord में कोई नहीं है क्या?
नहीं कोई नहीं है, बुलाओ ना सबको. आई नहीं रहे कोई.
दुकान से आ ही रहा है. दुकान में अपने प्रेमिका को मिलने गया था शायद, पता नहीं.
DRX as well, hillside peek over. Trey trying to get a read on things. Alula back into the fight as well. Geeke taking the head-on approach towards Yangon with Alula amongst them, sandwiching them there. So they do go down. That's our 3rd and 4th position team off the back of our opening game of Rondo, already out of the running, so opportunities for some lapping to occur.
Geeke obviously the team that won Pachinki, but kind of lost as well in that first hot drop. We'll be keeping an eye on if that continues to happen for those 2 teams, and if Geeke continue to win it, if it does. But either way, they will slow themselves down, something awful. A lot of casualties in the middle of this zone, and rightly so. It keeps the coastline in the
जी का हो गया? उनकी तरफ से हो रहा है क्या?
on that west side too. Those buildings, I'm imagining Fury is going to be crashing into them. Either that, or they try and sweep around behind RRQ's hill and take control of that area of the map.
Take control of that area.
Could be a game-changing play.
Game-changing
Establish a nice
play.
area of control for yourselves. Force them out. Starting to get a bit excited in the crowd now as well. Energy building up here in Paris going into game 2.
मेरे haters को ना ऐसे इंग्लिश बोलने वालों के बीच में छोड़ देना चाहिए. देखने लायक शक्ल हो जाएगा इनका.
He's certified for this one.
टट्टी जैसा.
Let's go team with all 4 players still alive right now. Another wraparound potentially for KRX as
टट्टी
well.
बातें भी करते हैं, टट्टी जैसा दिखने के लिए वैसे भी टट्टी जैसा ही दिखते हैं. और काट दिख जाएगा इनका.
Alpha 7 on the northwest side, with 3 players alive on the beachhead. Binny, he's going to start to tick away from the blue, from the water. You need breath, you need health bar, and neither's going to go your way. Down he goes, leaving only the 1 player now left standing for them.
अभी टियान बोला भाई देखो इस बार टियान मरेगा तो अब्रजीत ठीक है
instead of going towards the zone,
मुझे
looks
बोल
like
रहा है
maybe they want to try and take care of Goat Team first.
ये
Scout it out.
ये अब्रजीत
They wrap back around fairly quickly though, as the last player from Kiwon DRX goes down.
NS के साथ आप एलिमिनेट हो गए इस मैच के लिए अब आप चेंज नहीं कर सकते
So the
हो
other player, of course, denying it out to the blue, not wanting to give the points over to Furia. So that is where their story ends in game 2. Killer Joe, off-angle peek from the sideline. The attention of Furia was all
Hi ma'am,
on
good
Moxie.
evening. You're looking
Joe was able
very
to take
angry.
the first bit
What
of
happened,
damage
ma'am?
with
मेरी
ease.
शक्ल ही
Silence
ऐसी है.
replies though. Shuts down Fuchs, leaves him on his last legs. Good name play from Moxie. Shushes Silence. If this is on target, could be very lethal. Trying to get it over the hillside onto the close grouping. A trio of Furia
आप
players
गुटखा खाती हो
with
क्या?
one
आपको
man in
किसी
the
तरह
vehicle
गुटखा खाती हो
scouting.
यार?
Chief on
कहीं
the
जिस
push
दुकान
back
से मैं
over.
गुटखा खरीदती हूँ वो आपके पापा का तो नहीं?
Really looking rough here, John.
Yeah, the off angle from Arena is chiming in as well, and another nade sent over the top. It's big boom after big boom coming through from Goat Team. And now it's just Ayala on the forefront. On the back line, it's Igor who needs to come up big here against Goat Team, but they can't push forwards because of that Arena off angle, which is slowing this fight down really annoyingly for Goat Team. The advantage, though, is that they can start to use this time to maybe find a foothold into the zone because the blue zone is upon them, and you can't res in stage 4. You need to get this one done as fast as you can. Silence may not be able to get back up here.
उला का एक बंदा नॉक है उला का बंदा
They
एक
knew there
फिनिश
was
हो
the
गया
rock up
उला
from the
का
back line when Elementrix got the takedown
Right
on the
there.
Go Team, so they've read that, reassessed and wrapped off, like you say, and they've gone straight into the awaiting arms of Tianba. Terrifying Tianba today. They've changed their fate. Few more elims wrapped up. That puts them on 2 so far.
Now they're encroaching towards AGAL. Both from the same region, and there's the crash from Eagle on the shack. They know there's a player in here. They need to try and keep safe, but it's not going super well for everyone. Tianba able to stay alive on the inside, but losing one on the out, and Liu gets some retribution. AGAL now playing on us 2 in the center of the circle as it shrinks right on top of them. Holding this position would be great, but there's so many angles now staring you down.
Oh, nades are good as well. Primes that one, gets it right on target. Goodbye AGAL. They go down to the nitro they've been given to breakfast. And this is where it gets far more scary as well. Alula, low on HP, a bit of split on the setup. Yangon Galacticos pushing in as a roster. Coming in together, struggling on contact with one player buckling under the pressure, and Wolves, they smell the opportunity to steal some of these elims. Nade arced over, Elementrix dives out, Romeo will fall, can't withstand that.
Oh, but there is an answer from Smile to find a knock over onto a Wolves player, leaving Awola potentially to be able to... No, I don't think they can get this rest of the blue zone coming on in now. Doesn't quite have the time to get the call back. Would be a miracle to get that back to 2. So Awola may be drawing short here. In the meantime, the Wolves have got Goat Team pushing in behind them. Wolves felt that they were third-partying it, but they've been fourth-party, necessarily can't quite do what he needed to. As Force goes in with the shotgun trade. Elementrix, though, still on the swivel for Wolves. Doing work, but Killer Joe left to survive this one. Has another opportunity for the fight, but Elementrix is looking clean with it. Takes too much damage, though, and has to dip back.
Killer Joe thrives in these sort of encounters, John, where he does his best work. He's able to really nail that one with the UMP. Get the quick pick up, looking for the revive on Force as well, so they can fight on as a duo. Turney K. He's got the angle, John.
Oh, he doesn't quite get the peak fully there, though. He's a little bit too timid, and that's going to allow...
हैदराबाद से हो? अच्छा आप हैदराबाद से हो? नाइस यार. लेकिन यार ये कौन से आपके हैदराबाद के कौन से स्कूल में ये पढ़ा रहा है कि नॉर्थ के सारे गुटखा खाते हैं बोल के? बताना स्कूल का नाम.
K gets back, and the Arena don't want to overcommit.
Jumps back in the vehicle, puts the pedal to the metal, and pieces out for now, whilst Force continues to hit heavy, quick, not fast enough for Alula's escape plan. There's only one man remains, Claws cruising over into the awaiting arms of Ulf. They've seen him coming, but if he keeps going, it'll be RRQ that will have this one set up on a platter. Back exposed, easy tags, that's the takedown.
Should have gone that way a little bit earlier. Have given up control over a lot of this hill. It was under pressure, but I feel like you do need to start to think about stepping forwards now. The difficulty with that is, of course, Furia's position on the south edge. They do need to keep control of that, which is why they've invested so much in terms of moving there. But that opens opportunities for Alpha 7 on the north side to start to be a major player in this circle. Because they've been quite quiet up until now. Moving down south, they get a lot more control and maybe sneak in behind RRQ, or rather in front of them now.
Pmwc का?
Furia, it's not been easy for them for the positions they've been forced into. Still standing as a trio after losing Silence quite some time ago from that engagement over the top. It was Foops that took him out. Nade onto the vehicles. RRQ not overcommitting for this, wrapping off with the zone shifting in as well, crunching further up towards the mainland.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I wanted RRQ to be looking to play. They kind of probably did want to play that already, but you can see that Furia would have had some pretty solid angles on this. Irina may as well been able to chime in, depending on exactly how you're playing it. But Irina going to have to move, Furia going to have to move. And the crunch in on the east side, I think, it's going to be pretty tricky. Irina looks like they were willing to go for those wraparounds, go quite wide with things. So potential for them to actually move into this west side engagement, but they may just look to push up towards Tiamba and towards Go, as RRQ look to regroup further north and fence off the area from Alpha 7. Nuth, the sub coming in for Alpha 7, will be the player to hold, and he's on the vehicle spot, looking to control it. Doesn't quite tag with the first shotgun, but there is the top of the hill coming on to play.
They focus all their fire on him. He's able to withstand the pressure and get back up from the rest of the boys as Alpha 7 start to thrive off the noise being made by the fans in the arena. RRQ detonating the vehicle to shut down the super sub for the site. What can the rest of the roster get up to here? Bullets being peppered towards them. Amongst all this, 721 GRS struck upon by Ulf as they go in heavy with the shotguns. What? Ravo just drives into the middle of it all. Let's go crazy, John.
How on earth does he dodge all of those rounds on the outside? Korea with the seat swap looks for more, but Alpha 7 fall at the final hurdle. Revo looked immaterial crossing that open beach, but it was not to be, and now Furia can roll on in, happy as Larry, to go for the fight. Irina wants to try and crunch it behind this too, and they are doing just that.
Nades on target, good damage. Furia, they've had to play defensive for so long. Now we're seeing that aggression come out. Cutthroat play so far. Wrap around the back, the nade look good, but a bare bounce over the top side, and they'll get it done with a round instead. RRQ fall.
ये मिलियन ड्रीम्स को बताती हूँ मैं, रुको हम बात करते हैं तुम्हारे साथ, रुको तुम्हारे साथ अच्छे से बात करना पड़ेगा, तुम्हारा नॉलेज नेक्स्ट लेवल का है, अभी गुटखा खा के आना पड़ेगा मुझे और आपके नॉलेज पे ना ऐसा थूकना पड़ेगा मुझे, रुको
only two of their players alive, but still a force to be reckoned with. Kelsey and Scarface have got some solid positions to play around. Irina on the south border, I think they're the team to beat here, Jackie. It feels like on this south side they have got control, they've got a lot of what they need, and Furia is committing towards the north side.
Energy building up. A lot of fans in the house today. You could see all the Yangon Galacticos signs, John. The Alpha 7 fans bringing the heat once again as well. But they've got one thing in common right now. Neither squad remains alive currently in Game 2. Out of the contest here. Looking to really squeeze a good ejection point out of this for Tianba as well. Thinking about the potential of a ludicrous start to the day if they can do the unthinkable.
I mean, they've already gotten 5 elims and gotten up to a 5th place. This is a good game regardless for Tiamba. They are going to be happy with this performance. Next zone coming on through. Shrink's pretty dead center. I don't think there's too much to worry about for the arena, for Tiamba, and for Furia. But for GOAT team, I think this is going to be their big test, right? They are just playing on this one tree. They've got some vehicles in the back lines, sure, but they have to move. And where do you go? Where do you go? Going to light you up. The arena are going to light you up. You need a pick. You need an opening. I just don't see GOAT team moving forwards.
Yeah, it's not been the easiest approach for them. For Furia, they've been trying to build up nice points on this game, taking the heat to teams when they think there's a chance to get a drop on them. Well, Kelsey trapped by the rocks there after eating the nade. No real easy pathway for Scarface to get him back on his feet. This could be another chance for Furia to flush out one more squad, push themselves even further with 2 elims going their way if they do it cleanly.
Yeah, go team. You really can't be doing anything here. Killer Joe just looking for some angles, but there's nothing to do. Fair enough to fall down there. Killer Joe will go down last. Scarface now under pressure as Tiab actually take the Elam over on towards Kelsey, and Scarface still kicking as Ayala takes a knee. E-Arena in the meantime can start to march in from the south side. A nade will finish off Scarface, but Ayala now needs to be secured, and this is beautiful sweep across from E-Arena. Furia have committed to that north side, and there is now nothing stopping E-Arena taking the entirety of this ridgeline in a 3-way engagement.
Yeah, this is great decision making. Instantly aggressing when they think they've got a moment to get the drop on them. Furia down to 3 players of Ayala, unfortunately falling in that head-to-head versus Scarface. That puts so much more pressure on this team. They've got to get him back up. We'll have a few seconds here to top his HP up. Thankfully, he's done so. They crunch so much space, so much map control away. Nowhere near as easy now, John.
They know Milu's position. With the nades, they've been able to push forwards. Ayala creeping up to the ridgeline as well, and the Arena actually going to regress on their hole, not wanting to stay overextended or maybe move those vehicles in different ways, swap them out, something like that. But just like giving that ground there was an interesting decision, but they get it back very, very quickly. Furia don't try and push over the top on it. Still waiting for this one to get forced by the circle. You can see Chief will get moved. Igor as well has to leave his little ridge and step up probably towards that burnt out buggy. That's where he's pacing himself towards Ayala.
What a nade, bhai. Almost.
Cannot find an angle.
For love nor money right now.
Neck to neck ho raha hai, guys.
No chance to get a raw free peek onto
Ye
them.
jeetega ye.
Just looking to cast that first stone, open it up
Bas,
with an
party
advantage.
change.
Ye
The
jeetega
first domino
ye.
falling driver of these
Party
squads will be
change,
very
bhai.
detrimental for
Chalo,
E-Arena. That big
Tian
benefit you
ye
have as
jeetega
well in
jao.
the trade game. They've got 1 extra man in the squad. Takes a little bit more pressure
Tian
off
ye
them,
to
but
ye
they still
jeetega,
need a
guys.
clean
Mera
fight.
paisa
I
Tian
think
aur
from
ye
either
pe.
side, it wouldn't really change much.
Tian ka second आएगा, chicken dinner आएगा.
Next stage closes dead central on this, and no one really has the full inside
Bas
track,
Tian
but
ka
E-Arena
third
have
party
the
ना हो
most
जाए.
ability to move around. If Furia go down, Tiamba can
Party
start
badal
to
diya.
move up the
अब मैं तो
hill.
party बदलती रहती हूँ यार.
That might give them a little opening door. Furia now moving much closer towards the Arena, and the
change
nades
नहीं
are
कर
going to
सकते,
start
आपने
to
lock
cause
किया था,
problems
हाँ.
for
वो lock
Mormon.
था.
The Molotov's there as well,
हाँ, वो
but he
lock
has the
किया था क्या?
smoke to cover his vision and
अरे
hits the
यार.
deck. Looks to get
ठीक
some
है.
healing. No knock found.
Tian jeetega.
Shocked. I'm absolutely shocked he's still standing there.
Tian jeetega,
Stereo
chalo.
nades got out
I'll
either
trust
side. It
my
felt like
instincts.
one bullet away from him
Tian
falling.
jeetega chalo.
Topped himself back up, like you say. He's quick with the meds. Furia debating where they really need to engage on this. Is it
Furia
easier
का
to try
बंदा
and
जा
wrap
रहा है उनकी
around?
तरफ गाड़ी लेके.
Tiamba side, they just have to hold in the middle, wait for the crunch to come towards them. They're going to go in the Tiamba, Ayala. Thought maybe they were a little bit closer than they are.
ये
Had the
फ्यूरिया वाले
DBS
जाओ
primed.
ना भाई ये पे.
Scouting play
इधर
as
ही
well.
घूम रहे बेशर्मों
Losing
की
lots of
तरह
space
भाई.
as peak up from E-Arena, starting to force them further back. It's getting scary out there.
अमीर होते जा रहे हैं और
Final
गरीब एक
zone
दूसरे के साथ
closing as
लड़ाई
well
करके
now,
अपने मार
Jackie.
रहे हैं भाई.
It's straight into the middle. Can't hang about now. No elims for E-Arena. So they would love to try and sweep a couple of these up. Over the top of the hill, they're looking to put a pressure onto Furia, but they fight back. Eco goes 1-for-1 on the trade, which is not great news for them. But where are Tiamba? Can they make a pass at this? Try and move in behind Furia. I think they might be going for it. They've heard this fight break out. They've seen the knocks come through. The backlines from E-Arena getting a little bit full-spotted as Tiamba make their play.
Tiamba, triple threat of nades thrown over the top.
बिहार से क्या
Erupting
बंदा?
explosions towards Furia's
अच्छा.
angle after knowing they're weak.
मुझे लगा कास्टल
They're
बिहार से.
still not overly committing. Being hit
फुटेगा.
from all sides as well. They're going slightly too far deep. That one looks good.
अरे
Great
फुटेगा.
chip damage onto Furia. Chief with a reply.
अबे
Morgan's
ये
drop.
मार रहा है,
Joker
अबे
hits
ये
the
मारो.
headshot back onto him. It's a
ये
1-for-1 stalemate.
जीतेगा भाई.
Tiamba still waiting.
Finally, a second knock, and now Furia are
Bye,
one.
bye, bye,
Tiamba
Tiamba,
read this
party
nicely.
कर ले
Eagle the last to
यार.
go.
सीख जा,
They wrap
party
around,
करना,
they roll
bro.
it down. QZ wants to shut it out, and the Arena
That's
now. The
elimination,
last
Toki,
hurdle,
nice.
but Tiamba's back to back.
Wow,
Three
क्या
players
क्या
versus two.
क्या
Joker
क्या.
over the distance, but there's one in the smoke. Dealt with immediately. QZ relies on his
आ
teammates.
गया.
He turns for a moment, but he knows they've got his back. in a 1 versus 3. Can he make it work? Mormon now bleeding out to the zone. Irina will fall in the face of Tiamba for a back-to-back chicken dinner. This is brilliant.
Talks of Tiamba looking timid in their group stage. But that's all changed now as they terrify the lobby and turn up massively with not only one chicken dinner locked in, but a second following that. Back-to-back. Incredible start to the survival stage here.
एक और मैच जीतेगा अब इसके बाद वाला क्या कौन सा वाला पता नहीं जीतेगा
For a team that, as we were saying, there were a lot of criticisms levied at their play style. They only just about managed to get into the survival stage with a late in the day chicken dinner. But they did look much better during that chicken dinner during those group stages. And this is exactly the sort of development you want to see. Able to go, I think it was 11 eliminations as well there, Jackie. It is a monumental start for them. Getting towards the top 6 just got a whole lot easier.
Yeah, dream start, that's what we're saying. Right? We're looking at it even kind of early into that one, thinking, oh, they've done pretty well with the elims. It looks like they've got a good set of heads on their shoulders today. Way better for you when you not only get 1 chicken dinner, but 2 already locked in.
timing de de. Senu.
Playing it smart. I was a little bit worried we're going to see some of those signs of them not willing to really engage even when they have a bit of an advantage. We saw that a few times in groups. It looks like they've recovered that.
Yeah, I mean, the instance right at the end there, where they saw 1 knock on either side, they said, you know what, now's as good as any. The zone's closing, we've got to go. They had the nades, a little bit off target with the nades. I think it's safe to say they didn't have a full read on the position of Furia, so overexpending a little bit of utility there. So still improvements to be made, but I think I can forgive them that. They were still able to crunch it behind, be the pneumatic press that crunched Furia and followed through straight on towards Irina, who, given the solid position that they had on that south side.
ये बंदा कुछ तो लिखा था, कॉपी पेस्ट ही था, जितना परसेंटेज दिखा था बिना पढ़े ही मैं बोल सकती थी. चलो, मिजोरम is the state with the highest tobacco consumption in India, with over 72% to 73% of adult men and a highly overall percentage of population using tobacco products northeastern states. First of all, मैं मिजोरम से नहीं हूँ, मैं गुवाहाटी असम से हूँ, ठीक है. सेकेंड ऑफ ऑल, तुमने बोला था कि नॉर्थ के सारे लोग खाते हैं, तो तुम सिर्फ मिजोरम का निकाल के क्यों दे रहे हो? इतना तो दिमाग लगा लो भाई, चीटिंग भी कर रहे हो, कितना झाटू चीटिंग कर रहे हो. एंड थर्डली यहाँ में बता रहा है 72 to 73% ऑफ एडल्ट मैन. मेरा कौन सा तीसरा पैर दिख रहा है फेस कैम में तुमको, या मेरी दाढ़ी आ रही है? भाई पैसा खर्चा करके मैं पार्लर से दाढ़ी काट के आती हूँ, तीसरा पैर भी नहीं है मेरा. तुमको कैसे लग गया कि मैं उन 72 to 73% मैन में से मैं एक आती हूँ? है भाई, दिमाग लगा भाई. मिलियन ड्रीम्स, मिलियन झाटू हो तुम. कुछ भी दिमाग लगा के तुम बोल दोगे. है अभी तुम हैदराबाद से हो, ठीक है, तुम हैदराबाद से हो. तुम कहां से हो? तुम साउथ से हो. अभी अगर मैं बोलती हूं, समझ रहे हो ना मैं क्या बोलना चाह रही हूं? तुमको पता है, फिर वो रेसिज्म हो जाएगा कि मैं अगर बोली कि तुम हैदराबाद से, हैदराबाद के सारे लड़के सारे बंदे होते हैं, तो रेसिस्ट बोल दोगे मुझे, तो ऑफेंड हो जाओगे, मम्मी पापा पे चले जाओगे. मत करो. मैं यही बोलती हूँ अपने हेटर्स को कि करो, मुझे हेट दो, मुझे चाहिए, बट मुझे समझ रहे हो ना, अप टू द मार्क वाला हेट दो ना, जहां मैं बहस कर सकूं मैं, ना कि तुमको उल्टा ही बोलूं कि कर सकते हो और अच्छे से हेट दो. ऐसे समझ रहे हो ना, अच्छा वाला यार.
Almost just
come on यार,
lackluster.
It's not happening bro. मैं सुसु करके आती हूँ hard way.
A lot better. I think everyone's form is just peaking right now. And
आपसे better IQ तो भाई पुनीत सुपरस्टार का है.
Adjusted was I added
मैं आ रही हूँ
I added a
वॉशरूम
case
से.
to my phone. And I think that really helped to reduce some of the kind of like not registering some of my key inputs, my touches. So I think that really helped as well.
More accurate at all. That makes a lot of sense. And going to the Rondo game, you guys came in from the south side of the river and played alongside the river for almost the whole game. What were the biggest threats to you guys for that first win?
当时你们第一张图的时候，你们相当于就是从那条河的南边就是进圈的，然后而且你们相当于是我唯一之最站在那边，然后你们就一直沿着那条河的南边在那边打了一整场。 当时一整场下来，你能不能跟我说一下最主要的一些威胁会是什么呢？
哦，其实最主要的威胁是我们准备反清山上的一波，然后我们差点被右边的 KR 叉给溜了，然后但是我们当时顶住了那一波，然后那波可能是最具威胁的一波。
Well, I'll say the most dangerous point was when we were trying to clear a hill, and then I think TRX actually had the slip on us, and it was a very tough battle. I think it was a really dangerous moment for us, but we managed to hold on and we managed to fight back, and we managed to win that battle. And I think that was the single most we almost eliminated point.
All right, QZZ, amazing once again. Thank you very much. Thank you for the translations. That does it for us down here on the stage. Will Tiamba get another win on the day? Looking like it. It's crazy.
आ गई हूँ मैं। किधर गया ये जार्विस की दुकान से निकला ही नहीं, ये अब तक दुकान से निकला ही नहीं है क्या?
हम दुकान पे ही है, गुम हो गया उधर, रास्ता ढूंढ रहे
होते हैं, नेक्स्ट लेवल के होते हैं सबके बहन्स की आंख।
Tiamba doing their best impressions of Drake with that back-to-back, because this
हम
team
नोटिस
is
वाले तो सुनते
definitely
रहते
showing
हैं
up
कि
here at survival stage of PMWC at
leaves
EWC
भेजो या
26. But
नया
don't
सुना
forget,
है,
it is
वही तो
PMWC. There is a PMWC lucky spin currently going on within the
आपको
game.
क्या
Make
लगता
sure
है
you log
फाइनल्स
in,
में कौन
do the
अच्छा
spins,
खेलेगी,
do all the
गॉडलाइक
fun
और
stuff
ओरांगुटान?
before he goes away, because we do have the
I don't know.
Electron energy set.
दोनों में से कोई भी खेले अच्छा या दोनों ही अच्छा खेले अपना ही अच्छा है ना?
Which Max was telling me it ends up glowing on the dark. This was co-created with PDP creator Nana.
30 करोड़ का 30% टैक्स कितना होता है देखती हूँ रुको।
I want that Groza Natura. But talking about the game, this last game, Tiamba, oh my. Especially that ending too, the way that they ended up pushing to Furia and then just demolished E-Arena is what we want to see out of Tiamba, Max.
By the way, before we do get into the nitty-gritty analysis of the finishing of that game, the Rondo win, Tinlong Garden drop, they go to a Northern finish, they win that game. Here they drop Yasnaya Polyana. They win a Western Coast finish. I don't know how they keep doing it, man. Their rotations are on a separate level here at PMWC 2026 as we check out the player stats here.
30 करोड़ तो 9 करोड़,
9 करोड़, मैं 3 करोड़ सोच रही थी, sorry।
game so far today, putting up
1
the
करोड़ का
numbers.
30 लाख होगा,
I didn't predict
9 करोड़,
because I
sorry।
was actually quite disappointed by them in their groups.
9 करोड़।
And it's clearly working out for them, Niptro. Well done, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we still got a long couple of days ahead of us.
उनमें से टीममेट्स को कितना मिलेगा, मतलब प्लेयर्स को कितना मिलेगा? 1 करोड़ थमा देंगे क्या?
They're being very, very
मेरे हिसाब से तो
consistent. What I really love is that they bided their time. They
50 चारों प्लेयर्स पे से होना चाहिए।
Because
she's attacking me.
Organization रखेगा या
no,
वैसा
because
कुछ।
they were just sitting underneath this hill, right?
Yes.
Waiting for these two to get together,
बाहर
start
के
fighting,
odds
and then
तो
look at
मतलब वो
that.
फेर
Yeah,
ना
I mean,
फिर
that push
रखते हैं
on
अभी
Furia,
यहाँ
of
के
course, the
odds का तो
timing of
पता
that
नहीं
is great
मुझे।
because Furia is at their absolute weakest, and also E-Arena are trying to get a revive back on their fallen comrade. But I wanted to focus very clearly on this replay, on Milu and QZZ. The focus, the sheer determination at that moment, putting the focus on the same player at the same time. What an absolutely amazing fragging duo, and clearly they're the main reasons.
हैदराबाद ऑन टॉप, आसाम। हाँ, अच्छा मतलब हैदराबाद आसाम के ऊपर है, मतलब आसाम हैदराबाद का गांड फाड़ दिया है, अंदर नीचे घुस गया है, मतलब ऐसा। ओके, कोई बात नहीं, वी डोंट माइंड। हैदराबाद वर्सेस आसाम आप जैसे नीच लोग ही करेंगे ना, जिसका पूरा ज्योग्राफी ही बिगड़ा हुआ है, जिसका ज्योग्राफी का कोई ज्योग्राफी सेंस ही नहीं है, और एक डायरेक्शनली चैलेंज्ड बंदे को मैं क्या ही बोल सकती हूँ, इतना कुछ बोल नहीं सकती। रेसिज्म तो हो गया ना, पक्का कलुआ है ये, इसलिए इसको लग गया।
वो ज्योग्राफी का हर क्लास बंक किया होगा,
कलुआ है ये। वो ज्योग्राफी का क्लास छोड़ दो, वो कलुआ है ये। वो बस हैप्पीडेंट में जी रहा है, ऐसा दांत से ही हंस देता है तो पता चलता है इंसान है। अभी मैं बोलूंगी ऐसा तो भाई ऑफेंड हो जाओगे, ओ साउथ के लोगों को तुम लोग ऐसा बोल रहे हो। नॉर्थ ईस्ट वालों को कुछ भी बोल सकते हो, जो मन करे वो बोल सकते हो, है नॉर्थ ईस्ट वालों को ये वो, नॉर्थ ईस्ट वाले ये, नॉर्थ ईस्ट वाले वो। अभी नॉर्थ ईस्ट वाले बोल देंगे तो भाई ओ फिर रेसिज्म कार्ड खेलोगे हैं। चल
but they kind of slowed down. They waited to that stage 9.
हैदराबाद के लोगों को तो हाँ समझ में आता है. आप जैसे लोग जो हैदराबाद को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं उनको तो आसाम के लोगों से बहुत प्रॉब्लम होगा या नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों से तो प्रॉब्लम होगा. Because
side note onto Tiamba, actually speaking of momentum, Tiamba went from 0 to 100. Did you see that? When they realized that that fight was finally happening, they went from sitting behind a tree to full on pushing like that. 10 out of 10, no notes.
It was very good. But I want to go back real quick to what you were saying about Fury in particular, slowing down a bit at the end.
भाई तेरे को इतनी चुल है तो हैदराबाद को मुंबई से कंपेयर कर ले. बकचोदी करनी है तो औकात पता चल जाएगी. भाई यार दूसरे देशों में इंडिया इसी वजह से इंडिया पीछे है पता है. इसी वजह से मतलब इंडियन टीम्स ई स्पोर्ट्स में हो या दूसरे स्पोर्ट्स में हो इतने पीछे हैं. बिकॉज बाकी सारे टीम्स चाइना या जापान होता है या अमेरिका होता है या लंदन को लंदन बोलते हैं, अमेरिका को अमेरिका बोलते हैं, चाइना को चाइना बोलते हैं, जापान को जापान बोलते हैं. इंडिया में हैदराबाद, मुंबई, दिल्ली, ये वो लसन लोड़ू. भाई ये सब जब तक करते रहोगे ना, जब तक ये सब खत्म नहीं होगा और जब तक मतलब हिंदू मुस्लिम भी खत्म नहीं होगा, जय श्री राम और अल्लाह अकबर ये सब जब तक खत्म नहीं होगा और ये इंडिया के अंदर ये एक अलग ही मतलब नेक्स्ट लेवल का. मुझे तो अभी ऐसा लगता है कि इंडिया पाकिस्तान के बीच का जो मतलब बॉर्डर है उससे ज्यादा तगड़ा बॉर्डर तो हमारे स्टेट्स के बीच में है. वो जब तक खत्म नहीं होता है तब तक ये ऐसे ही होगा. वंस इन अ ब्लू मून मतलब ईद के चांद जैसा हमको देखने को मिलेगा. टीम इंडिया कहीं में बेरली कहीं कर रहे हैं कुछ.
सही बात है.
इसका जैसा चूतिया लोग कहाँ से आ जाते हैं. नहीं आदर्श जी, आपने जो भी बोला है वो भी गलत है. आप उसको बोल रहे हो अगर इतना हिम्मत है तो मुंबई से कंपेयर कर ले. इट्स लाइक आप मुंबई मतलब आप आसाम को प्रोटेक्ट कर रहे हो, मुंबई से तू कर ले फाइट. भाई इधर क्या हो रहा है, मतलब क्या रहा है. शाही दरबार में कोई किसी को ओपन चैलेंज कर रहा है और फिर अकबर आके बोल रहा है मैं फाइट लड़ूंगा बीरबल के तरफ से. आसाम हो गया बीरबल, मुंबई हो गया अकबर और चूतिया हो गया हैदराबाद. भाई ये सब नहीं होता है भाई. दीज आर It's 2026, man.
5 points versus what?
जियो
19
भाई.
we saw there.
Live and let
Everybody could
live.
still get into top 6.
And हर एक स्टेट के लोगों का एक यूनिकनेस होता है. एंड नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों को तो नेक्स्ट लेवल का ही हेट मिलते रहता है बिकॉज ऑफ द वे वी लुक, बिकॉज ऑफ आवर स्किन, बिकॉज ऑफ आवर ड्रेसिंग सेंस, बिकॉज ऑफ द वे वी लुक. मतलब एंटायरली होते रहता है.
Now Tiamba is like, we are here. We're going to be sponging up all those points. We still have a lot more survival stage coming up. But before we go into the next game, we're going to be sending it over to Kalaris in blank.
Yeah, you know, I'd really like to talk about all the other teams here in the survival stage. I'd really not like to overlap with what you guys are saying. But it's all about Tiamba. How are we supposed to ignore what they've been able to do?
Casteism and religion things जापान and अमेरिका साइड भी है, बट वो लोग कभी दिखता नहीं है. दिखता एक दूसरे को मार नहीं डालते. देखो हर एक चीज हर एक जगह होता है. ऐसा नहीं बोल रही हूँ कि नहीं होता है, वहां में भी होता है अपर क्लास लोअर क्लास. लेकिन उस कास्टिज्म या रिलीजन के वजह से ना वो एक दूसरे का कत्ल नहीं कर देते हैं या एक दूसरे को मार ही नहीं डालते हैं. समझ रहे हो ना. नहीं होता है. रेप वाले में तो मैं आऊंगी भी नहीं, छोड़ दो. अभी तो लड़कियां थक चुकी है भाई. वो टॉपिक खुद बोलते थक चुकी है. बट समझ रहे हो ना, जिंदा है एटलीस्ट लोग, और हो भी रहा है तो वैसा फाइट हो रहा है या वर्बली हो रहा है या जो भी हो रहा है, एटलीस्ट उसके लिए मतलब एटलीस्ट उनका गवर्नमेंट ये चीज एज अ वेपन नहीं यूज कर रहे हैं. नहीं यार, नॉर्थ ईस्ट इज सो मच ब्यूटीफुल एंड पीपल ऑल्सो. हाँ, नॉर्थ ईस्ट इज सो मच ब्यूटीफुल एंड पीपल आर ऑल्सो वेरी ब्यूटीफुल एंड नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न्स आर स्ट्रॉन्ग ऑल्सो. वी नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न्स डोंट नीड मुंबई और दिल्ली टू डिफेंड अस. वी कैन टेक आवर ओन स्टैंड. मैं बस वो बोल रही हूँ कि आपका सोच गलत था उस मोमेंट पे, जिस मोमेंट पे आप आए थे स्टैंड लेने के लिए, ये बोल के कि आप असम से क्या तू कंपेयर कर रहा है, तू मुंबई से करना, तेरी औकात पता चल जाएगी. मतलब उससे ये दिखाई देता है, ऐसा दिखता है कि असम से हाँ तू कर सकता है, तो अभी मैं आ रहा हूँ मुंबई का नाम लेके. ये सब मत करो यार. दिस इज सो, मेरे ईगो पे मेरा ईगो हर्ट होता है. लाइक या माई ईगो इज लार्जर देन माई बॉडी. लार्जर देन माई एंटायर एग्जिस्टेंस, बहुत बड़ा ईगो है मेरा, एंड इन सब बातों में बहुत ईगो हर्ट होता है मेरा। मतलब एक हेटर बोले तो ईगो हर्ट नहीं होता है, बट आप सपोर्ट कर रहे हो, सपोर्ट के चलते ही शायद आपके माइंड में वो वैसा चीज़ आया नहीं होगा, वैसा इंटेंशन था नहीं, बट आपने जैसे बोला है वो वैसा पोर्ट्रे किया, इसलिए मैंने आपको पिन पॉइंट कर दिया।
I am super impressed by what we've just seen in these first two games.
It's definitely astonishing, and I think Fury is almost a little bit of a other side of the card, right? For that, where they were very, very resilient all the way.
दूसरों को सुधारने से पहले, ज्ञान देने से पहले अपनी लैंग्वेज सुधारो दीदी। किसी को गाली देने से कुछ सॉल्व नहीं होगा, समझाना है तो अच्छे से समझा। चुप लोड़ू, गाली खाने लायक काम करेगा तो गाली खाएगा है ना। तुझे क्यों अंदर में उंगली करना है? हैं? मैटर के बीच में तुझे क्यों उंगली करना है? खा गया ना अभी फ्री में गाली तू, है लोड़ू? गाली वो खा रहा था, वो खाली खाने लायक काम कर रहा था इसलिए खा रहा था। मम्मी मत बन इधर, तू इधर उसका मम्मी मत बन, तो साइड में रहे।
Starting maneuver from them there, and they weren't able to fully control. It felt like the fight actually came down to Furia and Tiamba to really close it out.
I have my concerns with the arena.
Yes, so do I.
Because the thing is you were coming into that late game scenario and you've got 0 real limbs. And then I'm thinking to myself, actually, okay, from this position they could win, even though they've got 0 limbs. But then kind of.
अरे अंदर जी सोच रहा हूँ आपको पानी के काली टंकी गिफ्ट कर दूँ। पानी का काली टंकी से क्या करूँगी मैं?
It has not looked fantastic, so they need to really kind of change some things up here throughout the survival.
ये लोग चिपका के नीचे फेंक रहे हैं, बदतमीज लोग। कौन सा टीम है ये? हारेगा इस बार ये टीम।
Oh, absolutely, it's time. Let's head on in. Are we going to get another hot drop in Pachinki? Is it going to be a circle that, you know, keeps at least 60% of its area inside of the main landmass? Well, only time will tell. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to come out on top of this one, because Tiamba has taken the first 2. Those are scratched off the card, and we have to get into the rest of it.
इनको ये क्या, ये इंटरनेट का नेटवर्क है शायद। हाँ, इंटरनेट का नेटवर्क है।
Inches from his screen, focused as anything.
इंटरनेट का नेटवर्क है, as well as screen sharing भी है शायद।
Yes. Nice and ready for another one, another outing.
वो टेबल पे पांडा देख रहे हो दीदी, कितना क्यूट रखा है सब।
Few teams have been bringing the heat. Nonchalant Red Force as well, looking pretty good out there in some of the moments of play. Alpha 7, it's been a bumpy ride. Topsy-turvy with some of the results we've seen. Looks really good for Fury as well.
गुस्सा ना हो आप, कुछ लोगों के वजह से सब बदनाम हो जाते हैं। मुझे कुछ लोगों से लेना देना ही नहीं है, मुझे सिर्फ अपने आप से ही लेना देना है बस। ये हारेगा, ये कैसा कर रहा था, ये हारेगा इस बार, देखना। कौन सा टीम है ये? मुझे दूसरों से लेना देना ही नहीं है, मुझे सिर्फ अपने से लेना देना है। मैं सेल्फिश हूँ बस।
Tapping around, playing on that spawn island, waiting for the plane to take to the skies, but I think it's coming through fairly soon. As the lights start to change, the music gains some tempo, and we are gunning for another game here on Erangel. The plane path last time was fairly kind. It was fairly chilled out, a lot of area accessible, no real impetus to go for vehicle hot drops to try and challenge on. This time around, Jackie, the plane path is a little bit more west-leaning, so maybe there is some more pressure on things, but are we going to see the hot drop in Pachinki? It's, I mean, I just really don't like hot drops in
भाई
general.
के पास प्राइवेट नेटवर्क है, मुझे भी चाहिए। ये प्राइवेट नेटवर्क देते हैं यार जब लैंड्स खेलने जाते हैं ना।
Game, maybe even the first 2 within a new lobby, but on a 12-match set, I think you just got to cut your losses. If you're not able to win it out cleanly, either team should be stepping away from this one.
Yeah, I think there's a right time, right place for it, and honestly, in my mind right now, this could be one of the opportunities for it. If we start doing it towards the end of the day and we get to the next set of 3 games on, it might be too far gone. You make a mistake there, it could be cooked instantly. You leave yourself in a sort of safety net to try to build back in. If I was going to run that risk, this is the lobby I'd do it in.
यार फेस में ईगो बीच में मत लाओ। जस्ट इग्नोर दिस टाइप ऑफ पीपल, दे ऑलवेज ट्राई टू प्रोवोक यू। पागल लोगों से बात करके कुछ हुआ भी है कि भाई देखो, एक चीज़ मैं क्लियर कर देती हूँ बिफोर स्टार्टिंग दिस मैच। मुझे पता है किसको इग्नोर करना है, किसको नहीं इग्नोर करना है, एंड यहाँ में ईगो की बात तो आती ही नहीं है। इफ somebody is trying to insult प्रोवोकेशन के हिसाब से, बट इज ट्राइंग टू इंसल्ट माई स्टेट और माई लैंड. इट इज़ माई फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट चीज़ है. मैं इतनी बड़ी गांडू नहीं हूँ कि मुझे नहीं पता होगा किसको रिएक्ट करना है, किसको एंटरटेन नहीं करना है. तो प्लीज़ यार यहाँ आके मुझे ज्ञान तो मत ही दो कि इनको इग्नोर करो, इनको. मुझे पता है किसको इग्नोर करना है. यहाँ में पहले कॉन्टेक्स्ट समझ लो, ना ही घुस के एकदम से भाई ये इनको इग्नोर करो. भाई नहीं होता है. आप लोगों से हो सकता है, मुझसे नहीं होता है. चाहे ये प्रोवोक ही कर रहे हो या कुछ कर रहे हो, मेरे को घंटा नहीं फर्क पड़ता है. एंड एट द एंड आई नो इट कि मुझे क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है. इतनी तो मैं गांडू नहीं हूं यार. तो आप अगर कोई आके मुझे बोल रहे, बहुत लोग आके मुझे बोलते हैं कि नहीं करो इग्नोर. हाँ, कभी कभी मैं विद द फ्लो चली जाती हूँ, बट एट दिस मोमेंट जो लोग मुझे नहीं बोल रहे और जो ऑन डेली बेसिस मुझे देखते हैं, जो लोग टोकते थे पहले, अभी नहीं टोक रहे, उनको पता है क्यों नहीं टोक रहे. तो बीच में आके ऐसे मत बोलो, ठीक है? एकदम से मत बोलो कि ये मत करो, वो मत करो. Nobody tells me what to do.
Spray down with the AKM. There is still more on the menu. There's two players in the monster truck try and find their way through. Will they sneak on in? It looks like it's not quite connecting on the spray. Some damage there, but the ammo's starting to draw low, and they don't have the scopes to really get the distance on this one. Jackie, I think AGAL just make out like bandits on this.
Yeah, get out of there, get away. Only the iron sight, no scope attached for max precision, so he can't get it done even when he throws the clip in the AK. Just a spray from far away.
चलो चलो, इस बार कौन आ रहा है ऊपर, बताओ जल्दी. किसका स्किन आ रहा है?
इस बार वो बंदा जो ताली बजा रहा था, वो कौन सी टीम का है बताओ ना. वो हारेगा, मैं बोल रही हूँ.
Just got to throw an E in there.
That would help.
ये लोग कहाँ चले गए? ये लोग
E arena on this drop, unfortunately, throwing an E on the front of arena. Tiamba were able to get that. They were the team to take them down. Tiamba dropping around that sort of cube compound area, east side of crates, and well, closer towards the bridges out to the east of South George, and they've rotated now all the way over the north towards Yasnaya, given the circle. Smart, I like it. No notes. Furia out on the west side, fairly uncontested.
ये तरुण भोसड़ी वाले को उड़ा दो भाई. लोडू को उड़ा दो भाई. चूतिया है एक नंबर का. इसको निकालो.
Been getting louder and louder game after
आया
game as
मुझे
well.
सिखाने के लिए.
So that's Yangon Galacticus
घर में इसका कुत्ता भी नहीं सुनता है, इधर आके मुझे सिखाएगा.
station, a similar area of the stage.
उड़ाओ इसको, हाइड दो.
Getting fired up, the drums being played. Any good at the drums, John?
I have grade 4 drums, which is a qualification in the United Kingdom for our international viewers.
Bloody hell.
It's
इधर ही हूँ, चैट में बर्तन साफ कर रहा है. डिस्कॉर्ड में आ जाओ यार. आप और दांगी आ जाओ.
That's not even a joke. He's very good at drumming.
We'll get him in. We'll send him over to Alpha 7. We'll see if he can do some drumming.
Absolutely. Get him on the paradiddle.
Yeah, we'll patch that one through. We'll get James on the move during the game. Don't worry.
Alola looking to drum themselves up a chance in towards those finals. In second place, they've been doing a fine job
अगर
of it
फाइनल में
so
ऐसा
far.
होता है, बाकी सारी टीमें मर गई और अपनी दो टीमें लास्ट में फाइट लेती है, तो क्या मजा आएगा भाई.
Run into that first match.
ओए ऐसे तो मतलब ऐसे एक कंट्री से दो टीम्स जा सकते हैं.
In terms of dealing with Tiamba down on that south side of them, but they're still up
और
on
भी
19
तो कई
points.
एक
They're
कंट्री
still
से
in the
दो
top
टीमें
6
शायद
for the time being,
देखना
as
पड़ेगा.
close
और
as
भी
it is. However, in Primorsk right now, there's a long road ahead of them to try and make their way in.
मैं बोल रही हूँ इस बार इस बार उला जीतेगा. चलो
Early moves for some.
उला
लॉक कर दो उला को.
Rotate.
तुम बताओ
FaceMe की तरफ से
कौन जीतेगा.
मैं बताऊंगी जस्ट 2-3 मिनट 2-3 मिनट बाद बताऊंगी.
नहीं अभी बोलना पड़ेगा. अरे ऐसे तो मैं भी रुक जाओ यार. तुम बताओ अभी.
चलो ठीक है, मैं बता रही हूँ, बता रही हूँ.
बताओ. अरे 2-3 ऐसे तो 2-3 मिनट खुद जानबूझ के ले रही है. ये गलत है, मैं नहीं खेल रही. हट.
एक उला या एक गोट को रख लो.
उला या गोट को.
गोट.
चलो ठीक है. चलो ठीक है भैया.
Their story in the survival stage
उला या
is
गोट.
5.
मैं उला बोली सिर्फ. अच्छा तो मैं भी एक और चूज कर ही सकती हूँ ना.
16 points.
हाँ, दो रख सकते हो.
Very much in the thick of it, as we said, with the points being fairly
इस
level.
बार A7 जीतेगा. A7 या उला.
Furia looked fairly dynamic in that last match.
और ट्रिक्सी का है गोट या उला. मेरा है उला या A7. चैट आप बताओ कौन जीतेगा इस बार. टियान, महक टियान बोल रहे हैं. ओके, वॉच पार्टी एंजॉय करो यार, बाकी दूसरा बात मत करो.
Prism, the
FM, A7,
shelter
Ula,
positions as
yes.
well.
Trixie,
A lot of open
Ula,
ground or
good, yes.
rolling hills in this zone.
आप लोग बताओ चैट कौन
You need to
जीतेगा
make
बताओ
sure you
क्या लगता
get
है
your little patch
अभी
under
अभी
control.
प्रेडिक्शन दो बाद में मत देना RRQ आदित्य ओके लॉक वाला इमोजी दे दो भाई
Fury are
अपना टीम का नाम लिखो और लॉक वाला इमोजी दे दो
30 सेकंड में वोटिंग बंद हो जाएगा जल्दी करो यार वोट करो जल्दी
Could be a chance for a couple pot shots. There's an overextend on the scout, pulls back quickly enough to get behind them. Do they clash though?
They're being fairly civil right now, Jackie, but getting across this road is when they're going to be completely open.
Tian
to
and
each other,
RRQ,
but
okay.
Looks like
Priyanshu,
given that
Tian,
most of the
RRQ.
players here are in their
Yeah.
own vehicles,
NS and
unlikely
Tian.
you're going to see that second seat.
गया टियान भाई
Spray down.
अब रजित सपोर्ट कर रहा है टियान को
He's on their tail. I mean, fair
उला
enough, you
हारेगा
follow them a little
ठीक
bit.
है
Try
देख
to get some
लेंगे
information. In the meantime,
देखते
GK
हैं
run into Ulf. This is on the route out from Pachinki from that southwest side, and GK have lost one. Aaron on the
ये
upstairs.
मारपीट हो रहा है अभी गीक मार देगा इसको गीक देखना हाँ मैं बोल रही हूँ
Ringing in his ears. One round in the air force, not good enough, but Ulf have lost one on the flip side as well. Across the way, Scarface has taken a tumble, and Geeke are given at least as good as they get, if not better.
That would have been hellish for them as well, right? Great game one, at least keeping themselves in an elevated position in the points. The placements going into game two, nowhere near as clean.
अरे उसको मारा मैं वो बोल रही हूँ मजा आया शायद मेरे पीछे चल रहा है क्या
नहीं limped away. Would have been brutal. Instead, the egg is on the face of Ulf, as it will only be a duo that remains.
They're going to have to play in positions that generally are going to need a lot more firepower to hold down those more open areas, the dips around that zone.
I am Lucky Charm. Oh, अभिजीत आपने अपनी बदकिस्मती का निकनेम लकी रखा है क्या?
Keep this one going as the zone coming on through. For the next pot for our stage 2 zone.
पिछला मैच में कौन था अभिजीत का लकी टीम? लकी चार्म वाला टीम.
On the south edge there, Jackie, but it keeps a lot of land in. We're moving away from Yasnaya Field. We're moving down towards the farm area, the positions east of Potato Hill, and those shelter positions out on the east side, I think are going to cause a lot of problems here because we've got so many teams on the northeast edge. RRQ are already posted up around that area. It looks like they are retreating a bit though, but a lot of teams are going to be trying to move in from this northeast side, and it's going to get messy. It's going to.
अरे दांगी इधर आ जाओ ना यार डिस्कॉर्ड में
देखो दांगी भैया क्या बोल रहे हैं मेरे को ए लड़की तुम बहुत चपड़ करती हो चुप रहोगी ऐसा बोल रहे हैं
ये बोलेगा लड़कियां ही बोलती है बोलती रहेगी I challenge FaceMe for the prediction of this without a bet. क्या ना मैंने prediction उला और A7
for them still down towards the bottom side of the pack in 12th place right now. Got to give us a little bit more if they want to keep themselves in it.
A7 इसीलिए चुना क्योंकि क्या पता ट्रिक्सी का पनौती लग जाए उला उड़ जाए.
Can it be the free Pete's already eating good today? 47 points in this game. So far ahead compared to the next close squad, which is that tied second podium position between Alula and Goat.
इस बार कोई नया लेगा
Really coming out to play.
It was 108 points was the record set by Vitality in a single day.
Yep.
And I feel like I brought that up maybe slightly too early in the day, but if you're on 45 points in 2 matches, simple multiplication will tell you that you're going to get
और मोटी क्या हाल है बहुत बढ़िया लोडू तू बता.
A little bit more on this game, it's safe to say, but still, like you said, in the position in the northeast side, they're fairly isolated. They can maybe chill out a little bit. I thought it was going to be the northeast side.
Let's see.
It was going to be a little bit messy, but that seems to have rotated down and split around
ये
the prison.
बोलने वाला
Instead, these
दांगी था.
positions to the north
ये
of
का एक बंदा उड़ चुका है.
are going to be much more chock-a-block with our players.
दांगी भी ये लवर है जब से स्टार्ट हुआ तब से ये कर रहे
हैं. Kiwum DRX, sorry.
क्या पता फाइनल्स में भी ये करते रहे.
Over the water into Milta, which was quite interesting. They were able to jump on in and force the teams in the area out wide. AGAL, who went across that bridge early on, of course, going to that Milta Power area. They went out all the way to the east, and they have now slung into a pretty solid position. But it was Kiwum DRX who were the team to sort of divert them on that part.
I think for KRX as well, right? This is sort of the middle portion of the day where you're thinking, okay, guys, got to lock in a little bit here. Get a bit more energy, some wind back under the sails.
RCB और ठीक है RCB सपोर्ट करूंगी यार कोलकाता नाइट राइडर्स अच्छा नहीं लगता
मुझे. not the dream whatsoever. We'll see as the zone comes in as well if there's going to be any benefit here, if it pulls up more so towards that north side. No. All right, not too bad in terms of the positioning for some of our more central squads as well. Nonshin Red Force once again got themselves set up early. There's only Dopeness that were in amongst the set of 2 players from either side. Ulfnir there, Fury instantly rotating off the confirmation of the zone. And Tiamba pushing down as well.
From that east side, look how many teams are moving around that Ulf position. Dopeness just about snaking their way over the top of this one.
आए ना देखो ना गार्बेज भैया रास्ता भूल गए थे डिस्कॉर्ड पे
In the meantime, on the southeast edge, it looks like QMDRX having a tough time of things against Alpha 7, as 2 of them have already gone down. And there's really not much more for them to do here. Hoxie wants to try and hold his nerve in the face of Alpha 7, but they haven't lost a player yet, and they're not about to start now. Carrillo able to find the final shot, and there's a burn down on the last player on the South Korean side.
I think that's by far the cleanest take we've seen of a compound
मुझे A7 का सपोर्टिंग टीम बहुत पसंद आया जो सपोर्ट करने आए ना लोग सिर्फ यही एक लोग हैं शायद मैंने अब तक तो देखा नहीं और दूसरे सब भोपो को लेके बजाने
pushing over as well with AGAL in their line of sight. Height to play with, so at least advantage from that.
Let's see कौन जीतता है.
Has limited meds as well. He's going to be able to top himself back up. Fein wall of smoke between them. Good bit of open distance. So if that peels off, Ayala's usually clean for these. Going to somewhat peek out towards the road. Just assess the situation, see if there's room for a couple quick shots.
I feel like they're going to be okay for the time being, but with Wolves moving in from the east side, that could potentially force Furia to crunch in and lose influence. But are the Wolves going to stop there, or are they going to try and keep going a little bit deeper into the zone? I feel like they're going to be more of a problem for AGAL.
Finally, A7 expectation जैसा निकली
they do head further and further
fight.
west, getting out of dodge. So Furia can continue
तुम अभी
their presence.
A7 को सपोर्ट मत करो तुम अभी जिसको सपोर्ट स्टार्टिंग में किए थे उसी को ही करो भाई
Fairly securely, they are only playing as 3, but
ये करते रहो तुम तुषार कपूर के जैसा
from Dopeness as well. Into the center of the zone. I'm surprised that the Wolves have gotten as far as they have here, Jackie, because it was a kind of crazy threat through all of this. It was probably helped by the fact that AGAL and Furia were both looking at each other, were a little bit isolated away on that fight, so they just moved over the north side of the ridges that sat there to get into the spot. Good read.
It could be a good read position for Alpha 7 as well.
Man, A7 वालों मारो इनको सालों को
back over towards KRX, cleaned up on the compound. Then they were briefly met by IRQ that bailed out on that
उल्ला
one.
अगर हारी ना guys
Alpha 7 chasing down Yangon, at least one of their players.
मैं नहीं हूँ
They're going to get away. Zone crunching further in again as well. Dead center set up right now.
इसीलिए मैंने बोला तुमने सेकंड में लिया ना तो पनौती लगाओगे तुम.
For anything in quite some time.
And they got 4 of their players alive as well. This is pretty decent news for Tiamba, although that less so. They have taken a knock onto QZZ on that eastern side with RRQ bearing down upon them. In the meantime, Furia and AGAL starting to come to the forefront of the fighting. As there's 1, there's 2 knocks as well. A flush coming through from Igors. And the nades can't quite repel them, can't quite rebuff them in time. And Maple trying to stand
my favorite CSK. My also favorite
against
CSK.
an onslaught from Furia. This is tough stuff. XCZ also feeling the brunt of pressure. I think that might be an off angle coming through from Yangon Galacticos. And what can you do? A nade over the back does tag, but doesn't quite get a flush or another knock.
Yeah, just a bit of chip damage. Not enough to punish him with. Chief going to step back up with one of his own as well. Dashes it onto AGAL. That's more what you're looking for. Now they can compress in and try and collapse upon the squad. AGAL going down swiftly as they will lose out. Removed from the equation here as Furia are still standing.
On that south side, lining the roadside now. Well, more of a path, really, if we're honest, but we'll be able to use that ridgeline that was protecting the Wolves on their rotate, potentially to launch themselves forwards, but I don't think they can do it fully just yet. Instead, they're going to have to worry about their south flanks and their west and east as well. Alpha 7 rolling over, trying to take on the other Brazilian side.
तुम्हारे 3 options है. Furia, Gold,
Not
Ula.
quite getting fully stuck in just yet, Jackie. They're calming things down. And hit the deck.
और 5-6 लेना चाहोगे एक साथ?
नहीं ठीक है.
ठीक है. देख रहे हो guys? नीच लोग हैं भाई. इनको दहलीज में रखना चाहिए.
arena right now. The Here at the Kadir
परोस
City
शहर,
grid,
परोस
it's been getting
देश के.
pretty fiery with the energy coming out in support of Alpha 7. Meanwhile, Goat team taking some shots. That's a pop off from the fans over in Yangon's corner, and rightly so. First elim on the board there for Smile.
They want to hunt for more. There are goats out to the west, and they want to find them. Irina and Al-Ula now coming into conflict. Remember, Irina losing a player on the drop, so they are as three, and three players from Al-Ula bearing down upon them, a fourth to join them pretty swiftly too. Nades not quite connecting on the first form of the hold, but two immediate knocks come through, and the flushes are brutal and coordinated. Two now players for Al-Ula on the back side of this fight, but there is a third party from Go Up the Hill. 3B, now the last to stand for Al-Ula, and Irina hold their nerve with a beautiful 1-2 punch to kick things off, and a lovely shutdown from Turney K for the final elim there. There was no way to get into that compound.
अभी मेरे ऑप्शन में बस A7 बचा है.
Brute force their way through, but talking of which, look who's in the back line. Goat team's representative for solo, a force arcs the nade through the doorway to try and deal damage. That's going to be the spread from the molly, making it uncomfortable. Another one bounces just off the periphery, trying to thread the needle.
India की टीम आज के लिए
Molotov goes in, keeping them guessing. 3 nades in the back pocket as well to cycle those over. E-Arena sat, just hoping this shrapnel won't end them as they cower in the building.
More nades being layered on down here from Force. In the meantime, players around them looking to move away from this fight because the circle's gone southeast and you do need to get out. A bounce on the final nade, and in he goes. The DBS in hand, looks for one, but he can't even connect on the first. And E-Arena stay alive as 3. They have to get a move on though, Jackie. They've got 30 seconds, or well, a little bit less now to move before this song is going to shut them out.
Decent distance to try and conquer as well to get over there, so it's not an easy pathway for them. The solo representative of Go team there having it all blow up in his face. Ironic after how many nades he throws. But it is what it is. In the arena, if you thought you'd finally have a safe exit path, no chance to egress yet as DK come back in for even more. 5 nades in the back pocket. Let's see if he can do better than Goat on these. Chuck in one straight through the doorway. Smoke out as well to provide some semblance of cover for them. Easy for Bad Boy trying his luck.
देखो मेरी गोल्ड भी चली गई है, ठीक है, कोई कुछ नहीं बोलेगा.
You've got Sidecloud up on top as well for Yangon.
मतलब समझ रहे हो ना, guys, who is the penalty?
Are they even going to get out here, John?
मैं नाम नहीं लूंगी.
They got a lot of distance already. 2 players from the arena moving away. Schweppes may be the sacrificial lamb. They have a vehicle that they stowed earlier on. Kike are taking shots from the off angle. I mean, Kike are spending a lot of time outside of the zone to try and make this one happen. The fact that they've let 2 players get away and they're taking shots from a third party is quite nasty. Schweppes may be able to hop into a vehicle and get into this one depending on what sort of stim condition he's in and if he's taken too much damage, but yeah, for Irina,
बिस्कुट खाते हुए देख आपने 2 समोसा मंगवाया तो मैं पतला हो जाऊंगी आप नहीं हो
losing more than they gained by quite a long way.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the knock-on effect, right? Smile just being able to third party onto this with the backup of Saycloud further ahead. So for E-Arena, been trapped for so long. Every time they get past one squad, another one comes over to punish them once again. So they're farming points off the back of this with Mormon going down to the play zone. Schweppes barely pushed out. But there's a timeline where he's the only survivor left for Kike. Fragmented off the back of their engagement. Results in the last man falling to dopeness.
Ooh, north side. 7-2-1. GS and Tiamba going toe-to-toe, and right now, Tiamba don't seem to have anything in the back pocket. Because they've only got 1 player now left standing all the way on the outside. And could our top team finally take a tumble? With 3 elims, they'd be going down with just the 1 placement point. He's trapped out in the blue. Behind the shack.
ये secret mission पे है guys.
Might be able to dart forwards.
इसको mission दिया गया है हर एक टीम को उड़ा दो.
On top of him, Jackie, it's gonna tick. It's gonna do it. And Malik gets the final blow. Finally, he's able to take it down. Oh, it's actually the play zone. So it was the play zone tick to take down Tianba. 3 elims, couple points. They're up to 49 now. Still a very hefty total.
ऐसे लोग हमको नहीं चाहिए as a supporter guys, as a rooter, sorry.
From Tianba. but does open the door for other
ऐसे
squads
पतली
to
मुझे भी
raise
होना है
themselves
बिना
higher up in the
वर्कआउट के बिना
standings now.
डाइट के कुछ
Potentially
बता
again
दो
where Furia could keep some
मैं
of
भी
this
तो
good
कोशिश कर रही हूँ ना
trend we've
बिना
seen
वर्कआउट के
going.
बिना डाइट के सिर्फ खाते रहना मीठा
Non-ship
ज्यादा
Red
खाना
Force,
है
they've been
लेकिन
pretty
मुझे
blessed
पतला
by
भी
the
होना
sharp
है
crunches we've had over the course of this one. Haven't realistically
हाँ
had
बता
to
दीदी
fire
आज
too
के
much
लिए
for
ड्रीम
control.
क्रशर टीम
Still
कौन
got
सा
good
होगा
compound set up as well.
क्या प्रेशर
I
ड्रीम
feel like
प्रेशर
this north side
ड्रीम
potentially
क्रशर
quite leverageable
क्रशर
for a deep run into the game. It may not be a winning position, but it would have been brilliant for Tiamba if they'd been able to hold it to convert another strong game. They lost a player earlier on though, to RRQ, and I feel like that
Dream
was
Crushers.
kind of the major changing point, that inflection point for the squad. Losing that one player, they
Furia
lost the
needed
ability
Tian.
to have the full force resistance against a full crash that came through from 721 GS. And if they'd had 4 players, I think that would have been a different story. And they could have been the ones on this north side looking to line everyone up
मोटी
as they roll
बातें
forward.
ऐसी करती है जैसे बहुत कुछ असली में तो कुछ नहीं है मेरे पास यार लाइक गाइस लेट्स गो
Rise for the Alpha 7
फ्यूरिया
fans, you'd
बचा हुआ
imagine,
है
as well.
A7 भी बचा हुआ है
Still alive in this game right now. They have the 5
Let's
elims
go.
to their name.
इस बार फ्यूरिया का नंबर लगेगा देखना
आएगा फ्यूरिया आएगा मैनुअली है
Peek out. That's the
नहीं
hovercraft
फ्यूरिया
gone, and
और
one
choose कर
more
लो,
member
ट्रिक्सी,
of
समय से
Yangon
पहले।
Galacticos taking them down to
मैं
the triple
फ्यूरिया के
threat
साथ
of a
जा रही हूँ
backdoor
तो।
assault
Okay.
as well
ये
from
मैच
Furia
फ्यूरिया के
onto
साथ
the
है।
sideline. Getting a bit more scary.
Landing not quite on top, goes a little bit too far there. Igors wants to try and connect, but I mean the damage is pouring in from Furia, from Alpha 7 and Yangon Galacticos.
कहाँ नीड कर रहे हैं कहाँ नीड कर
There's nowhere for them to go. There is no easy way to move forwards. I think that might be the arena out as well in the meantime.
वालों का गेम दिखावा है
In second place on the overall standings, but Furia, I think, now guaranteed to be surpassing them. Yangon Galacticos want to try and stop them though at this point, and they send straight over the top.
दे दे
Furia gonna have to face off, but Yangon Galacticos
Furia
not
वाले
quite able
ने
to
दे दिया
punch
भाई।
through. Igor's still left down in the dirt. The drop down's
अरे
just
अरे
too
अरे
strong.
YG ज्यादा
Yangon
ओवर कमिट
cannot
कर
get
थी
it
कोई
done.
ना
Furia fighting tooth for now and looking damn good whilst doing it too.
मार,
You've got to
Furia,
get your
मार
man
इसको,
back
मार।
up. He's been a huge part of the roster, but taking shots from
मारा
RRQ
भैया।
might cut that
क्या
storyline
मारा?
short for them and leave them in a worse position. It's good damage. Here's the push up though. Oh, the nade over from Chief. The spear of Furia strikes into RRQ.
And there
बीच में
goes
RRQ वाले
rounds,
को पूछना
finding the
जरूरी
flush as
है।
well. There is a knock over onto Igors. Oh, sorry, the flush coming through. And Ayala does go down as well. Silence trying to make a break for it. Out wide, can't
अरे
quite
क्या
connect with the
नेट
front
फेंका है
bumper,
भाई
but draws
सेवन
supply,
वालों ने
gives
यार
some protection.
ये
makes
तो
some
एकदम
damage.
दस
Chief
रन
is gonna fall,
गया
and
इसका
RRQ
फाड़ देगा अभी पकड़ के
are going
इसको
to win out on this
देख रहे हो
trade. In the
कैसे
meantime,
RRQ
a
वाले कर रहे हैं
flex out
भाई।
coming through from Nongshim Red Force. Really timely as well to flex away from their position, to get involved, get stuck in, and will be able to clip the wings of Alpha 7 somewhat, losing at least one. But there is a knock, there is a response.
चलो ट्रिक्सी
Oh,
A7 पे बता रही हूँ
takes that
बाकी
tumble,
जो
and Tizzy
चूज कर सकते हो
potentially find
चलो
this res
चलो
if
लेट्स
Revan
गो
Carrillo can't get a position.
Trixie,
and Lamar
choose करो
could
एक।
stop them doing just that.
NS
एनएस चलो एनएस इस बार एनएस अरे भाई
Exposed from the
मेरा A7
backside.
गया
Looking good. Oh, it's an easy takedown as well to obscure that was knocked prior.
NS वालों यूनिवर्सिटी वालों
For Alpha 7.
अभी NS भी
They're
नॉक हो
not going to be
गई
remaining alive for much longer at this point. The split from Nonshin was well timed and well executed. Carrillo, all that remains. Barely missing on the driver. Trying to bonnet in with a vehicle. Firing off
A7
warning shots, but that's all they are. Just warnings.
चलो
As they're gone
नए टीम को
again.
हराते हैं
Out in fourth place on this one, leaving our top three spots remaining.
RRQ
What a timing on that for Nongshim Red Force as well. That flex out
RRQ
down to the
सालो।
south. Really, really instrumental.
उस टाइम पे
It gets
ट्रिक्सी
rid
क्या बोल रही
of
थी
Alpha
अंदर
7.
से आवाज आ रहा है अंदर
It
से
felt
आवाज
like
आ रहा है
maybe they
फ्यूरिया
were going to
फ्यूरिया
lose one or two
अंदर से
players
आवाज आ रहा
there,
है
but the RRQ peak over the ridgeline.
वो
Gets
RRQ में आता
Nongshim
तो फ्यूरिया ही
safe,
जीतती
and they have
है,
managed to
वो
get
उन्होंने
that
आके-
res, get back to their
गाइस
compound.
न्यू टीम को हराते हैं चलो
More crucially, to the circle. As
Let's
it
go,
shifts
NS.
all the way up
Let's
north,
go.
and RRQ
Let's
are
go,
going to have to make a mad dash here.
पता चला 721 चिकन ले गया
Nongshim licking their lips right now with how they played this one.
मारो रे
अपना
Early
गोल
game
वही
was
है ना
good for
सपोर्ट करके हराना
Won't
है
really
सपोर्ट करके
contested too
हराना
much.
है वी आर ऑन अ
RRQ
मिशन
get hit by the
गाइस
zone as
माय नेम
well,
इज
so it's
हमजा
just
अली
getting
मजारी
messy out there.
और इसका नाम है वो राजी मूवी से क्या था ना उसका नाम कुछ तो था
I think they're just going to leave him. For
Sehmat.
RRQ, they're playing us too. They're already sprayed out in the open. Another knock sent
Sehmat
their
is
way.
live.
And 721 GS wants to
RRQ
take
let's go
down
RRQ
the player on the south side. Rayan should have angles on this.
चल
But there are shots being
RRQ,
fired
let's
back.
go.
Nongshim Red Force do have the toe sight.
बहुत बढ़िया
We'll be able to
लास्ट बचा है
मर गया
Clip those nails. And that's going to leave RRQ out now.
क्यों मर गया? अभी कौन बचा है? चलो NS, let's go.
From the position that Tiamba were
अब NS
holding,
के साथ हैं हम लोग NS. चलो let's go NS.
who've been in this spot
NS.
for the longest time.
I have always predicted NS will win. Okay, let's see.
GS had some
चल
moments of greatness in the group stage. It feels like if they want to try and revitalize themselves and prove that they can go further, fight for an opportunity into finals, this is a game they need to win to get themselves in that headspace. For Nongxin, it's more that consistent force.
कुछ और ही चल रहा है.
The team that
सुपारी
we know
लेके आए
can go above and
नहीं
beyond
भाई.
in a position to do just
Like
that
करो
with
guys
the
यार.
advantage of
आप
not
लोग
only
like
their
करो यार.
position, but the numbers as well. Battle of attrition on their side, John.
This is a jump up to second place on the cards for Nongshim Red Force. And for 721 GS, it's a chance to try and join
NS जीतेगा.
closer
सच्ची बोल रही
towards
हूँ
the top
देखना.
six.
NS जीतेगा.
Early doors on the tournament does mean there is incredible amounts of volatility on the tables. And Nongshim would love to try and rise above that. That's exactly what they're looking to do here. TZ with the flex out, even though the monster truck's gone up in smoke, is brilliant because there's still two players who have to crest this ridge, who have to get across the road for 721 GS. And when they do, it's open season. Nongshim are going to be on the hunt.
There's been some great reactions out of them as well. So if it comes to a fair fight, I feel like I've got to back them from some of the angles we've seen, man. A lot of talent. Gunplay's through the roof right now for this team. Coaching staff watching on as well.
Next level
Fingers
cover.
crossed and hoping for the best result for the squad. Seems like there's still a decent amount of utility left in the back pockets there for 721. It's going to be the smokes over, create a pathway, smoke wall up on the roadside. Vehicle to play with for the rotate.
Do they have to cover though?
Godlike और OG का coach कौन है?
The cannons start to fire. The nades are pouring in from TZ on that off angle. They
इस बार
know
हम
that he is a
support कर रहे हैं
vulnerable
NS वालों
position
को.
for Nongshim Red Force. So if they can get into nade range of him, that might change the dynamics of this circle, Jackie, because Nongshim Red Force also do need to move forwards. They haven't managed to deal a blow to strike a player down on that crossing. So now they need to go a little bit more bread and butter.
Thing is, if they're thinking Tizzy's the vulnerability, I think in reality he might be the volatility they need to open this one up. You expose yourself for even a second, that off angle, he's so damn crisp with it, he's going to be punishing you towards the side. These nades as well, every time just eating away at them, draining out some of that additional medical utility. That circle's going to start to crunch him. Really going down to the wire on this one.
पूरा फैला के रखे हैं लोग.
do have
अगर
more
एक भी
central
नॉक हुआ ना वो
position
लेफ्ट
with their
और राइट
forward
वाले में से
spots
कोई जाके
here.
इसको सर्वाइव कर ही नहीं
Not
पाएगा.
too sure how many nades are in
Next
the back
level होके
pocket for
रखा है.
721 GS, but XZY
बहुत ज़्यादा
launches one
split है वो.
forward.
Gordon, no
Doesn't quite go
coach.
the distance. TZ also lobbing it on in. The volley starts to come on through. Remember, the numbers are still in the advantage of Nongshim Red Force. Oh, that looked quite good. That was from Hyunbin. On the back lines. TZ starts to move and Alico
चलो
clips him,
NS जीत रहे.
immediately shutting him down. A really good opener, but there's a nade in response, and Hyunbin connects
एक और
again.
nade आ गया.
Up
ये
into
भी
the sky.
फूटेगा, फूटेगा,
Oh,
फूटेगा.
it down.
अबे!
Alico's going to be forced out wide, but no one's looking. No one's ready for it. The flush comes through to Malik, and it's a 2v3.
ये लोग बचाने जा रहे हैं अपने
Scenes off the
बंदे
back
को.
of that, panic stations. Fumbles with an 8. Looking for the reset on the follow-up. That's the last one. Dashed in towards Nongshim, hoping to deal some decent damage. They're being constantly peppered by these. Molotov goes over as well. Just decent damage, but no conversion. Another peek back out. Rahan falls. This isn't looking great
इसको
now.
देखो,
Down
इसको
to a
देखो, इसको
solo,
देखो, इसको
trapped
देखो.
in an awkward
भाई कितना
angle.
open है
Shots
भाई.
over. Can't quite find it. It's not enough as Nongshim see red and get
अरे
that
अरे
one.
NS भाई.
जीत
Pays
गया.
off, taking the chicken dinner and game free.
Some really timely maneuvers coming through from Nongshim Red Force. That flex out to the south with the duo to have an impact on the fight with Alpha 7 was so important. RRQ as
Actually,
well
मैं
were
और
forced to
Trixie
stay on
same
that south
concentration के
side.
साथ एक ही
The
team को
subsequent
support कर रहे थे
circle
ना.
shift all the way up to the north does help them out immensely, but even if it had gone south, they had that outpost. They had that opportunity to move forwards. They chose their timing perfectly, and every single step, it felt like they were in control. It felt like they knew what they were doing, and they had a backup plan in case it didn't go to it.
Good signs of life there. A team that again,
क्या
you know,
बोला
we
मैंने
know can rise to the
स्वप्निल.
occasion.
हाँ हाँ, गुड गुड गुड. अरे भाई
that game,
पेड
they
कोच है
rolled
वो
the dice
रजिस्ट्रेशन
perfectly
भी
with
था
what they were given.
BGIS का.
Really loved that one split where they pushed out as well, right? That was kind of a pivotal play where you saw not only are they happy to just play with their cards close to their chest, but if they need to split off take aggression to a team that if got far into that game like Alpha 7, we know they're very volatile. They can make big plays. You've silenced that early. You've not left it in their hands, John, which makes a big difference for them.
Absolutely. I mean, you take away agency from other teams, you're going to be in a much more predictable scenario. You're going to be able to find those paths to victory much easier.
हम लोग भी गेम खेले क्या? क्या बोलते हो?
A little bit more of a branching diagram, right? You are aware of exactly where you need to be going. Triple thumbs up. Not going to get the fourth Jackie. That would be silly. It's only match 3.
देखने में ज़्यादा मजा आ रहा है अभी.
It was on point.
It's only match 3.
Third game, third chicken dinner, 3 thumbs.
भाई इसका घर में शायद ना 15-20 16-15 परिवार का बर्तन है ये साफी करे जा रहा है.
Just like every other team under the boot of Nongshim Red Force during that last game. Really nice stuff.
इतना तो मतलब बहाना ना लड़कियां भी नहीं मारती है. You know?
Zarvish बहुरानी.
Quite safe for them. It was very homely, I'm sure. So good news on that front.
Hi Sharma Numinchi, कैसे हो?
It does take a really strong team to not get super comfortable in that, and that's kind of why I'm focusing so much on that flex out to the south, right? Because it means that they were permanently, constantly, unrelentingly thinking, when do we go? Where do we go? Who are we targeting? What are we going to achieve with the flex out? That sort of thought line is exactly what we want to see from a team looking to make their bid to get in the finals and a chance to win that oh so special trophy.
It's a beautiful bit of kit. An amazing trophy, obviously the pride of it as well. Taking the event, putting your emblem inside the middle portion there that you can see is currently open for any of our teams. Still the potential of a previous champion doing it again. Come the end of tomorrow, John, that chance could end for not one of our previous champions, but both of them. They're both here, they're both fighting in the survival stage. Will they make it out? Time will tell. We'll find out later.
एक रोज इंतजार सोनी आज नहीं तो कल है तुझको तो बस मेरी होनी रे
11 Labs Studio
तेनू लेके मैं जाऊंगा. एफएम कब तक डार्केस्ट सॉन्ग गा दो. डार्केस्ट सॉन्ग कौन सा है? दरखास्त कौन सा है सॉन्ग ये? मुझे नहीं पता. ट्रिक्सी गाएगी. ट्रिक्सी को पता है तो.
मेरे को नहीं पता. मैं तो बस बता रही हूँ. नाम पता है.
तुमको आता है तो गा दो यार. ऐसा क्यों करते हो?
आपको पता है आपका वॉच पार्टी सबसे आगे चल रहा है.
क्या बात कर रहे हो? हैं?
As compared to others, yes.
स्नैक से भी आगे चल रहा है. क्या बात कर रहे हो? पता ही था मुझे. मजाक कर रही हो यार. होता है रोज आज नहीं तो कल है तुझको तो बस मेरी होनी रे.
इसमें कितना है? टॉप 5 जाएगा, टॉप 6 जाएगा?
टॉप 5 पता नहीं मुझे. ये सारे टीम्स जाएंगे. नो आइडिया.
नहीं बनना रंजिंग.
لا يا ابن الفكرة لا لا يلا طيب انت هذا كويس. يلا برا الفنش. عيب عليك Alan çıkardık. Sağda kimde kaldı? Nice sağ kaldı. Önde kaldı. Önde aynen o da.
टॉप 6. गार्वेज भैया मैं वो बोल रही थी बर्तन धोते धोते टाइप कर पाते हो? मैं नहीं कर पाती हूँ.
बर्तन धो पता नहीं कैसा बर्तन जो धोता है. अगर बर्तन धोता है तो उस हाथ से फोन को भी धो रहा है वो.
先来一个 godlike
跟颜色的颜色，
就意思是 C 是吗 ？OK， Alpha
7吧。
Alpha
一个 B 吧，毕竟没进决赛嘛。我没说话，刚才说的。今年是今年，刚才说的。我跟谁？
好，下一位 IDA Esports。
D。
这个往上点，这个
YG
给个 S 吧，
上届冠军
给个 S 吧。
GK
C
下一个
F 这个 F，
这个 F 很配啊，这个。
好 UF
给个 B 吧，
给个 B 吧。
好，接下来 Aurora 老熟人，
给个 S 吧，
这个 S 啊。
好 S 已经有2位了。
40，
这个不是很猛吗？
对啊，
那直接给到 S。
A 跟 S 中间呗。
我觉得这个应该给到 S 吧，都这么。
还有这么多呢？
没事啊，
还这么多嘛？
行，冠军行。
RQ
给到 B。
OK， 这个放哪儿
？F， 这个放到一把高那个 S 出去1等就行了，压他一头够了啊。
只需要压他一头。接下来
这个给到夯吧。
夯。
哇，这 S 有点太多了。
这个
来排个这个
A 吧 A， 这个
小蜜蜂。
那 B 跟 A 的中间呗
，B 跟 A 的中间，我觉得 A 比 S 还要珍贵啊！现在
马上又来了
，EA 来了
，A
必须得 A 啊，
因为它对比你在 A 是吧？
这个直接
这个怎么说
？S 加，必须是压那个Aurora跟黑豹一头，稍微挪一下，挪回一边。
哦，懂你意思，懂你意思。
这个更别说了。
这个呢，龙心。
刚 S 刚有一个空位啊。
NGX
给个 A 吧
，A 吧。
接下来 Hora
给个 D 吧。
反正现在每个等级都有。
对，我觉得贴很完美，
很完美，
很完美，没有要变的了。
没有，
是的。
那这就是我们 AGL 的选手现在定下来的评级了，不知道大家怎么看呢？
Where am I? Here I am, baby. We're currently at the Fan Expo for PUBG Mobile in Naruto. There's a lot of awesome stuff going on here. If you guys want to check it out, it's currently open from August 11th through August 16th. Come check out the awesome collaborations between them.
Like करो guys.
Naruto and a bunch
यार
more.
तुम अपना डिस्कॉर्ड का लिंक दोगी पुराने वाले का नहीं डिस्कॉर्ड का लिंक अभी नहीं दे सकती अभी मेरे डिस्कॉर्ड में कोई रेस्ट्रिक्शंस नहीं डाला हुआ है एवरी वॉइस चैनल इज लाइक अनलॉक्ड तो मैं नहीं दे सकती अभी फिलहाल वो सारा मैं कस्टमाइज करके ही दे पाऊंगी
gameplay in that last game having to do pretty much absolutely nothing throughout the first half of the game and then afterwards actually
खेला क्यों कि मैं बीजीएमआई खेलेगा खेला बेलेगोल खेला प्लीज खेलेंगे बहुत जल्द खेलेंगे यार
Despite that being a win, it was not a very impressive win because they dropped farm. They literally played there the entire game. It was kind of a gifted game for them, but you know what? I'll take it. If it gets me an opportunity to see them in the finals, I'm biased. I don't care. It's a win.
You know what? You heard it here first, folks. But oh, and there he goes again.
That was so fast. I don't know who it was.
Speedy. Who is that?
Who was that, bud? It was me.
He doesn't know either. It's fine. It's fine.
What is this segment, by the way?
Just a fun segment. Welcome to PMWC at EWC 26. What were you going to say, Natura?
No, I was just going to say, yes, they were heavily gifted this win. Heavily. However, Tizzy, being that anchor point, is what won them the game. And I will say that you are looking at a team that knows how to play this game. That's all I gotta say, right? Because Tizzy moving up to that rock, making sure that he's that anchor point, allowing his teammates to push forward into nade range onto 721, so that even when Tizzy did get knocked, it didn't matter. The game was already won. So that kind of synergies, that kind of gameplay was really, really nice to see, and it made it more of a win than just being gifted that
नारुतो का प्रमोशन देख रहे हो दीदी वो पूरा क्या सर पे पहनता है जो नारुतो
ये हर एक निंजा पहनता है सर पे
If you do all that kind of stuff, you'll definitely be able to get a win. But you
निकाल ही लो अब तो नारुतो सेटअप बोल रही हूँ
just give a quick reminder of what's going on. This is the fan zone experience for PUBG Mobile lovers. So make sure you guys come and check it out. As I said earlier, open August 11th through the 16th.
एक तो पैसे नहीं है मेरे पास ऊपर से तुम मुझे
cool Naruto bananas, maybe get some extra swag. Check out some of the other collaborations currently going on.
इस बार बोलो कौन जीतेगा बताओ बताओ टैक्सी है तुम में हिम्मत
स्टार्ट हो गया क्या अरे
स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ है मैं इसीलिए बोल रही हूँ
It's mine, don't touch it.
But Barney,
अरे यार इस बार फ्यूरिया जीत जाता बस RRQ वाले नहीं आते
we
तो
usually have to talk about the mentality of some of these players, right? Because there is no
फ्यूरिया का ही
second
मैच था
chance after this one. It is make it to top 6 or go home. And some of those squads are currently making sure they put them that performance here on survival stage.
It's true, yeah. As your hat comes flying off your head. I think that one of the things to take note of the most is the mentality coming into the survival stage is very different. Now, we're seeing teams like Tianba who only managed to get 49 points in the group stage. However, coming off the back of that, like they've already managed to conquer those 49 points in the space of 3 games out of the 12. So it's really impressive to see the adjustments made coming into the survival stage, and I think Ula managed to put their best foot forward, but they kind of tapered off a little bit. But the team to focus on right now is kind of Alpha 7. They're moving with hesitation, they're not moving with confidence, so the synergy is slightly off. It seems like they keep getting themselves in a pinch, and this is what was causing them issues in the group stage as well. So
Kaushik खेलेंगे यार, ये चुके भी खेलेंगे.
Alpha 7 need to step it up a gear, or at least move with some sort of confidence.
इस बार मैं जीतूंगा.
I also want to point out Fury as well as another team that I want to see step
इसके
up a little
बर्तन ही
bit.
नहीं धो रहे हैं भाई. मैं बोल रही लड़की से बात कर रहा है, बतिया रहा है.
It was a very weird push around from silence to be coming over.
इतना टाइम तो भाई बर्तन धोने में नहीं लगता है.
Just as they're getting pushed and
और वो भी अकेला रहते हो ऊपर से.
Really, the better option would have been an off angle. We should have seen silence.
या मैं इतने देर में पूरा काम खत्म कर लूंगी.
हाँ ना, वही तो.
And then try and help his teammates. In the way, he kind of abandoned them. That's what it felt like. And so I want to see that sort of tactic being shaped up a little bit to actually help them not hinder them.
I gotta say though, looking at the end of this game, especially the replay, it's 71 short, don't get themselves the chicken dinner, but the smokes to deny vision from all of Nongshim Red Force as they tried to leave their own compound. Again, that they've had pretty much the entirety of this game was very impressive. So 7-1, despite not getting a win, very excited to see if they can do more in the next coming games.
अभी चावल बनने रखा है. हाँ ठीक है.
You can see
सब बना लो तुम. खाना खजाना खोल लो अपने घर में.
on at the top there. Nongshim Red Force with that win.
बताओ कौन इस बार वापस से Tianba जीतेगा. मैं बोल रही हूँ.
That I'm happy to see here is none other than Furia in RRQ.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. RRQ in particular, a team that can be very topsy-turvy. Here, the entry point to the eastern side was very easy for them to avoid because no one even tried to contest it away from them the entire time. But their third party on the likes of Furia,
my bet.
Alpha 7 was
ये कुछ करेगा क्या कमाल इस बार? क्या
लगता है? A different plan in mind, which is forcing them downhill, which as we saw there, it's really hard for them to make it work out. So
don't know.
Very happy with them.
दांगी से पूछना पड़ेगा.
In particular, I need to see some RRQ presence.
Yeah, we need to see some RRQ actually. They ended up doing a cool rotation a little bit towards the end of the game where they ended up going south. It seemed like they were going to be a bit too passive, but then we saw the aggressiveness out of them, and I'm loving that we're getting more people, more stuff from PUBG Mobile just joining us here. Got a cool. How's your day going? Okay, cool. Hey, that's what's up, man.
I tell you what, though, I've got to say, a team to look out for today is GOAT Team. They're one of those teams that will consistently be putting up numbers in every single game. There's nothing flashy about them. They will always just keep putting up numbers, though.
But they've only got 3 placement points, which is very interesting. So, more eliminations are good, but I want to see more like top 5 finishes. If they do that, they are a very scary team.
Aggressiveness. That's what it is with that team. They're going to be able to see it. Barney, I think you have something to do after this one, so... Oh, and he's gone. Well, thanks for joining us, Barney. Hopefully you have fun at this stage. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing you there shortly. He could have just done the, what's the name of that jutsu, Max? Where you just end up appearing?
Shadow clone jutsu, you want to do? Like, you create yourself a clone of yourself and you disappear?
Hey, we did that for the PUBG Mobile guys. They were able to kind of show up here.
Play unknown jutsu right now. Look at that. Yeah.
Any teams that have surprised you today, Natura, besides the obvious ones?
For me, Yangon. The Yangon are back to their day one of the group stage that we saw. I was saying they have a lot more presence, and so far over the last few games, we have seen that return after their second day where they just were non-existent again. Really liked how they played the southeast side there, 7. They were really heavy on those splits. SayCloud moving over to, who was it? Who was going over there? The EA GOAT fight off onto the western side. He was monitoring that fight, regrouping, trying to make a push happen. So very sort of aggressive in that mentality, aggressive in that gameplay, even if it's not super aggressive onto actual players.
Yangon, honestly, it's a defending champions here at PMWC. I would like to see them in the finals just because we haven't gotten a chance to see them at all since last PMWC when we talk about PUBG Mobile Esports Global events. And one team that's actually surprising us in a bad way here, Max, and we have to talk about them.
No.
It's Ulf.
No, yeah, it's pretty bad. But genuinely, look at their rotations. They get not terrible positions, but the main issue is, and this is something that is a main issue for Ulf going into all of their tournaments, they're a team that sometimes they go dead center of the circle, but they're not super playable. Sometimes you see them in a shed, you'll see them around a tree or a rock, and the moment teams have a point of contention around you, they spot an angle on your entire squad, they get instantly eliminated. I kind of want to see Ulf play a bit more edge. I feel like edge playstyle is actually what suits Ulf the best, and that's what we saw from him back in PMGC last year, even PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta. They were getting so many points because of that edge playstyle. Center here, if it's not a solid position, like I'm talking, it's not a compound, they're just going to get decimated right away. And Ulf, in a lobby of this caliber 7, we know you're going to struggle if you don't have a good spot to play from.
Which is crazy too, because it's usually one of those teams that we're able to see them being even more aggressive. They're able to, especially with what you're saying, when they're able to play edge, they are going to be able to take full advantage of that. But right now, them not being able to play how we've seen them in the past is not working for them.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's the same with Furia when you're talking about that edge play, that edge rotation, that spread coming on through. They're not being as aggressive as the lobby is demanding, and that's the real problem here, is because they want to play slowly, and the lobby is just like, no, we're playing too fast for that. You've got to keep up, or you're going to go out.
Yeah, and that's hopefully what's going to be happening as we have hit the halfway mark of day 1 survival stage
chicken bana diya hai kya? Arey Martish itna chota nahi hai yaar.
So we're just going to send them over to
Martish ka height lamba hai na Bharat ji. ये अपना सर्विस है इसीलिए तो नहीं आ पा रहा है ना डिस्कॉर्ड में
Back we are the survival stage.
डिस्कॉर्ड में नहीं आ पा रहा है इसलिए काम कर रहा है वो
just survive with the minimum you can have, you know?
Surviving with the minimum, that's interesting. Okay, Luti, I'd like to ask you, how long do you think you'd be able to survive, like, on this stage, just by yourself? What would you need?
I mean, like, 4 days. I just need a little bit of food, I guess. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, you got food, you get one other thing. What else?
फेस क्यों छुपाया है? क्योंकि मैं जारविस जैसे बंदे को पहचानती हूँ इसलिए शर्म के मारे छुपा दिया था.
It appears like your dreams have come true.
Yeah, that's cool.
It is cool, isn't it? Right, I'll see you tomorrow, mate. Enjoy.
But Bonnie, it was just a metaphor. It's just a metaphor. I'm not gonna stay on stage. It's a small bottle. Okay, I will figure out. Back to you, casters. I need another one. Bonnie!
Let's get it going as we're getting ready for the final 3 matches of day 1 of the survival stage. I'm Jukes here with my man Blank, and we are ready to go here.
There we are. It's been a good time so far. Tiamba currently.
Yes.
They are
hitting everybody with that forbidden jutsu. You know what I'm talking about?
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know, because they are dominating the lobby. It's about time, man. I mean, Tianbo was a team I had going into this one. Automatic lock to the finals. To even see them here
automatic
in the
lock to the finals.
But it's about time we see them make it happen here.
Yeah, bro. I think for Tiamba, this is already a fantastic start. They just need to keep on working, keep on grinding. I think right now QZ's kind of feeling it. So is Milu. Milu's doing wonderful work. I think Maxim was rightly highlighting him earlier on in the day. We are getting in towards our 4th match though, hitting up Erangel. We are over from that eastern side down towards the south and over up Noya. It's a little bit of an awkward we have had pretty much disgusting playmates followed by disgusting circles. The entirety of EWC 2026 here at PMWC. So I didn't expect anything less.
Yeah, these zones have just been relentless. It's unbelievable. You know what? But it's all about being able to adapt, able to make those plays and make it happen. So we're looking right now at the overall ranking.
Lobby easy hai yaar.
We're looking at top 6. It's top 6 that move on. Everybody else is going home here. So right now that cutoff is going to be go with 22 points. It's going to be
उतरने तो दो दीदी
नहीं सीधा बोलो
start turning things up right now.
कौन जीतेगा
already burned through the games that they
मैं बोल रही हूँ RRQ या Tian
मैं बताऊँ ऊपर से 3 टीम मेरी ऊपर से 3 टीम मेरी
in future but
NS Furia
top 5 in what was a pretty tough group.
अरे तो गए ये तीनों गए मतलब ठीक है भैया मैं RRQ चलो मैं RRQ और
90 points overall for 6th and it goes up from there. Right now Tiamba
अच्छा Furia RRQ geek है तुम्हारा ऊपर से 3 टीम
ridiculous
hello
next 3 games
hello
team but they could lock themselves in very easily.
हाँ ऊपर से 3
था NS था और Furia था
they get right now he's fantastic.
तो मेरा चलो बीच से हो जाएगा तो
early drop out as well so they get
7-1
very quickly then it's a case of just figuring your way
7-1 A7
western edge. But there are a couple more teams we do need to talk about. RQ for instance, goodness me,
good 7-1 A7
although they haven't
और
been
तुम्हारा Tian NS Furia
games, some decent rotates, some good presence in these
Furia my prediction
insane just yet but I think for RQ this feels like a much more comfortable ride. You know, we got the suspension going at the moment for RQ.
let's just keep that happening. Let's stay on the smooth roads.
Yeah, speaking of, you know what? Where we're going, we don't need roads. You can see
भाई ये लेके कौन जा रहा है उड़न तश्तरी लेके कौन जा रहा है भाई
off the rip here. He's going to be keeping an eye over Severny. But you know what? You guys need to make sure you keep an eye in game and get that Uzumaki Naruto event going. Get that Ninetales Fury AUG. You definitely want to get your hands on that before it is gone. And you can see Yasser. He said, okay, I got the glider. I got my Murado. We are ready to go.
उला उड़ रहा है उला.
Yeah, no reason to stick around much longer. I mean, they made a quick
उला वाला तो उड़ ही जाएंगे इस बार.
Gets off the loot truck if you can. It's going to be a little bit late for it, but they should be all right. For Alula, though, Severny, a lot of options towards the future, but we're likely moving down towards Fields, Gakko Way, Pachinki, so they do have to shove through quite a few teams that have layered themselves over towards the top side of Rozhok and beyond. That's Yasnaya. Beyond is Yasnaya Ruin.
That is correct.
South George, yeah. Everyone knows that.
Everybody knows
That's
that.
a classic.
Yeah, it is the classic. So, I mean, this is kind of a... It's good to see a more normal-ish circle.
खटियाला का नाम रवि किशन ने रखा है.
You know?
Yeah.
It's about time we actually see one here. So I think these teams are kind of breathing a sigh of relief. And now it's time for, to kind of get rid of any excuses, especially for these teams down in that bottom 8 to really start playing catch-up here, because Rondo has just been proving that map that it's just such a wild card for all these squads. We saw a 39-point game for E-Arena in just one single one. So, yeah, teams at the bottom could have a crazy pop-off match.
हम तो prediction ही कर सकते हैं तो देखते हैं जीता कौन वो सिकंदर.
I think if you have the opportunity, like a normal circle here, you got to take advantage of it.
Patir Biz Bhandar ji, thank you so much, yaar.
Something a little bit more casual, a little bit more chilled out. For Wolves, hey, you're not their biggest fan at the moment, which is totally understandable.
There
has been some, let's say, minor mistakes here and there from Wolves, but this is a good start for them. I think it always has been difficult as time goes on with those kind of circles. If you're not experienced, you don't have that idea of how to play that at a lobby this level, you are going to get caught out. But this is a big chance. Now for Wolves, if they go out pretty early here, I think we can safely say to ourselves, it's not likely happening over the next couple of days, because this is a big chance for them.
Yeah, it really is, and you have to utilize these opportunities.
ये कितने दिन चलेगा ये survival stage?
And if you can't even capitalize on something like this, it's just a terrible, terrible sign. I mean, yeah, we've seen some miracles happen in the past, but with how consistent this lobby is already kind of showing, because that was the problem when I saw the
ये आज ही हो जाएगा क्या
top
5 वाले कल भी चलेगा पता नहीं कल तक चलेगा शायद.
This is a problem, right? We got our previous champions here, right? We've got our PMGC champions here. We have our PMMI champions here, right? It's like, it's like Champ City. You got Tianba, who almost won PMMI, and so many other great names as well. So yeah, you just can't afford to slip here at this stage. And
Tianba be like
play in the group stage of accidentally hitting that rock.
Yeah, that upset you, dude.
That broke my heart.
Yeah.
I mean, thank goodness Baton hit the most ridiculous head pan shot out of a vehicle I have ever seen.
It's like minus 1,000 R and then plus 1,001.
Literally, it's evened out. But if they don't make it to finals
negative
here,
on that one.
it's going right back down, dude. Oh.
Yeah, I think for definitely, I will say honestly, Elementrix has been impressing me. There's been some good moments. I think if Wolves take anything away from this event, it's definitely team cohesion.
Sure.
I think individually all these players are fairly decent, but we don't see these crazy team plays coming out from them. We don't see them work together massively well. I still think they should be very, very proud to be here and getting through to survival stage, though, because this is a really tough tournament. I mean, you just highlighted the amount of champions we have in survival stage. Very cool, by the way. But yeah, I do think because the circles were so insane over towards groups, yeah, some teams were able to get in that maybe wouldn't have been able to before, but you got to look back on the circles, and I think there was a lot of deserved wins, honestly.
Oh, sure.
I think it was just hard. It was a very, very competitive current lobby at the moment. This is a very fun survival stage. This doesn't feel like we're really just
नींद
calling the
टपक रही है
necessary
चेहरे
amount
से
of teams.
देखो
It's like,
तो
we're going to say goodbye to some real heavy hitters here. Some teams
दो
that
वर्ड
honestly, I
पढ़
would
के
have
आगे
liked to
ही
have
खुद ही
seen
जोड़ देते
through to
हैं
the finals. We still got one more day left.
भाई
though,
मेरे को
okay?
नींद आ
I
रही
don't
है
have to
भाई
shed
अभी
any
तो
tears just yet.
सीरियसली
Yeah, one more day
थोड़ा
is
सो ही
definitely a
जाती हूँ
good
क्या
opportunity for these teams to get it done. And it's so crazy, right? And I think the big reason on top of it why we see so many monster squads in this lobby
अगर
is
सो गए तो
because
KRX
in the
जीतेगा
group stage,
क्या
good games were
अगर
okay.
सो गए तो
You know, we
नीचे वाली
saw
टीम
just
जीतेगी
something
KRX
special that just made things so wild. I mean, team vitality on day
भाई
one.
KRX क्यों खेल रहा है भाई 2 पॉइंट ले गए
Vitality was just absolutely insane. I remember talking to like all these different coaches and players and be like, "Hey, what do you guys think about Vitality's day one performance?" And the answer was always, "What?"
लॉबी सिंपल लग रही है यार
You know?
Yeah, bro. 100%.
It was just shock and awe. Like I don't even know what to even say to it. And I mean, you really can't say much.
No, you can't. Well, I think for Vitality's performance, it was one of those things where there isn't much to say. It's like it is shock and awe. That's essentially what it is. I think there's not much to be said in terms of like what they did wrong or what they did right, because it's just a case of you guys played out your minds. When we see you winning, we're just happy for you. We're just happy for you. Yeah, it sucks that we're going to struggle to make our way in now, but goodness me, you guys definitely deserved it. It made Group B very, very difficult for some other teams. We had such a tight, knit top 5 when it came down to it. A lot of teams like sitting on that 90-point border up towards, I think, 3rd place, because I believe it was only really Godlike who were able to break out of that 3-digit boundary, get up there. But yeah, everyone else was struggling. It was right down to that last game, which did shift up the rankings massively and led to E-Arena being here now.
Unreal, dude. Honestly, like that's like probably what frustrates me the most, dude. Like I couldn't believe it. Like E-Arena, 39-point game 1. How do you break a record like that and just still not make it to the finals? I'm glad I wasn't on the desk there, because I would have gone absolutely crazy. But oh, here we go. We're getting to the action. It's Tianba once again catching out Arula quick. Ooh, Yasser getting punished as well. Tianba not messing around here on rotation. Also the feed, we see 721GS getting to it with the Wolves. That's bringing out back and forth. Looks like one of the Wolves players does get thirsted, so they're going to be stuck with 3. Man, there's a crazy fight going on here. 721 getting in with RRQ. There's a battle going on all back and forth.
Well, it totally makes sense. When you come down towards the south side, there's a lot of fielded over towards the northwest and down towards the south. There's some very key compounds, some very key areas that we want to take control of around these trees. And we already know from watching groups, these players and these teams are not afraid to get stuck in 4 strong areas of the map. And it does cut out a lot of players quite quickly. 721GS, they went down. They struggled off the back of it. Right now, Wolf is trying to rotate on through. Geek's finding shots over towards Tianba. They do lose one player because of that. But yeah, everyone wants a strong spot inside the circle. It me that Tianba's taking a lot of damage. They're currently playing around Pachinki. I don't think they expected players to be up towards Church right now, taking shots off of this one. But fair enough to Geek. It's a good, well-laid trap.
Yeah, they're going to hold this spot for as long as they possibly can. Oh, Marnet getting popped on the roof there. And he's going to go ahead and get back to safety. Fight timing is what it's all about here at this stage, especially in the survival stage. You kind of get into one of these engagements just a little too early on rotation. Boom, you're getting third party, fourth party by all these teams that are just desperately hunting eliminations. Sometimes it is a little bit better to try to avoid those fights unless you know for sure we can finish it out like really, really quick. But it just goes to show you these rotations are not simple, especially when Team C finally a like normalish zone, right? It's like,
well, I want the best spot.
Yeah,
I want the best spot right now.
Best spot. Yeah, not second best, the best.
Yeah, you sort of know how to play these circles. They're not awkward. They're not like split-second decisions. These teams have studied for this type of thing. But yeah, heading down towards the south side, it does feel a bit rough. For Alpha 7, they're currently trying to play off the back of the high ground that's out towards the eastern side of Quarry. But they have since left. Obscure still left behind, quite far away. But we will get our next show coming in through soon.
Black coffee mangalo,
Where's it head up here, Jukes?
Oh, I think we just go dead center. Okay, we go a little bit up on the northern side.
Black coffee
we got
पीती हूँ ना पूरा रात को नींद नहीं आता मुझे.
right to the right side of Chopsticks from Gatka. You can already see some teams pushing in immediately. You got Alpha 7 there on that
काश
left
मैं थोड़ा
edge,
और
most likely gonna
चाइनीज
wrap
होती
all
यार
the way
नॉर्थ
to that
ईस्ट
north
का
side
से होना कुछ
towards
तो
Ruins,
फायदा
but
होता
man, that
आंखें
Ruins
छोटी होती
position,
तो क्या
not
पता
so- not
आंखें
really the
बंद है
best,
या
especially
खुला है
that
पता ही नहीं
circle
चलता
decides to back on south. You know, when I see AWC, you know what it reminds me of, Blank?
What?
It reminds me of like those days
Tianba फिर
when
आपको
you were
बिना
doing
देखे
your
ऐसे ही ले
homework,
लेते टीम
preparing
में
for
आओ
a
ऑफिस में
test,
आओ
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden the test happens and it's like nothing you studied for.
Yeah, they switched out the papers.
My
Yeah, that's the
period,
worst.
chalo!
That is the
What?
worst.
I spent hours studying these certain maps, these little areas, and then all of a sudden the zones are just going crazy here. You know, now we're starting to get back to a little bit of the core material. The zone is bouncing back and forth
ये
a
कहाँ
little
से
bit,
बंदा आ
you
गया
know,
हेल
but,
हाइड्रा लिख रहा है
finally
जो
something that
चैट में
seems familiar here. I think that's why we're seeing so many teams so quick on the rotate.
Yeah, these were in the footnotes.
Yeah.
We had these. I was able to revise.
बॉट लो भी ₹2 ₹2 scrims
A lot of teams
क्या हो
trying to
गया
avoid Pachinki though, which is making a little bit of a vacuum on that northeastern side. Just because no one really wants to send towards Pachinki too early on.
Jarvis
You get trapped
scrims
out
खेल
there.
रहा है
Very bad time trying to
इसलिए
leave.
नहीं
You
आ
can play
रहा
the
था
rooftops potentially and have a little bit of presence, but I think most squads are realizing that this is not the play to go for. KRX down towards the south side, not a terrible spot. They're out on the cusp of the fields. This is a decent area to work with. It does sit underneath the high ground that a lot of teams aren't really heading over towards just yet. They'd
Technically देखने जाओ तो बहुत boring game है ये
locate a little bit of a safer position to play. You don't want to be in the open because teams might just end up starting to crash you.
एक्सूट के लिए 20% luck
Goat
चाहिए
team also
best
will
of luck
find a little bit of a tricky rotation from that south side because they need to move up full through the fields. The biggest thing I'm most interested in right now is this split from RRQ. They are trying to control the majority of that western side.
आज टीम इंडिया का खेला नहीं है कल भी नहीं होगा शायद है ना
Waiting for this next
कल वॉच
circle
पार्टी नहीं
to decide
करूंगी मैं
where
सीधा
things are gonna
फाइनल्स का
get
वॉच
done.
पार्टी करूंगी
I'm
अगर ऐसा
finally
होगा
seeing a
तो
little bit more traditional kind of circle rotations
कल
from
भी
Alpha
यही है
7. Once they saw
सर्वाइवल
that
से
northern
कल भी
shift, they hugged that circle all the way up
मुझे
to the
इंडिया
top.
पाकिस्तान
So
का फाइट
they're going to
देखना
be
है
taking the blues
मैं हूँ
up here, as
कलेशी
you can see. And
आप आना इंडिपेंडेंस डे को आना
very OG from them. But man, what's going on with them in their
इंडिपेंडेंस
end
डे
games
को ही
right
तो
now?
है ना
They've just
फिनाले
been struggling. They can get into some
शर्म करो
decent
भैया
fights,
देश के
but even in
टूर्नामेंट
the
की
last
बेइज्जती
game
कर रहे
or
हैं
this
क्या हो
game
गया
before, we saw, you know, Carrillo,
BGMS की बात कर
Rebel
रहा है शायद
driving,
अच्छा
hitting these crazy shots out of the car. I feel like if they just kind of go back to the basics.
14 से 16 है
really
अच्छा फिनाले 14
to
से
their
16 है
maximum
क्या
level.
It sort of used to feel like teams would avoid Alpha 7. Like that's a team you didn't really want to bump into. And I think for especially Miramar, a lot of times they kind of suffocated teams out. We do get a northern shift on this one, which means that Alpha 7's not in a terrible spot. They do control the majority of that northern side. They will regroup on this one, trying to hold out teams, trying to swing around. But yeah, I don't think we've seen much times in the past, like Revo and Carrillo just dry pushing, no smokes, no nothing, over towards a location. Felt like a bit of a desperation move, so we'll wait and see. Again, as we know, they are trying to work some new tactics in right now to make it work.
सबको पता है
That's pretty
गौरव
wild to me. I mean, I think right now you're in the survival stage. Do with what you know. You know what I'm saying? Maybe if you're ahead by 100 points, then you can go and try whatever the heck you want. But right now, it's just making sure you make it into that top 6. With this circle, though, the crowd is starting to get hyped because they know that this is a beautiful zone for them. And meanwhile, we got some teams that are going to have to push from the south side. You got Goat trying to find their way in. You got Fudia, Nongshim Red Force as well, looking for a spot in this next circle. And you can already start seeing some players get knocked here. Ulf catching out Claws. And that actually is going to be Alula eliminated. So that is already 3 teams out of here pretty early.
Alpha 7 do find shots over towards
यार
Yangon
इसमें
Galacticos. Again, good
tag
setup
क्यों
from them. They were
participate
trying
नहीं
to
किया
cut
यार
off a eastern rotate over towards the position. I think for them right now, they
PwC
understand that they were likely one of the teams that is only on that northern side. Not a lot of other teams had to make that approach. They didn't have much choice in the matter. So for them, they're like, okay, there's going to be some teams probably rotating out from Pachinki here, or at least trying to wrap around on that eastern edge. We sort of know that a team will be holding the compound over towards our southwest side, which is currently RRQ, and this engagement right here, which is going to pop off. But that's not going to endanger Alpha 7. Right now, though, Foospan does walk around the corner. Good Jaws with the JS9 do some good work. Goat is just cleaning RRQ out. Now, this is the man to be worried about, though. It is the part. He's on his own. Might go terribly. We'll see what he's got.
chops out the vehicle.
अरे वो allowed नहीं है क्या? Form fill up नहीं हुआ क्या? मतलब सच्ची पूछ रही हूँ यार.
And now you got force.
बोलो ना यार. क्या
Go ahead
है?
and get this res.
आप बड़े जी भी हंसेंगे. हाँ?
And now
वो
here
जीतते
comes
तब ना
Irina,
जाते
quick
जैसे
on the
OG और
third party,
Godlike
trying to
को
soak up some of these eliminations.
तो OG और
Perfect
Godlike
timing as
एक
well.
साथ कैसे
Goat is
जीते?
hurt. They are not looking too hot here. And Turny K up close and personal.
लोकल वाला
Looking
दोनों
to
एक साथ
catch
कैसे जीते?
one of these knocks. Oh, they're instantly thirsting this. They're
Godlike
getting
तो
it
जीता
done
है
in the
पता है.
arena,
और Angutan
making
कब
it
जीत
happen
गया?
against Go. Perfectly timed.
तो
And that
5-5
is
में आना था ना
Go.
उनको
Pretty much done and
टीम जाने
dusted
के
here.
लिए.
Great read from E-Arena, honestly, moving in over towards this one. This is a team that knows they need points right now. They do not want to have to go out. Good nade as well around the corner. Tries to make this as easy as possible and get the full cleanup on this. There's nobody nearby. Now, for E-Arena, you do have to think clearly for a second here. They just cleared out 2 teams on the western side. They have so much
OG
space
global
to work
points
with.
ranking से अच्छा.
Really good 30
OG
third
crafted
party off the
ranking
back
में
of that
top
one.
पे है
So
अच्छा.
many teams over towards the eastern side. We
Tag
had a very
trophy
eastern playing path to start this
and
off. So
वाली
they just have a
क्या?
lovely
क्या
amount
बोल
of
रहे
room
हो?
at the moment.
इसके
This
बाद
is
हम गेम
beautiful stuff
खेलते
for
हैं
them.
यार. क्या बोलते हैं टैक्सी
Beautiful
खेलना है गेम?
indeed. Yeah, so that west side is clear for E-Arena. They're looking to get
खेल
some of
लेंगे
their
बट दो मेरा मारे लास्ट का.
after losing it
Miramar
in the
देखने
group
मजा आता है.
stage. Wolves, though, there we go, starting to make some noise. Next zone
क्या
does pop
बोल रहे
on
हैं
up.
दोस्तों?
This is the
चैटो.
blessing that Alpha 7
Chat
have
के
been waiting
दोस्तों,
for.
बताओ.
Honestly, this is no excuse at this point.
बताओ गौरव,
A7
बताओ
need
Zarvis.
to hunt down a double-digit elimination win here. Let's see if that's something that they can close down. On the side of Pachinki, we got Fudia, though. Ayala up close and personal with AGAL. And the side of Wolves. This is outside the circle. They need to finish this fight fast. Beautiful Molotov. And now AGAL forced to spread thin. But when is Fudia going to make this push? They are hurt really bad.
सबको मजा आ रहा है भाई, सबको मजा आ रहा है. दीदी को नींद आ रहा है. मैं बोल रही हूँ ब्लैक कॉफी पी लो.
मुझे नहीं पीना.
आधा पी लो.
Either side on the back of that one ensured they wouldn't immediately get taken down by a secondary grenade. And they're just going to back this off. They don't want to spend any more time here. They see the Wolves are coming in from the western side. Not very good deal. Yeah, I mean, AJL's like, why are you chasing us? Go fight that
मेरा
team.
टीम में दो टीम उड़ गया जो RRQ और गोट.
We'll fight you
ये
guys
बचा
later
है
once we get into this circle.
तुम्हारे उधर में तुम्हारे उधर एनएस उड़ गया. मैं क्या
दो है ना? दो है ना अभी. आएगा आएगा.
दो कैसे? तुम्हारी टीम से तो एक उड़ गया ना.
हाँ तो अभी दो है ना. फ्यूरिया और टियाना आ रहा है ना. आएगा आएगा.
भाई मेरा बच्चा है.
There's really nowhere to go here, and they are barely making it out alive for now.
Give the Wolves, it's a mad set,
20% लक चाहिए फिर पैसा खत्म हो गया. अरे all the best यार. मैं दे रही हूँ ना all the best बोल के luck. Best of luck.
Play it slow in from the southern edge, then even look over towards Ulf. So
5 बार कैंसिल करके छठे बार खोलो भाई निकल जाएगा. इधर आके
they're
थैंक यू बोल
trying
के
to reach
जाना.
for something. For Alpha 7 though, they have a wonderful spot on the map right now. So much space. The entirety of the northern side. They control half the circle here, Jude.
मेरी पता है एयरफोन लगा के बैठा था बट मेरा साउंड स्पीकर से आ रहा था. मैं साला सोचूं हो क्या रहा है भाई. मेरे एयरफोन खराब हो गए.
तुम रहने दो यार. तुम मत करो यार. रहने दो. अरे दांगी आओ ना यार. डिस्कॉर्ड पे आओ.
I would love to see a Western rollout here from one of their players. Get the lineup, see how much space they can take and what they're working with going into the future. As long as they have information, they should be good because info at this point is king.
Yes, it is. And Carrillo's going to go ahead and really trying to put his
Furia
king status
अभी
on.
टपकेगा
That
देखना.
man has
हाँ.
worn plenty of
मेरा एक और
crowns.
टीम है. चलो ये तो unfair हो गया. A7 मेरा टीम है. चलो यार.
Over there by that tractor.
ये और A7.
So yeah, A7
Furia
completely spreading their wings, and now they're starting to get aggressive.
ले,
Right?
ले,
They're
ले.
not just hanging back on the north side. They are getting up close and
आ रहा
personal.
है, आ रहा है,
Looking
आ
to
रहा है,
soak up
आएगा,
this
आएगा.
elimination. Furia on the drive. Full squad in the vehicle, moving up
ये
little by
साला
little.
बहाने से स्की देता है. मेरे बहाने भी यही बनाता है. हाँ बहुत बढ़िया बहाना देता है Zarvis.
But Eagle with the very, very slim peaks, punishing Furia.
Tiamba,
Furia
know
उड़
the position
गया.
they're in. They
अरे चुप करो यार भैया. गेम पे ध्यान दे.
right now. AJL, big task ahead of them over towards KRX. Looks like a fairly decently placed grenade. Goes long. Ooh, damage it did there towards Foxy. That's rough. Getting another knock there would have been very useful. But Alpha 7 will do the rest of the job. He's out extremely long shot here.
आएगा
Trixie नहीं हो रहा क्या? They should absolutely just win this game. It's like one of the freest games I've seen in a while.
मैं ये जीतेगा बोल रही
It's
हूँ मैं.
annoying because right, you give Alpha 7 a game like this, you know they should win, and you know they probably will win as well too.
They have to win. It's not even just they will, right? They have to win this. If they lose this, this is going to be just devastating for everybody that believes in this team.
यार मैं जीतेगा यार कहाँ क्या बात कर रहे हो आप लोग?
They're dancing already. They're jumping. They're already doing the victory lap because they know this one is in the bag. So this is A7's game to lose. Let's see how it all ends up though. As we look over here towards Slaughterhouse, GK going to be holding it down with 4 eliminations so far.
Yeah, not a terrible game here from GK. They started off well. Little trap laid over towards Church. Able to quickly get some shots off. Alpha 7 though, continuing to try and wrap round. They're probably waiting for the circle to pull in from that northern edge. They don't want anyone wrapping on their north side. They'd rather keep everyone on the southern edge towards them, and they can just play full 180 broadside, which is so much easier than trying to deal with snakes in the grass in the late game.
All out A7 has to do is just play old school PUBG Mobile.
Pretty much,
literally,
yeah.
just
very
old school, tried and true. Nothing needed to be done here special. No crazy drives, trying to shoot people off the vehicle. No kind of wild little highlight reel plays. Just work together as a team. That's where
तुझे लड्डू बनाने हैं पोर्टर वाले
They've been a squad to where like if you knock a player,
बिजली को बांध के क्यों नहीं रख लेते भैया?
A7 कमबैक है क्या? A7 कमबैक है बे. A7 कमबैक है बे. बोल रही हूँ ना मैं.
पता है वो बीच में आके लड्डू बना रहे हैं.
ओ मैडम आपका एक टीम बाकी है अभी.
क्या? Rebel going up a little bit here, trying to find some angles
हाँ
with
ठीक
Mormon on the
है
tractor.
समझ गए हम.
And Mormon hits the deck immediately.
Almost underneath. We'll take a volley of fire their way. Alpha 7 had 8 eliminations on this game. This should get them back into the running
India
quite
Pakistan match
quickly.
लगाओ बे.
Starting to look over at the util right now. Rebel, I think I saw him with a lot of
ज़्यादा अच्छा लगता है ना.
8 eliminations so far. This is a dream game for Ace. It's honestly this is a dream game for anybody in that position.
एक और टीम चूज करो ना यार ट्रिक्सी. मजा आएगा यार.
Solid here.
Hello.
नहीं ना डियाना है ना.
But right now, everybody just kind of waiting. This is still only zone 6, but with so much open range. That's why we have so many teams eliminated.
Hey, for Tampa though, a fairly decent game. I mean, they're in another top 5 scenario.
I think that's a lock already, honestly.
4 Elans. I mean, we're waiting for it. We're waiting for it. 3 points at the moment. I'll give them
final
another
watch
20
party
on today, and then we can lock them in. But yeah, it would take some miracles tomorrow, or at least some. Quick switch back towards the player on that north side. Alpha 7 will get them back up again. Again, this next circle is pretty much all about Alpha 7 just holding on this north side, not allowing the wraps to come through because you're waiting for GK as well as pulled off these compounds towards the southeast.
I kind of like the fact that that player from E7 got knocked right there. Because I can already see they were getting a little antsy and starting to push up a little bit too much.
Yeah.
And that knock was perfect timing because it wasn't too devastating for them. They were able to get the res. It was very consequential. The next zone does center on them a little bit to the south here. So A7 are going to have to push up little by little. But this zone is terrible because it's pretty much all open field here. Everybody's going to be having to hug the edge, set up some car walls. Look at Tianba. They're still out of the zone. So they have to push up little by little. They have this hillside to work with. This is perfect for them because they can just sit here, wait for all the other fights to happen, and then get into the mix a little bit later on.
Yeah, pretty close. Even dropping the M79 down there, getting some smokes up. Revo's going to try and hold up teams as they leave these buildings. I don't mind this play. I think that Alpha 7 is currently just trying to lock down Irina's approach, which I think is smart. And Revo, definitely the guy you want on the swivel, right? He is locked in when it comes to sprays. Just needs to make sure he hits casualties rather than full commits there. Just wants to slow GK down into the future.
I think that's exactly right. I think Rebel's the perfect pick because he has such a high mobile IQ, and he knows the most important thing right now is just me not getting knocked. Yeah. I just gotta stay here, apply some pressure, ensure that I do not get taken out. Because if Rebel gets knocked here, the chances of him getting Thursday and Alpha 7, really being in a disadvantage is massive.
मैं
But when
A7
you
को
leave out
support
those
कर रही
buildings
थी
as well,
चलो
where Rebels
ER
coming from,
A7
is the
मेरा
next stop-off point, right? That around that
मैं बोल रही हूँ ना आपका 4 5 6 था मेरा 1 2 3 था
He'll probably pass that information back in the near future. But yeah, Alpha 7, they just got to keep tabs on basically 3 teams, Yangon Galacticos, as well as Geekay, as well as E-Arena. They spotted where E-Arena was playing from.
जीत भी सकता है टियानबा यार, ये मैच शुरू होने से पहले ही मैंने बोला था एक टियानबा एक मैच जीतेगा बोल के, लेकिन कौन सा पता नहीं अभी। ये ट्रिक्सी बहुत चालू है भाई, कुछ भी बोल लो।
We have 20 seconds left on the clock.
ले लेती है यार।
How much util E-Arena have already, because they have been blowing through a ton of ammunition from this angle. QZZ forced to hit the laydown. He's going to be throwing some smokes, pushing up little by little by little. Oh, Tourniquet, he's got a whole bunch of ammunition, so the E-Arena are set up for this.
He's got a bag, but if Tourniquet goes down first, like, I mean, that's a lot of util just out the window.
भाई आके एकदम मुंह पे फट जाए ना, ये काम मजा आ जाएगा।
I like this from Tourniquet, dude. Kind of a wild maneuver. QZZ taking a lot of a bomb in the moment. More nades flowing over the top here. Another nade in the back lines over towards Schweppes. Good shot over towards Eagle. Oh, immediately refrag. QZZ has to know we've got to start placing these nades a little bit closer.
Those vehicles really protecting the side arena. That would hurt though, and that is going to be Schweppes done and dusted. Mormon done. Tourniquet is the one up close and personal. 1v1 situation with QZZ. QZZ running the whole bit, shimmying back and forth, trying to find the angles. Tourniquet with the laydown. Finally stands up here, and that short game.
What are we doing?
That shuts him down.
I mean, come on, man. Still got the nade out. You've got the tree cover. Just pull out a shotgun, something. Make the sprays. Quick peeks around the side. QZZ. Real play from him there. Geekay, though, took advantage of that. Will swing around the side. And now Alpha 7, they have full control.
लगाना यार, गया भाई टियानबा। अब किसको सपोर्ट करना है बताओ? A7 और Geek।
भाई Geek का चिकन है। A7। They know that they are bleeding. Obscure.
A7 जीतेगा, A7
मैंने बोला था ना कि ये लोग लड़ते रहेंगे, Geek ऊपर से आके चिकन
A7 आएगा अभी, जीतेगा A7।
See you later, Alpha 7. This is all.
अरे यार मैंने तो बोला ही था A7 और ये का ऐसा कुछ लफड़ा हो जाएगा, Geek आके चिकन ले जाएगा।
They could have helped along that fire with E-Arena a lot sooner. A little bit of hesitation almost.
कैसा पनौती लगाते हैं भाई, ऊपर का तीनों टीम में से कुछ नहीं हुआ था, मतलब देख रहे हो?
Crazily, honestly, towards that end game. But I respected the aggression.
सपना हम लोग जिताने के लिए थोड़ी प्रेडिक्शन कर रहे हैं भाई।
जब ये लोग इधर से ना ऊपर
हम लोग तो बैठ के इधर क्या कर रहे हैं, हम लोग बैठ के
ये लोग लड़ जाएंगे।
हम लोग बैठ के इधर आमी जेट
It was handed on a silver plat. There's no excuses, guys. Like, I mean, come on. These are our previous PMGC champions. At a certain point, we gotta hold these guys accountable. You cannot lose that game if you're A7.
I mean, for Tiamba there,
जैकेट वैकेट पहन के चला हो गया वो
जीत गया इंटरव्यू दे के आएगा।
ये लोग सुपारी लेके बैठे हैं भाई, मैं नहीं।
इंटरव्यू देने जा रहा है।
नाम लिया तो साली भाई जीत गए।
might have been a different story, but yeah.
बंदा ऐसे भाग रहा है जैसे क्या ही उसने उखाड़ लिया है भाई।
ठंडा ठंडा होते रहेगी
almost
ना।
instantaneously.
भाई यार
Rough stuff for them.
जोन आउट हो
They
गया
play it how they should do up until that final moment.
साविना विना कोई बात नहीं, just say bonjour bonjour and move on यार।
You can't afford to be
यार ये
sitting
लोग
back
पेरिस
here.
गए, खाना वाना क्या खाए होंगे?
They needed to get in.
वो भी एक है।
Driving around in
देखना है यार
vehicles,
इनका
looking for
खाना।
intel, getting knocked. I mean, this is just so wild to see.
I'm nading. I don't have car. I'm nading them. I will go there.
मैंने देखा था आरू की स्टोरी पे देखा था,
क्या देखा था?
कुछ तो खा रहा था वो, नूडल्स टाइप का खा रहा था कुछ।
कौन खा रहा था नूडल्स वे?
One behind the
खोल के देखा था
की स्टोरी पे देखा था।
किसका स्टोरी?
आरू ने स्टोरी लगाया था।
आरू कौन है?
Very nice indeed. And you know what? We gotta give the props to DK though, right? I mean, they get a couple of clutch knocks. They close it down in a beautiful fashion. They don't hesitate at all, and that's what you need to do, right? I mean, you're at the disadvantage positionally, but if you do end up getting one of those knocks, you gotta finish. And DK said, you know what? We know how to get them.
I think we saw some of the issue there right at the end, where Alpha 7, you got Creo as well as Revo. Like,
मेरे को गेम खेलने का मन कर रहा है।
I think it was Guiza actually. They were pulling off from the angle at that point in time.
Alpha 7 वाले ये
The
जो
difference
आपके
between them and
लिए
Geekay there is Geekay's taking control of the game, whereas realistically Alpha 7 sort of let the game control them. all the way until those final moments. So by the time they were trying to reassess and replay against Geeky, they were already living on massive high. Free around the side. He's an incredible player, an incredible talent on that team. Deserves all the love he gets, honestly. But there's no one in survival stage right now. There's no one in PMWC, EWC that can't hit disgusting shots like that.
गंदी दिखती है ये. अरे अपने फोन का front camera off कर ले लूडू.
They go to second place.
They got a second place, which is great. It's just it would be devastating. If they're the seventh place team by just a few points. Yes, and we've seen it happen so many times.
No, I agree.
So that's why it's like if you have that opportunity in the bag and you don't close it, my eyebrows go up quite a bit. This is not good. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how things bounce back for these teams. But man, one team that's been doing really, really well here is Furia.
Really well as a Furia.
I genuinely have really respected the way that Fury's been playing. It feels very, very different to what we saw in the groups.
It feels very, very different.
I think we'll let Kalaris ask most of the questions in just a little bit.
Most of the questions?
Right now in an interview for Furia shortly. But yeah, overall, been playing very, very good. Excited to listening with them.
Very good.
But yeah, Tiamba in the top 5. I think they got fairly far into it. I think there's maybe a top 4 that they got there. They're just churning out points still churning out those points. Anyway, let's head down to the stage with Kalaris to hear a little bit more from Furia.
Thank you, boys. Hogging all the stage for yourself. No, we've got Fury. Very important to talk to as you stay blank here for all of this. So let's talk about the day so far as a whole here for survival stage. A lot of people expecting good things from Furia. What's your perspective on how the games have gone so far?
Como é que vocês estão se sentindo, né? No primeiro dia do Survival Stage. Vocês estão se sentindo sobre o dia de hoje?
A gente está muito tranquilo e viemos para amassar hoje.
We're very relaxed and we can just demolish them.
Okay, and let's ask about the Erangel then. When you were rotating along the beach below Primorsk, eventually you came back and dealt with Nongshim Red Force for some more eliminations, and then continued to skirt around the edges of the map to eventually try and get the win, but it didn't quite work out. Did you think there was any difference that could have happened in that game, or you could have got the win? What are your thoughts?
Sobre aquele Erangel ali, a rotação que vocês fizeram ali, passando por Primorsk, depois voltando para pegar Nongshim. Esse jogo foi bem difícil. O que vocês acham que faltou um pouco, né, para a vitória de vocês nesse jogo em específico?
A Cal foi travar as costas e nós brigamos com a NS e depois bateu uma progressão pra frente limpa, nós foi fazer pressão na direita e acabou perdendo um. Acho que dificultou isso a play.
So the call-up was just like to hold our backline. So Nongshim arrived and we got them. But when we managed to like lose the first player, we kind of misplayed a little bit. That's why kind of ended our...
इतनी गरीब हूँ ना कि वो शेर वाला मुझे पता नहीं कि कौन सा ब्रांड का है शेर वाला.
To Barney, who's ready with Nongshim Red Force.
Thank you so much, Kalaris. Yes, I've got Quizzy here from Nongshim Red Force. We're going to chat a little bit about what's been going on so far. But first and foremost, let's talk about coming off the back of the group stage, only just missing out into the direct finals spot.
Actually, वो जो टी-शर्ट पे उनका जो लगा पड़ा है ना, वो सारे उनके और के स्पॉन्सर है, समझ लो. ना कि EWC का.
Come out of the survival stage and into the finals.
어제 엑시 선수 일단 첫 번째 질문은 좀 몇 점 차이로 아쉽게 이제 파이널 직행을 좀 놓치셨는데 이번 서바이벌 스테이지에 와서는 좀 어떤 거를 중점으로
हमारे इंडिया के और पे क्या रहेगा? यूनिपिन?
저희가 사실
यूनिपिन रहेगा?
초부터 WC 시작까지 연습했던 게 교전으로 자리를 뺏어내거나 대회전을 통해서 교전으로 자리를 뺏어내는 걸 연습했었는데 저희가 그룹 스테이지에서는 교전보다는 생존하려는 게임을 하지 않았나 생각을 했었고
चलना सिखाया था ना दहलीज ऊंची है ये पार अच्छे बात कर रहे हैं
스테이지에서는 교전 중심적으로 풀어나가려고 하고 있습니다.
From the start of the year, I think what we have prepared for WC.
हमारे देखो ये लोग अपना सुनो ना ये लोग अपना ट्रांसलेटर लेके चलते हैं ट्रांसलेटर ये लोग प्रोवाइड भी करने के लिए तैयार है हमारे इंडियन वालों को शर्म आती है इंडियंस को शर्म आती है ये ऐसे ट्रांसलेटर घूम के चलने के लिए ना ट्रांसलेटर्स
अरे उनका वो नहीं है ना इधर इंटरव्यू यहाँ पे होता ही नहीं है इंडिया का इंटरव्यू इंडिया के कास्टर्स ही लेते हैं
मतलब ट्रांसलेटर्स के बारे में बोल रही हूँ मैं कास्टर्स नहीं
अरे मतलब हाँ बट ट्रांसलेटर आता किस लिए है इंटरव्यू के टाइम पे आता है
आज तक एक भी इंडियन को किसी भी पेजेंट हो या कोई भी
इंग्लिश कुछ नहीं आती है
शर्म नहीं आता ना उनको एटलीस्ट इंडिया में भी बहुत लोगों को नहीं आता है लेकिन उसमें शर्म आता है लोगों को बोलने के लिए
on that and then push forward. Were you just trying to clear out any teams that could be coming in behind you? And what could you have done differently to be able to come out of that?
हमारे यहाँ तो हर एक चीज में
사실 이 매치 4매치 에란겔에서 사실 좀 교전 플레이가 좀 많이 나왔던 것 같은데 사실 교전이 뜻대로 흘러가진 않았습니다. 특히나 이제 자기장 바깥쪽에서 교전이 그렇게 흘러가진 않았는데요. 특히나 이제 퓨리아와의 교전에서 좀 지는 모습이 나왔었는데 좀 어떤 점이 좀 잘못됐다고 생각이 좀 드시고 좀 그 플레이에 대해서 좀 더 설명을 해주신다면 좀 어떤 점을 설명해 주실 수 있을지 궁금합니다.
इनका सही है ना इनको सिर्फ अपने देश से लेना देना है इनको किसी बात दूसरे देश से भाषा से कोई लेना देना है ही नहीं कि हाँ इंग्लिश
इसीलिए मुझे
हमारे वालों को अरे नहीं इंग्लिश भी सिखाओ
अरे नहीं इंग्लिश ही सिखाओ हिंदी आए ना इंग्लिश ही सिखाओ भाई
교전을 시도하는 मो습을 보여드릴 것 같아요.
पता है कितने बॉलीवुड एक्टर एक्ट्रेसेस के बच्चों को हिंदी नहीं आता है पता है नहीं आता उनको हिंदी के लिए वो ट्यूशन लिए है
अरे तो वो खुद भी तो कितना कहीं भी कुछ भी इंटरव्यू किसी का भी होता है तो इंग्लिश झाड़ते हैं सब दिखाते हैं मतलब कि हिंदी बोलने वाला तो गवाह है भाई हिंदी बोल के मतलब वो तो पढ़ा लिखा ही नहीं है
Good job so far. I mean, you guys are doing very well at the moment in the survival stage. Obviously, we need to keep that consistency up with Nongshim Red Force Quizzy. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really appreciate your time. Now, go and take a quick break, obviously, before we dive into our next map of the day. But we're coming to an end. It's getting close to the end of the first day of the survival stage. These teams are going to need to scramble for some points back in the studio.
हमारे वाला को चुल्ली चुल्ले लड़की ब्यूटीफुल करके चुल देख तेरा रंग सावला हुआ बावला लड़की नहीं है तू है गरम मामला
अभी लास्ट टाइम AWC में जब हुआ था तो टीम आर्यन गई थी जब तो तब उनमें से था जिनको एक दो वो इतना इंग्लिश खास नहीं आता था तो तब अपना ट्रांसलेटर साथ ही था
तो गाना बंद कर देते हो क्या बोल रहे हो बोलो अभी
अरे लास्ट टाइम गई थी ना अपनी टीम आर्यन AWC में जब
हाँ
तो तब वहां पे था एक दो प्लेयर्स जिनको इंग्लिश इतनी खास नहीं आती थी तब ट्रांसलेटर था अपने साथ
ले लो ना ट्रांसलेटर नहीं आती है तो कौन सी बड़ी बात है ब्रो लेकिन झाड़ना है भाई
वही ना
फिर से कुछ खा रहे हैं आप नहीं
ना कुछ लोग जो खुद को ही एम्बैरेस कर देते हैं कि अरे भाई ये तो हिंदी बोल रहा है
ये तो हिंदी बोल रहा है यार कैसे बोल रहा है ये हिंदी
ये दीदी बाहर वाले ट्रोल करे या ना करे अपने इंडिया वाले सबसे पहले ट्रोल करते हैं भाई
बाहर वाले ट्रोल ही नहीं करते
हैं लायक नहीं है
बाहर वाले कभी ट्रोल ही नहीं करते हैं
हाँ वही अपने कंट्री के लोग कुछ भी बोलते हैं
अपने ही कंट्री के लोगों को सब कुछ भाई छोड़ो अभी क्या ही बोलना है तो मेरे मुंह से सच निकल जाएगा अभी छोड़ो ये दिल्ली है मेरे यार
Because the zone was centering up, they made a full rotation down to the south side. Zone moves up to Pchinki and they go, ooh, that's not very good for us. Let's go around again up to the north side. So a really nice set of wraparound rotations in that mid phase, enabling them to get a great position, not only in the zone, but in comparison to where the other teams were, right? Because all the other teams are on the southeast side, all battling each other. And for the longest time, A7 just were having a picnic up there. Yeah, I mean, they had that control of the northern side, just exactly like you said. Revo going for the scout onto GK. But then Alpha 7 were a little slow heading on up that hill to get into that third fight. Obviously, the terrain a little bit difficult for them to sort of push through. But I think the mistake may have came from Revo not
telling them that GK is moving on the southern side. So obviously that would have been like the kind of misconstrued message, which would have held them back even further from pushing into this third party with the Aryan tier.
In this fight, honestly, Jackie, I was looking at it, I was like, find a way Alpha 7 to third party this, because you're not going to be doing anything with those teams towards the top with GK, and you were going to have to do something at some point, especially with the way that the circle is going. That delay for Alpha 7 lost them the game.
Yeah, man, you got to bring it 7. Look, I'll be honest with you, when I was growing up back in school, people used to call me a geek as like an insult. Obviously, it's very different these days. You've got GK right now, honestly, they're the geeks because they're absolutely bossing it by the mindset they're bringing to the server. And that's kind of what you need. But I think Alpha 7, as much as they're pivoting to look way better towards the end of groups and how they're starting to play, just doesn't get any easier, bro. Like, something's still going wrong.
Yeah, something's definitely still going wrong. And talking about things going wrong here, we got to take a look at some of those teams towards the bottom, because you got KRX that just hasn't been performing that well. And this is a team, honestly, that a lot of people currently watching at home have them going to the finals.
But I think NS
and from the group stages, in their first 4 matches, 27 eliminations. And this, I don't know what's happened. This is A7A qualifying, mark my words. Great stuff. But look, look, they found themselves in a nice little pocket of placement, but then they actually just kind of waited there. They had the vehicle cover. If they would have just pushed the vehicles just the slightest bit more north, they would have been able to have a great position scouting Tiaba on their left-hand side there, but they kind of just played there. They played there nice and safe. And then who came up behind? Every other squad sort of rotating into that circle. And this is just a little bit unusual for them. I mean, I'm just kind of a little bit dumbfounded. I want to add like some more sort of information to it, but this is not what we saw in the group stages. Yep. This is not what we've saw from international events. What doing, guys?
Yeah, no, it's a real shame because they have so much potential. We've seen them do so many things before, and there's just nothing. It's complete crickets that we're hearing from them, to be honest. I do want to say shout out because GK did win that match. Kevin won that match for them. I'm going to say that because he was the one on the south side to push forward when EA and Tiamba were having that fight. He was the one to push forward, get that info, and facilitate the rest of his squad actually pushing onto that position. That enabled them to win the game. So GG Kevin, shout out to you.
Yeah, and for GK, this looks kind of like what we saw out of them in the group stage, right? Especially in day one. They ended up getting a win in Rondo. Today, they ended up not getting a win, but they still ended up performing quite well, especially when it came to Rondo. But this team needs to make sure they stay with this consistency because usually we see a bit of a slip-off.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is also where we're getting towards the tail end of the day, where you have teams like GOAT that, for my money, you get into Miramar, I think they'd actually step up and rise to the occasion. Like, later rotates, they perform better on that battleground, for my money. I think you're going to really start to run into some uncomfortable territory where they've got to keep it going. And this is where, GK, Tiamba, squads that were a bit paralyzed by analysis in the group stage are now way more proactive. We're seeing some teams try and adopt that, but it's just not fully there, Seven.
And for GOAT, we're going to have to point out those placement points because, my goodness, 3 placement points. We know you are aggressive, GOAT. We know that you can get those eliminations. But the beautiful thing is, if you find yourself later into the match, Neptura, those eliminations will start coming to that team because they are that aggressive.
Well, exactly. I mean, look at Nocturne, Red Force, and Furia. Both teams, Arena as well, actually, all 3 teams, they play edge. They wait until the final few phases to really get those eliminations. They only get fights if they're going to try and fight an entry point. That's the only time you see them get those eliminations in the early game. So all 3 of them, yes, Furia, okay, maybe not the best example, 9 placement points versus 23 elim points. But Nocturne, 16 and 16, Arena, 13 and 18. They're able to be very consistent on both fronts. And yeah, GOAT definitely need to take a page out of their book.
They just hit a top 5. Like their eliminations are crazy, and if you have a look, it's not that far in between. But if they can just get this top 5, it'll change things for them, push them in that top 6. So. Greatest of all time.
Please.
I think they can do it.
Please do it. And here, looking at the second picture of the overall, we got AGAL. I mean, this is a squad, once again, this is so crazy seeing this after almost every single team, but it's just the way we are currently in PUBG Mobile Esports, any team could actually end up going to the finals. There's just so much good competition going on here at PMWC at EWC 26. But AGAL, once again, not the performance we're expecting.
No. it kind of feels like they're trying to do what they were doing in the group stage, but for some reason the lobby is just not allowing them to, and they've got to adapt. I think it's probably something to do with those rotations. They keep getting caught out in the mid phase in a whole bunch of teams. If you look back at their games, most of the time there's 3 or 4 teams in very close proximity to them. So for me, I'm like, you need to start avoiding some of those teams, some of those players in that mid phase if you want to survive.
Oh, I'm hoping that's going to be the case because we are past the halfway mark here at Pmwc and EWC 26 for survival stage. We have 2 more games for day 1 of survival stage. We'll see what's going to be happening in Miramar. Before we go to Miramar, though, let's send it over to Kalaris and Maxman. Went away from us.
What a delightful treat here on the stage. I get to be with Maxman to talk about everything that is going on throughout some of these games, as well as kind of highlight some of the teams. You guys have already talked ad nauseum about Alpha 7, but it's definitely one of the teams that we also want to talk about, right? Because here in the survival stage, there are previous PMWC champion, previous PMGC champion. There's been some glimmers there for Alpha 7. It's just they could go a little bit further. What do you think?
No, I fully agree. It's definitely not been the year of Alpha 7, right? 2026 been a bit rough. PMMI, PMGO Season 1 having a bit of a bad time. But here going into the survival stage, that's some very slow start, especially that first rondo, the first wrangle. Only 2 points on those 2 maps combined, so definitely not what you're expecting to see from a roster like this. I was just talking to Revo, actually, just a few minutes ago, and we did see at the start today, right, Kalaris, he brought in Nuth on the lineup because he told me that he really wants to play rondo, right? Nuth is like a rondo player, and also he's fairly young, so let's just try and get him involved a little bit, get some experience. But unfortunately, by doing so, I think that they did have a bit of a slower start, but now the main lineup is back on board. So Alpha 7 here with that game in particular, I'm hoping we see just more consistent points coming in.
I think if you're going to make any changes, the start of survival stage, you try and kind of tease something out, or especially if he really appreciates Rondo, is going to be the kind of place to do it. But for this Alpha 7 roster, what's interesting to me is that I still think that these guys have the gun power, the play, the potential to get bigger limb games, but we're not quite seeing it just yet. When you go to the next Erangel, right, where they're in a position just above kind of that Nongshim Red Force compound, when I say above, I mean verticality-wise.
Upside,
it was south, it was south. But there, you're eventually always going to get crushed down on by those teams that eventually will come along. So it's nice to be there, but it's just being there too early that is kind of the determining factor.
I was actually really surprised they survived as long as they did in that game, right? Did win, but yeah, I feel like they go for some very passive positions. But Alpha 7, we saw in that game, they have the gun power. I want to see more going into Miramar.
The defending champions, so for all of these, like the Yangon Galacticos and a previous PMWC champion here to do well here in the survival stage. For now, though, it is time to head on over to another game here for PMWC.
अभी पता चल रहा है
now headed into
मैं तो कल ही बोली
sandy desert
कि भाई
of Miramar.
ये जो ब्राजील A7 का जो टीम है ना, A7 के जो सपोर्टर्स है ब्राजील टीम, वो A7 का टीम सारे यूनिफॉर्म में आए हैं, सब ऑरेंज कलर अपने मतलब और के यूनिफॉर्म में आए हैं और सब एकदम भोपू वोपू लाके क्या बजा रहे हैं भाई, वाई भी अलग है भाई. अपने वाले हेलो गाइस
दिख रहे हैं कि हाँ सपोर्ट करना है,
और अपने वालों को देख के ऐसा लग रहा है कि आ रहे हैं अपने आप को सपोर्ट करने आए हैं.
अपने वाले लेके गए थे थाली चम्मच, जो लोग बजा नहीं रहे.
थाली चम्मच भाई,
पेरिस घूमने गए हैं,
पेरिस घूमने गए और कुछ नहीं करने गए भाई, सीधा बात है.
We don't want to see certain teams being in 7th place with 4 points that we know that potentially if changes were made, they could have met those requirements. So we are getting over towards Miramar now, down from the southwest up towards the northeast. Very different battleground for a lot of our squads here, looking to switch things up, looking to get back on the map. But for Tiamba, it is roughly another 20 realistically of the next 2 maps to make it very, very hard. I was going to say impossible, but
दो कि कंटेंट शूट करना है, ठीक है, तुम लोग करो, बट बाकियों को देना चाहिए भाई, सपोर्ट करना है, वो सपोर्ट करने पे ध्यान दो.
तुम्हारे स्टेटमेंट में ही जवाब है जर्विस.
What I will say for Tiamba, what they're doing right now is being a nasty little point sponge. We have
You're looking like a nurse today. तो नर्स आप कौन से देश से बिलोंग करते हैं जहाँ आपके हॉस्पिटल के नर्स जर्सी पहनते हैं भाई?
Just 7 points behind Geek in second
place. Hello, ASRG.
Right now at RRQ. So there's a lot of movement that can still happen. I think tomorrow's going to be a bit of a slobber knocker, but we still have 2 more matches right now to try and even things out towards the top.
Yeah, I think
आ गए हैं अभी पेरिस में.
halfway consistent, we'll see them in the top 6 for sure. But everybody else, it's still anyone's game, right? So there's still a lot of slots still available here. This playing path is very, very classic right here, right? So we finally get to see a good one right across the way.
Yeah, देखा क्या? Zarvis.
That's what I'm talking about, baby! Water circle in Beer Bar.
Give me the island. Give me the island.
Yeah.
Fifth match of the day. Very awkward. Would love to see it, but it's launching a lot of teams out over towards the northwest side of the map right now. So they're going to move on down towards Impala, to Porto. East side of Los Leones, maybe try and take up some of that high ground early on. But honestly, I think a lot of teams are going to be looking over towards Impala and the high ground that sits over towards that northern side. Lavadita, a little bit of a weird funnel for some of our teams coming up through. I do think there's going to be a slight delay here. When we hit zone 2, however, we'll get an answer. We head forward towards the eastern side. Might be interesting. Might be. But as I've learned my lesson multiple times
वाले मैच में भी तो हुआ था
ये गेम डेवलपर को तो पता चलेगा ना जोन
वाले मैच में
let it happen.
You know what, guys? I'll tell you what else you can make it happen. You can get some of these sick weapon skins in the game.
जो गेम डेवलपर एकदम बाहर बैठे हैं उनको पता है, बट जो टूर्नामेंट ऑर्गेनाइज करा रहे हैं उनके हाथ में
Naruto Uzumaki event is still going on, guys. The best PUBG Mobile collaboration I have seen and witnessed in my career of playing PUBG Mobile, which has been since this game has started.
PUBG Mobile.
I love it. I hope you guys get your hands on it before it is gone. And some of these teams and players need to get on pretty quickly here. With this playing path, you're going to finally see Alpha 7 be able to get their ultra hot drop. So they're going to get that loot. They're going to get set up. With this circle shift, though, they are going to have to get moving for quite a few different teams. And hopefully we could see them get into a good space. Again, personally, I'm extra harsh at this point here because a lot is on the line here, especially when it comes to the legacy of Alpha 7. Winning TNG, not making it to a final just yet. And
मैं जा रही हूँ इस बार फिर से
really
3-3
just scratching my head here. And
NS
I
और
know
फ्यूरिया
we saw literally saw
Tian नहीं होगा
नहीं
होगा मैंने लास्ट में नहीं होगा दूसरा रो Tian हटाओ
just be like, you know what, all right, we
NS
should have
और
won that
फ्यूरिया
one.
NS
Let's
और
make sure
फ्यूरिया
that we make
और
it
क्या
happen here again. Sometimes all it takes is just to get a good,
बस
decent
NS और
game
फ्यूरिया
to really get
ये
it
भी
going.
ये भी मेरा शौक
And
अबे तुम हटो वहाँ से हमारे इधर से हटो तुम और मैं कंसंट्रेटेडली एक जगह में अगर हम कंसंट्रेशन देते तो वो टीम जीत जाती है यार टिक्सी समझो
We're banging on them out a little bit
ठीक है
right
चलो
now because literally everyone else is talking
NS
about Max,
फ्यूरिया
is
और
talking about Kyle,
A7 तो नहीं है ना
हाँ नहीं है नहीं है मैं तो वो बोली ना टियान और ये वाली
just be Alpha 7. You guys are aggressive, you're a strong team, great teamwork overall. Let's just see that. Let's go back to what we've seen in the past, what we know they can do. It feels like a loss of confidence. That confidence will be needed by much more teams on our map right now as they do slip on through. You've got QZ with some parkour over down towards Los Leones, likely going to be eking their way over to the eastern side shortly.
One thing looking at the leaderboards right here is our top 6 are some serious names, right, already. So they're looking really good. You got Otto right below them, Young Galacticos, our previous
यार उलानजी ब्रांड के प्रोडक्ट्स अच्छे होते हैं यार
all these teams below them though, this is kind of already starting to get crunch time. You're trying to hunt down top 6. Tomorrow is going to be wild, especially in those final games.
DTDC में कॉल करने का ट्राई किया था, ठीक है?
It's pretty much almost the whole lobby
नहीं रिसीव किया. कुछ बता रहे क्या?
The desperation is going to get worse and worse and worse as time goes on. So you really don't want to wait till those last couple matches to be that last hope to get into that top 6. You want to get those points here now.
Exactly, because you do not want to see your keys heading over towards that crusher, because we are going to be getting rid of quite a few of them tomorrow. 10 teams will be housed in there. And again, for 6 squads, they will be moving onwards to meet the other 10 that made it through from groups.
By
got 2
road.
days to do it.
हाँ वही सरफेस में भेजा था, अभी तो
Still
इतना
quite a
नहीं
bit of
बनता
time
है
to make it
एयरफेस पे
work,
तो
but it
पहुंचा
definitely
था
feels like a very big
कुछ चीजों का कैटेगरी होता है तो मेरे वाले का कैटेगरी ही रोड था, क्या कर सकती हो यार मेरा बस चले यहाँ से फेंक के मारो.
Front of the pack at the moment, that is really tough for you because you don't want point sponges this early on. You'd like to differentiate yourself.
भाई ये वापस आ गया अभी.
Has only come through from
भाई यार
which is exactly why off
मेरा कौन सा टीम था? टियान और EA और जार्विस का EA था और किसी क्या था?
really pleased how these guys are playing.
ये था, ये नहीं था. A7 था और क्या था?
A7. Very self-critical.
Furia और NS.
Squad. Very, very
अच्छा,
self-critical.
NS
So
को
it
भी
feels like every
लपेट
single
लिया,
game they've
ठीक है.
played, they've come off from it
NS,
and basically thinking to themselves,
Furia,
what can we change,
A7.
what can we do different? So
Guys,
feel
हम
like
दोनों लड़कियों
Nongshim
को
should make it into the top 6 here.
विरोधी टीम
They
के
seem to be a very, very
कोच
dedicated
वालों
team
से
when it
पैसे
comes
मिले.
to let's change this, let's change that. Let's make sure that coming into these next 2 days, we have everything we need to make this work. They're also coming off the back of some momentum.
शेजवान नाम है क्या इसका? एकदम से मुझे शेजवान दिख गया. ये शेजवान.
Some hope.
शेजवान चटनी.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, we saw
मैं शेजवान चटनी
be the
बहुत
first team to
कुछ
smash
टेस्ट नहीं है, बस तीखा है यार.
at Pmwc.
है क्या सिर्फ चटनी वो?
That ended up with the most points. But
हाँ,
ended up getting second place because no
चटनी का कोई टेस्ट नहीं है, बस एक तीखापन है.
Oh, nice shot there from Genfos. Taking out Aching from Tianba.
Tian गया.
And Tianba have had a great day so far.
Leo.
So
भाई उनका तो साइट भी बंद हो गया है, डाउन हो गया.
Crazy amount of a worry, but they are going to lose that player early on.
You know, I like that. I actually like that. I think that's a smart move from Tianba. It's an unfortunate circumstance, but the right move there for Tianba was to move. Right? It sounds obvious, but still, they instantly send over towards that northeast side. They can't wait around. It's a really
अरे मुझे वो भेज देना
awkward
दीदी,
hit
वो
and a good
उसका
pick
क्या
up
बोलते हैं,
RQ.
डॉकेट
They're
नंबर होता है
waiting
ना,
for that team to
KWB
वो भेज
exit
देना.
from the
हाँ वो
warehouse.
मेरे को भेज देना और
Tianba, they know that we
हाँ
can't
वो
stick
बस
around.
वो
We
मेरे
have
को
to
भेज
get
देना, मैं
further
बता
ahead
दूंगी
here so we
आपको.
can set up for the late
मैं भी
game.
तो वैसे ही
Yes, we
दिख
got
रही
out
हूँ
to
ना.
3. Yes, it sucks.
अरे
but
मैं
this is the only way
DTDC
we can
वालों के
really play
ऑफिस से
it.
बताऊंगी, इधर ही है.
अरे कहाँ से हो
Players
तुम?
want to continue to be playing here in
आप भेजना बस,
the
KWB नंबर
PUBG
भेजना, मैं आपको
Mobile
बता
World
दूंगी.
Cup live here in Paris, France. We can see
भेज
Genfos
दो.
RQ. Okay, they're hunting
हाँ,
them
भेज
down,
दो
right? They
मेरे को,
say, hey,
भेज
you
दो.
know what? We got that elimination. We have the numbers. We're in a 4-3 split here. We know it's Tianba. We want to slow them down. And RRQ are looking to do it here. Pushing up close and personal.
This app does not allow screenshot.
Nade! Turning the tables! And he's doing this all by himself! It's the squad wipe! 1v4 from Milu!
What did we just witness?
Bhai,
In a blink of an
Tian.
eye, RQ is just gone.
यार ने फाड़ दी. अरे मैं सपोर्ट
They
कर रही
just
हूँ ना.
wandered in and Tianba was having absolutely none of it. I say Tianba, it's just Milu.
Traxi क्या कौन सा नाम है?
This guy went a mile and a half for the rest of his squad.
दे दिया.
बता देती हूँ आपको.
Ooh, that's what I'm talking about here. Said, you gonna take out my teammate? Goodbye. Oh, man.
QZZ wasn't even phased, dude. He was already taking shots over team.
All right. I guess, good job, Milu. All right, good job. Let's get back to business here. Oh, man.
Milu ने जलते मारा ना.
Devastation on the side of RQ, but Tianba
He looks happy. He looks happy.
Yeah, he's smiling there.
Be.
He's like, oh,
हाँ
let me
ना,
go ahead
अबे
and make sure we're all
मोरली लगी हुई
good.
थी
Okay,
उसे,
now
और
it's
फिर
time
भी
to get back to
धड़ाधड़
business.
घुसता ही चला गया बंदा.
Let the heart rate kind of get back to normal.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably one of the quickest 1v4s I have ever seen. Let's take a first-person replay on this one because, goodness me, insane nade.
ये देखो देखो एक बार जाओ.
Honestly, no smokes, no nothing.
दो तो नेड़ पे पड़े.
To be honest, walking into the building like that was mega disrespectful. We have to say that as a two-man, very easy. The craziest thing about that is the jump past the doorway into the S12K shots that came through, and then just the pure aggression. My guy was rabid going through that doorway.
And Milu, the man on fire, literally, right? Just putting in that work. He's been doing it all day long for Tianba, you know? And it's plays like that that breeds so much confidence in you, your team. There's a lot. I mean, I am that way. I'm a little superstitious, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes when you do a play like that, I'm like, it's meant to be. We're going to win this, dude. Like, what else do you want?
Well, but that's the thing. I mean, I was thinking about it earlier that for Tianba, they're really a team that just, they've had this momentum. And I think a lot of teams are lacking this right now. It's just confidence in that survival stage to make plays, to make those big moments, because you know, if you're not in that top 6, you're going home. You don't have that safety net anymore. If I'm not in top 5, at least I'm going to the survival stage. So only 3 of us are going out. Everyone's playing very scared at the moment. Now, I do want to go back to Tianba, though.
Okay.
Because when RQ was chasing them, in quotation marks, Tianba was actually the ones to re-engage. They re-engaged back onto Longhouse, cut RQ off, almost goaded them into fighting them. I've never seen anything quite like it, honestly. And to be fair, in that 3v4, it sort of worked. Like, RQ showed them no respect walking into Longhouse.
Unreal. Vamos. Let's get it going here. You know what? Speaking of going home, it was crazy. This is a little bit of a background, kind of what's going on here. You know, so many people, I mean, Paris has just been such a wonderful place to visit, to be here. These teams are so blessed and love it, right? And the thing is, some of these guys, their hotel rooms are literally booked until tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay? So it's, if you make it, you stay here longer. If not, pack your bags, you're going home the next morning, right? So there's no messing around here. You know, this is by far been one of the most incredible stages, places I've had the personal pleasure of visiting, and these guys want to stay here a little bit longer. And you can see Furia, with some beautiful nades there onto KRX, waiting for the one to hit. Do they run out and make this play, though? That's the problem, is there's so many shots coming from all over the place. These nades looking deadly, though. Hoxie gets caught.
And dude, there's some D-reg on that nade. Like, I think if that one pops just a little bit later, Hoxie's down. For good, at least.
Another deep nade. Oh, that's TRE down as well. So, Furia, they're hopping in the vehicle. They're going. They want to finish this fight out. And that is Lufa actually stealing that elimination with the SKS. But here comes Furia. They actually make the drive. They're popping it down. Igor gets one and gets another. And that is KRX eliminated.
KRX kill bhi kyun raha hai mujhe samajh nahi aa raha bas.
He's going to back up a little bit. Liu moves up from AGAL, sending some nades on through. Will find the shot as well. He's an absolute tear. Igor has not stopped for a moment.
Igor with a massive performance. I got the pleasure to see him and his beautiful girlfriend over there by the Eiffel Tower. The love was in the air, and I think with her presence being here, this man is just looking unstoppable.
Taking all the way, Revo.
No way, don't jump, don't do it, don't do it.
He's baiting out the shots here. It's kind of an interesting one. See, here's him back off the angle. Still confusing him, dude. This is crazy stuff. Finally makes it into the building. Good push in. Lost Carrillo a little bit earlier on. There it is. There's the Revo we know and love. No matter what the shotgun is, he's a master of it.
Risky play, though, by the way. Dude, that's a straight 1v1, dude. Like, he gets knocked, he's thirsted immediately. But sometimes it takes that, right? Sometimes it takes making those risks.
He couldn't wait, though, right? You know, he's baiting off the window. He listens for the sound cue, hears him back it off. Doesn't want to wait for them to reset up in those rooms.
Oh, man. The plays are ringing out here. You can see Furia with a good, solid position in this next zone.
क्या लगता है
जहाँ
टॉप के लिए क्या कट ऑफ
spaces are taken already. Wolves have a good spot here. They're one of those teams that desperately need a good performance if they want to hold on and stay just a little bit longer here in Paris. And let's get this going. We are in the hillside between Los Leones and Impala. Where's the zone going to go, though? Up to the north. Okay, all right. So Furia locked in the middle. Tianba as well. Wolves have a position. And our previous champs, Galacticos, on the south side, going to have to fight their way in.
Yeah, tough push for them. If they try and isolate over towards Geek, because that's a full-on drop-off down towards the warehouses where they're playing. Yangon and Galacticos could find some good shots their way, and then maybe swing around over towards 721 GS.
25.
Be far easier just to wrap
50 से ऊपर नहीं जा सकता.
कल के मैचेस के बाद ओवरऑल
अच्छा ओवरऑल का कितना?
Decent building. These guys have
70, 80.
They're just expanding in the lobby
100 से तो नीचे रहेगा of course.
Very much a lot of pressure
80
coming through from the squad.
80 से भी नीचे रहेगा मुझे ऐसा लगता है. 80 से भी नीचे रहेगा, 60 से ऊपर रहेगा या तो 50 से ऊपर रहेगा. तुम्हारा क्या prediction है?
Towards their northern edge. I think a lot of teams just do not want to see this one move over towards that northwest side. Dopeness taking a bit of a gamble on the compound that sits in the middle of the fields.
That's that MK. That Bob Barker bringing out here. Didn't have a lot of ammunition in fourth. I think I only saw like 38 rounds. Just got to be a little bit conservative with that. That's one of the biggest things when it comes to Miramar. Resource management is so important. You got to have that util towards the end game. Sometimes the only way to get that.
35-40 का तो
इसके बाद लास्ट मैच है.
It's good.
कल भी 30-40 का हो ही जाएगा तो वही.
The MK, it hurts.
हाँ मतलब अभी ये मैच तो चल ही रहा है.
But I think for
कल लास्ट सर्वाइवल राउंड है क्या?
Where it's just pure situations where you want to get up in people's face, like when the shotgun would be very, very nice here.
Last day survival.
Schweppes dodging the vehicles, moves out the way, will duck back down again. Look to take some shots over the top side though, but Claus will shut him down. The rest of the arena floundering a little bit. Schweppes immediately on those front lines, not able to stick up, and Tenny K next to fall here. The arena just getting brushed aside basically right now by Alula.
इनका मतलब ग्रुप स्टेज में भी जो टीम आई है ना
टॉप 3 well. The Thai squad in some trouble here.
जो टॉप 3 होके गई है ग्रैंड फाइनल उनको भी वो मिला है प्राइस
tries to put something on the points on the board for his team. Quick's gonna throw that nade. That bounce does hit him up a little bit. Another piece of util, and Joker barely surviving that. And no, that burn baby burn. That is E-Arena out. Alula with 3 eliminations controlling the north side.
Alula now looking to force their way down from the north. I mean, E-Arena just crumbled there. A real unfortunate scenario for them. I was hoping they could go further in this game for E-Arena. They're sat in 5th place. They'll look to add some more points to their tally. Not meant to be though. Yangon Galacticos, they did swing over the top side of 721 GS. We're looking for those teams moving out from behind. Smile just take a knock on the back lines though. There's 2 down for this squad. This is a rough fight between the 2 of them. QZ, I don't know how he hits that shot, but he does. That's right in the center of the map. He is sending letters off to the very corners of Miramar.
Making it happen. QZ, 20-year-old Chinese superstar. He was the MVP of the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, even though they didn't end up winning it. It looks like Milu, though, is really performing so well. You know, that's hyping him up, saying, all right, it's time for me to start putting in some work as well. Next zone does pop. Tianba are going to be in this next circle, so is Fudia. Wolf, catch a break here, and they honestly need it. They've had a really rough day. They only have 2 players up, but they have a central position. Not the best one, though, because everybody's going to be looking right at them. It's going to be tough for them to get some eliminations. Maybe they can catch some steals. We'll see. But looking on the south side, not in zone. Goat going to have to push on up. Yangon Galacticos right next to them. Looks like this fight is imminent.
Yangon Galacticos, they dig up that reset at the moment. Goat start to move up on through. Saycloud is completely out here. They were able to recover Smile earlier on, but as I said before, no one really wanted this one to head over towards that northwest side. Sadly, it does. We'll see just how much it cuts in the near future, but it's going to become a very uncomfortable final couple of zones. Smile ducking, dodging as much as he can, gets behind the vehicle at least. We'll see if he does get flushed off the back of that one. Romeo. Swing up towards that top side now.
Oh!
Trying to get a little bit of information, but minus down. He's going to think twice about taking that engagement. Killer Joe out inside the smoke might just be the one to take down Romeo afterwards.
Ooh, Killer Joe said, let's go. Let's get out of here right now. And oh, Foops, man, with the M249. Making it happen, putting down that suppressive fire. He's got plenty of ammunition in the bank. And it's time for him to start using it. Switching weapons over here. Very, very interesting as he's popping off some shots. 721 GS, you can see the look on their faces. These guys are locked in right here. 7 eliminations so far. This could be another good game.
भाई इनका क्या हो रहा है? मेरा स्ट्रीम तो स्टक नहीं हो रहा है ना?
For them, they are climbing up those leaderboards little by little to hunt a spot in this next zone. Foops, man, woo, got that 8 times, hitting them lean peaks, looking good.
It's funny going from the 8 times to the M249 with the red dot. I mean, he is really mixing and matching. What kind of range is he's working with? Gets a bit more ammo online. Force doesn't need to get picking up though. Nongshim Red Force sending down towards the south side. They picked up Force. Don't know if Goat's going to get too involved on this one, but Nongshim definitely looking for some more points. Will re-knock him.
Foops, man, putting in that work here. And we see Revo get a knock on a 721 GS. They're battling it out with them. They want this spot here on the east side. Heads up to Rian, all by himself. Revo is ready to say, you know what? Let's not just run in blind. Let's use some of this util. Bang! Oh! But they do end up getting one player down. Gotta be careful here. Another name! Who barely survive it. Alpha 7 cannot afford to go down here.
Rehan Looking to move from the side, great shot. Revo walks directly into it, and now Alpha 7 in a spot above it. Good shot though, coming out from Guizhou, keeping the team alive in this moment. Alpha 7 needs another strong game. Good tag, but no flush, no knock. Here's the first aid. We'll keep the pressure on, and good stuff from Guizhou. An incredible clutch here. So important for Alpha 7.
Ooh, and there is Nongshim Red Force eliminated as GOAT survived here. Fights happening all over the place. That was a huge break for the side of Alpha 7 and GOAT, as they are going to get a full reset. You can see the frustration for some of these players here as we are in the second to last match of day one. Only one more left to go, but this is a critical one.
Didi Godlike कहाँ है? Godlike के साथ मैं खेलूंगी ना 15 तारीख को.
3 players much earlier in the game, and they're still kicking around down towards that southeast side. Furia also playing from. Show how we're able to get some good work done. Igor, mate, Igor's is just unreal today. I do not know what's gone into him.
I know.
Yep.
He had that twinkle in his eye yesterday. I'll tell you that right now. He said, you know what, baby? I'm going to pop off tomorrow. And it looks like he is doing it. Silence has got that P90 as well. Furia looking rock solid here in the end game. Let's see how they're going to be able to finish it out. They're currently in third place. They're going to throw some util towards Alpha 7. Now it's a battle between the Brazilian Brotherhood here. It's A7 versus Furia. Revo getting pieced up, but he's driving that Corrado up close and personal. But Igor says, no, sir, not today.
Igor skates on the bonnet of a vehicle, now looks to send down another. Will be finally taken down, but Fury is putting in the work. Revo sent sky high by a nade, essentially shunted him further towards Fury in the situation. Nade's planted inside the smoke. Obscure's gonna send wide. Knows he can't do it now because he's getting shot at by so many separate squads. Sets up behind the trailer, but it's Aaron. But well-placed shot from distance to take the rest of Alpha 7 down. Not a bad result for them, but 8th place is not going to give you many placements overall.
They're going to put something on the board, and that's honestly what they need to do. They're currently in 4th place. That's going to be good enough. As long as you're in that top 6, that is all that matters. That's going to keep you in this tournament just a little bit longer. Tiamba, though, they're still in this game. Furia as well. It's a huge opportunity for them to start soaking up some points and make a big gap going into the last game.
No point.
I don't know, man. PUBG Mobile team seems to have blessed Ulf right now. They've just got 2 loot crates dropped on top of them. Yeah, absolutely. It feels like shining lights all around them. 777s.
They need Catch walking in here with a band-aid on his hand. He's like, you know what? I'll take all the breaks I can get, you know?
MG3 as well. I mean, drop some smokes on the other one. Get out of there, honestly.
They got a nice setup right here. They got a blown-up car.
मेरा कौन-कौन सा टीम बाहर हो गया?
Emails on either side of them. So they are dead center. Should be able to get some solid placement points. Who's going to win this game, though? That's the question. You got Dopeness up top. But with Dopeness so far, not making too much noise. They have the position. I think it's time for them to start getting some aggression going as this next zone does pop, and it's in the wide open field. And Ulf have the coverage here. Let's see what they can do with it.
कई बार तो भाई टीम को सपोर्ट बस उनके नाम से ही कर देना चाहिए.
दीदी स्ट्रीम करते करते आपकी याद आई तो आपके पास आ गया. अरे यार, thank you so much यार.
Can hold off these other squads.
Hyper अजीम जी, कैसे हो अजीम जी?
It's the spot. Right, it is the spot. People see there's loot crates around it. You are going to see some big crashes coming in soon. The first one is going to be gold.
They want it. Can Ulf hold it? Scarface with the MG3. They got the weapons, but Killer Joe is up close and personal. But it is Ulf that is able to take him down. The duo putting in work.
Wolves also looking over towards this location. Milu's going to swing wide down towards that southern edge. Aaron goes down. Teams aren't capitalizing off the back of this one. Finally, Furia makes the move. They're going to be the next to face. Can Scarface make this one work? We'll stop short, actually. The vehicle smoking, flames pouring out the front.
They get in the zone. That's all that matters, right? They got some coverage with their vehicles. Ulf now barely holding the spot, but Aaron, are you kidding me? Ulf from the central position being so dangerous. Silence, you gotta move, bro. You gotta move. Ooh. barely escaping those nades. That hay bale coming in clutch. Finally, Silence able to put a little bit of suppressive fire here. Oh, and he gets the knock on a Scarface.
That's the MG3 down right now. Might be the thing that saved them before, but it's not in play anymore. Molotov over the top. See if he can sink this one just about right. It's a little far. Might spread. Still taking some little shots here and there. Tiamba, in the meantime, were just backing off the Wolves, who have sent themselves crashing into Alula on the western side. Dopeness finally waking up, realizing that, guys, we've got to get a move on from this northern edge. We've got to control this.
Our points, our sweet, sweet points getting taken away by all these teams pushing in, but Dopeness getting it done finally. They are getting in the action. 5 eliminations for them. How many more are they going to try to get? Let's see. We got Tiamba as well. They have been waiting, and now starting to get into the action. Furia again, just throwing them long nades. That is going to get Scarface out. It's just Aaron up for the squad. Let's see what he can do.
Gorgeous little bouncer there for Ulf, though. We expected way more out of this squad. They're currently on 21 points. The placement points alone will be very, very good, depending on how many more teams do go down. Dopeness trying to split out right now.
How many more teams will go down, guys?
They're going to try and regroup and take the task over towards Furia.
Rooting for Tian.
Trying to go for some shots.
अच्छा नहीं लगेगा अगर इंडिया कंपटीशन के साथ नहीं जीते तो. No competition के साथ जीतना भी अच्छा नहीं लगता है. मतलब
Milu's been on fire today.
वो जीतने के बाद वो फीलिंग अंदर से आनी चाहिए कि
already in the bag.
ऐसा करते हैं ना वो वाला feeling.
To continue with that and get this chicken dinner here and lock down that spot.
Well,
finals.
We said 20 points. 20 points was realistically what they were looking at for the last 2 matches of the day. Get up towards 80, and then it's super difficult.
अपने आप को वाली कर लिया क्या उल्फ ने?
Aaron.
Yeah, ये क्या? इसका
Nade goes long. First one's a good knock over towards Silence here. Aaron swinging around the sides, has to UMP to work with, but there's absolutely no way he's making it happen. Milu's been watching this the entire time. However, instantaneously, Tiamba is looking to cause problems. They're trying to send nades down this way. Clean out these players. They were able to get the res off. This nade goes a little bit too far to the side.
ट्रिक्सी का टीम है गाइस.
Now starting to loot up.
क्या फ्यूरिया नहीं है तुम्हारी टीम?
Really low on meds here.
बोले तो मेरा टीम ही आएगा.
But now Eagle, he's got that nade. Furia gotta be careful here. All it takes is that one. It's looking pretty good. Oh, just a little overcooked there. Buggy now blown up. Silence getting caught. Milu is just making it happen here from this angle. And just tearing Furia apart.
ऊपर 11 दिखा रहे हैं. नीचे वाले चंदे 9 ही बचे हैं.
Show right now. Another nade, look to send it through and towards the middle. It certainly is been Tiamba time today.
एक और नेड Tian.
And I don't think we're stopping the clock just yet. Igor underneath.
Milu
tries to regroup the rest of the team. Not a possibility. Speaker will
मेरा वाला
find
बंदा
them.
मर गया रे. दूसरों का इसलिए बुरा नहीं चालना चाहिए यार. इसको देखो ट्रक के अंदर ट्रक के साइड में बैठ के.
Spread out on this one. It's the right call from them. Plenty of little bits of hard cover to play from that northern side. They can continue to squeeze these two teams now.
Squeeze the two teams now, you know, squeeze.
With that disgusting angle on that tractor.
Disgusting angle, you know,
right behind him, so he goes,
disgusting.
pops into it. Gonna be pushing up little by little. Dopeness have the angles. Furia is dead stuck in the spot and just avoiding these nades.
Furia Tian को ऐसा गिरा पड़ा के मार पूरा.
Working out so well for them. And
जलते हैं ये लोग. Tian वालों जलते हैं ये.
And getting punished there by Kenji.
Kenji will take down QZZ as well as Eagle from distance. Now Furia, a lot of work to do here. Eagles, who has been a man on a mission to impress today, now looking to do it again here. There's only 2 players left.
DNE है कि 1 है? अच्छा
DNE. Nade goes long.
Lufa मारो. अरे भाई जिसको सपोर्ट करने जाते हैं उसी मोमेंट में बंदा मर जाए.
And Eagles will find at least one more at the end of the
mission
game.
successful
It is
चलो
Dopeness from the north side to take the win.
दोनों का मिशन सक्सेसफुल हो गया.
Did they need
सारे
it? You
टीम
could
उड़
see the
गए.
sigh of relief
मजा आ गया। फाइनल के दिन गाइस मैं पाकिस्तान को सपोर्ट करने वाली हूँ, मुझे गाली पड़े तो पड़े, लेकिन मुझे करना पड़ेगा इंडिया के लिए यार।
Towards the finals.
ट्रिक्सी इंडिया को सपोर्ट करेगी।
Going dopeness, man. Did they need that one? Yeah, you can see beauty.
अपना मोटिव क्या है सपोर्ट करने का?
लड़की पाकिस्तान को दोनों मिलकर सपोर्ट करेंगे ना, जीत जाएंगे वो साली। भाई कुछ भी मत बोलो।
Whilst watching inside the groups,
हम दोनों
it's a tough game. That's a tough game to play there.
एक टीम को नहीं
I think they worked out well. They had some of the zones towards the early
माइनस माइनस इज इक्वल टू प्लस हो जाता है ना।
Going on Tiamba, they kept it cool. I think they kept it very, very cool. Yes. Like the Eagles.
वो देखो भाई मैप का कैलेंडर लेके क्या कर रहे हैं ये?
That's a hard angle to work with, but he has to play there to fend off versus the likes of Milu when he starts popping up from inside that rock.
लड़कों का सही है यार, कोई मेकअप शेकअप नहीं करता है।
Oh my goodness me, what a setup!
मुझे एक बात जानना है, I might be wrong. ये एडमिनो खैनी खाता है क्या?
I think Milu is feeling it.
Oh, Milu is on one right now. I'll tell you that right now. This guy
अरे
is
नहीं, वो
looking
जब बात करते रहते ना, खैनी।
ridiculous. This is the Tiamba that you know Max and I saw.
अरे वो जब बात करते रहता है ना, ये जब बात करते रहता है ना, ऐसा करते रहता है।
And they come group stage, we're like, what is going on? We're talking to each other, being like, this is not
ये खैनी जो लोग खैनी खाते हैं ना, ऐसा करते हैं वो लोग।
They're playing it so passive, not looking confident
मुझे
at all.
लगता है ये खैनी खाता है।
In the survival
और ऐसे
stage,
करके कभी हंसाई
होती क्या है भाई?
अबे खैनी अभी कैसे बोले इसको और हिंदी में कुछ बुलाओ यार।
खैनी is a tobacco. Kind of tobacco.
वो जो साइड में ऐसे मुंह के अंदर डाल के रख देता है बस।
अरे हट पागल हो गया।
अब वो बिहार यूपी बिहार झारखंड में खाते हैं ये सब।
अरे मुझे लगता है वो ऐसे करते रहते हैं, देखना बस ऐसे ही करते रहता है।
अरे हाँ नहीं वो जो ऐसा करता है ना, वो उसका वो आदत सी है, वो करता ही है।
नहीं मैं बोल रही हूँ
और जब जीतता भी है, खुश भी होता है ना, तो तब भी ऐसे ही करता है।
ऐसे कौन करता है यार? देखना किसी दिन पता चलेगा, उसका खैनी रिवील होगा, देखना तुम। मैं बोल रही हूँ आप खाते हो क्या? आपको बड़ा पता है कैसे मुंह बनाते हैं? अरे आसपास तो बहुत लोग होंगे ना जहाँ में खाते हैं, तो पता चलता है ना भाई। ये बेसिक कॉमन सेंस का बात है ब्रो। देशद्रोही गेम प्लेयर तो
वही बात होगी कि सिगरेट में से धुआं कैसे निकलता है, आपको कैसे पता?
पाकिस्तान को सपोर्ट करके गॉडलाइक को भी क्या लिख रहा है ये? रीड एंड राइट स्टडी। हाउ अबाउट यू रीड एंड राइट फर्स्ट? तुम्हारा नंबर चाहिए 9 नंबर। 8 या 9 चल जाता है मेरा। 8.5 या 9 के बीच। जिंदगी में इतनी कंफ्यूज हो, चप्पल का नंबर भी कंफ्यूज है भाई। 8 नंबर पूरा 8 फिट नहीं होता, पूरा 9 भी फिट नहीं होता, 8 और 9 के बीच वाला फिट होता है। मतलब 8 से जाते जाते 9 से पहुंचने से पहले वाला नंबर वो फिट होता है। That's how we grow.
मेरे 7 और 8 में वैसा है, मतलब 7 थोड़ा सा ज्यादा वो हो जाता है, टाइट हो जाता है। 8 वाला थोड़ा सा ज्यादा लूज हो जाता है।
मेरे मासी का चप्पल का नंबर क्या है पता है? 4 4 भाई। 4 नंबर किसका होता है यार? ऐसा इतना सुंदर सुंदर चप्पल है, चोरी करके पहन भी नहीं सकती मैं। हट। मेरे को जूता चाहिए होता है लाइक 9.5, पता नहीं क्यों। मेरा पहला 1 साल के पहले के जूते अभी छोटे हो गए। पैर किसका बड़ा होता है भाई?
It's kind of one big game. The more that you interact with this booth, the more cool prizes you could potentially go home with. We have cosplayers. Show them over there.
We have cosplayers.
और वो देखो नारुतो.
Ready for some photos. Apparently Dawood is running around in true Naruto fashion.
Naruto fashion.
Take some photos here because at
the end कैसे बंदा भाग रहा है उसके आगे?
हाँ वो वैसे ही भागता है ना नारुतो।
जैसा इवेंट में भागता है ना।
हाँ वो देखो भाग रहे हो।
अरे उसको 2x करके देखो, उसको 2x करके देखो ना।
उसको पैसे मिले भाई भागने के लिए।
and see everything that we have to offer.
लाइव
उसको 2x करके देखो जैसे अपना BGMI
कैसे
में
देख लूं
भागता है
2x
मैं लगेगा
If you can find that out for me, that'll be great. Because right now we had Dopeness come out with the win, Max. And this is a team that really needed that win, really needed the points.
ये कोर्ट वाली मैडम न्यूज़ चैनल वाली कास्टर लग रही है दीदी आपने गलती से किसी लड़के के पाँव लगवा लिए भाई मेरे पैर भी लड़के जैसे ही दिखते पता है ऐसा लगता है खेतों में काम करके आई हूँ मैं पैर भी लड़के जैसे ही है एकदम मोटे मोटे इस पैर से कोई लात खा लिया ना उसका आत्मा उधर ही निकल जाए ओले ओले ओला ओले 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 ओले
It's really fun.
Ole, ole.
Like you said, they're not being slow. It's not a game winning by chance. It really is.
माँ कसम खाओ आपकी मम्मी कसम लेकिन कसम किस बात का खाना था
The cameras are flashing.
Keep saying what you were going to say. What were you going to say?
Keep saying. What we're going to say is, no, it's really, really nice to see them. They were controlled. They were methodical. It was a really, really good push, slow and steady, but the synergy was really there. Again, they went from 0 to 100. They were able to maintain that pace without letting rarely our games get away from them.
Yeah, look, I just want to give it to Team Dopeness.
आपके legs men जैसे है भाई इसके लिए कसम हाँ वही यही है अबे लेग्स मैन जैसे है अभी मैं वो कसम किस बेसिस पे खाऊं किसी को लड़की जैसा लग सकता है मेरे को तो पूरा मर्द जैसा लगता है और आज तक जितने से मैं मिली हूँ सबको मर्द जैसा लगा है आपको औरत जैसा लग सकता है आपका पैर मुझसे कम मर्द वाला भी लग सकता है मेरा पैर आपके पैर से भी ज्यादा मर्दाना लग सकता है सबका विजन अलग अलग होता है ना अभी खा लिया ना मैंने आपके मम्मी का कसम ऐसे झूठा मूठा मुझे आपके साथ 1v1 करना है प्लीज आप ट्रिक्सी से कांटेक्ट करें वो 1v1 का वो रजिस्ट्रेशन कराती है उसके साथ कराओ करके कर लो आप मेरे साथ करना उसके साथ करना सेम बात है
towards the end of the day, but I wouldn't be surprised if that man is going to be none other than the MVP of the day.
मैं इन कास्टर्स को कितना पैसा मिला होगा एक कास्टर का पैसा मुझे दे देता तो मैं खुश हो जाती
Buria was able to have a hell of a match here as well.
कितना पैसा जारविस बताओ तुमको कितना पैसा मिलने से तुम यूट्यूब जर्नी फॉर एग्जांपल तुम फुकरा इंसान जैसा यूट्यूबर हो ठीक है हेलो
Their timing was impeccable.
Hello.
You know, any critique that I've had of them is that they're just playing too slowly for this lobby.
मैं बोल रही हूँ कि फॉर एग्जांपल तुम फुकरा इंसान ट्रिगर्ड इंसान या मिस्टर बीस जैसे हो ठीक है यूट्यूबर तुमको कितना पैसा देने से तुम यूट्यूब करियर छोड़ दोगे कितना पैसा मिलने से यूट्यूब करियर छोड़ दोगे
मैं क्यों छोड़ू
अरे कोई आके बोलेगा ना तुम्हारा चैनल खरीदना चाहता है तुमको अपना चैनल छोड़ना पड़ेंगे और तुमको 100,000 मिलियन दे दिया फॉर एग्जांपल अंबानी जैसा मतलब ऑलमोस्ट जैसा अंबानी जैसा नहीं
हाँ नहीं वो तो फिर सोचा जाएगा क्योंकि कुछ एक हाँ चाहिएगा एक सर्टेन अमाउंट जितना मेरे को उस टाइम पे मतलब क्योंकि देखो अगर मैं उनके जितना अमीर हूँ तो ऑब्वियस है कि मेरे पे उतना पैसा होगा कि सामने वाला जो कर रहा है ऑफर तो वो इतनी मोटी रकम हो कि जो मेरे लिए बहुत ज्यादा हो
हाँ वही इसीलिए तो मैं पूछ रही हूँ ना इसीलिए मैंने बोल दिया कि तुम या तो फुकरा इंसान ट्रिगर्ड इंसान या तो मिस्टर बीस लेवल का एकदम
समझ रहे हो ना कि अगर हाँ भाई मतलब कि अगर ऑलरेडी मैं एक वो हूँ जो भी है करोड़पति या मिलियनेयर ट्रिलियनेयर जो भी होता है तो फिर उतने में ही मैं आगे में जाऊंगा कि जितना मेरे पास है मतलब जितना मेरे पास है उसका ही डबल अकाउंट में मतलब डबल डिजिट समझ रहे हो
अच्छा सही बात है यार नाइस
क्योंकि मेरा फेस वैल्यू ब्रांड वैल्यू तो है ही मैं कल को कुछ भी नया चैनल खोलूंगा तो वो तो चल जाएगा
हाँ सही बात है।
misplay. That was one of the biggest throws
नहीं
of the
नहीं
tournament outside of
तुम चैनल नहीं खोल सकते हो उसके बाद।
तो इट्स ऑब्वियस कि मेरे पास जितना है उस टाइम
चैनल नहीं खोल सकते हो।
हाँ बट अदर प्लेटफॉर्म भी तो है ना, मतलब इट्स नॉट अबाउट ओनली यूट्यूब ना, और भी तो कितने सारे प्लेटफॉर्म हैं।
हाँ। The pressure was getting to the 17-year-old substitute player that they have here, but it's the core squad.
Yeah, it is the core squad. We're starting to see
और अगर मेरे पास
core
इतना
squad
पैसा
things
है तो वो
happening,
भी
except
ऑब्वियसली
for the
होगा कि वो सिर्फ
1x1,
यूट्यूब के
because
भरोसे तो
what is
आएगा
that?
नहीं,
I'm also
और भी मेरे
about it.
15 काम बाहर चल रहे होंगे।
It is usually they're usually so good about that. We saw that earlier in that game, right? Revo using
इट्स ऑब्वियस मेरे पे जितना है उसका डबल डिजिट अगर मेरे को अमाउंट कोई सामने वाला दे रहा है तो मेरे को एक चैनल देने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है भाई।
Fun, you know, and try and get that information. He was doing a great job. He got some eliminations. They're moving through the building really well.
बट डबल डिजिट जितना मेरे पे
We've done
अमाउंट
enough
है
for this game now. We got enough points. It's fine. It's like, no, you had a good position. Why? Stop it.
Stop it. Stop it. Not like that, Alpha 7. I got
दीदी वो मैंने भेजा है आपको, इंस्टा चेक करना एक बार, उन्होंने जो फोटो मेरे को भेजा ना वो भेजा आपको देखना।
फोटो तो मैंने भेजा है।
आपको भेजा मैंने अभी।
I mean those two knocks instantly with the nade, but then using the door frame to try and create a mini 1v1 in that scenario, and he's literally on fire at the end of that clip. What a beautiful play with that, especially that opening grenade.
Yeah, so nice. And these opening grenades are also great. KRX in a bit of a rough spot here. Furio coming in, bouncing those nades up. What I love about this is they wait for those nades to get them really low. They know they have to be getting rid of that health pretty quickly. They get that knock.
वो हो जाएगा, कल या परसों तक पुणे पहुंच चुका है।
In a minute, instantly, they're going to be pushing forward, right? Get another nade, try and get some extra damage, and then they come flying over the top. You're going to see them come through here now, getting in that vehicle. They're going to move over, and actually they're not going around because 721 is over there. They're not going onto the other side like they could do because Tiamba is there. They have to go immediately across. They come on through, make that play come through, get the knock, get the win, done and dusted. They get rid of Leo there from AGAL, and then they're actually going to keep a 2-2 split on either side of the road that facilitates that third place finish in the end. So really heads up play from them. Very excited about that.
Yeah, and I just want to sort of add on, it's just the Furious special, isn't it, Tora? Like, they, whatever position they're in, they're going to clear their threats.
Yes.
And that is
परसों
what
तक
they
हो
do.
जाएगा, आपके
Whether
पास
it's up
डिलीवर
a
हो
hill and
जाएगा।
they're
भाई,
doing a
इंस्टा को
goddamn
कुछ हुआ है
mountain
क्या?
climb, nading to move up to that position, or obviously, you know, having KRX down there on the bottom, they are
इंस्टा
able
खुलता क्यों नहीं है रे?
to stick together, which you know some other teams might do. But it's awesome to see Furia. They're
अच्छा,
just
iPhone में
focusing
तो खुल रहा है।
on all of these sort of capitalizing on their high damage, especially with all the utility.
Yeah.
Look how close everything currently is. Between third place, 8th place, and I'm pretty sure when we end up going towards the next page, you'll see how everything is currently looking like. Third place there with 36 points.
नहीं खुल रहा है मेरा
9th, I mean, all the way down to 13th place, Max. Everything, even 14th place, everything is so close they could end up changing within one match. And something to notate on the last match, 5 out of the 7 teams that were still alive towards the end were teams that were towards the bottom of top 10. They need to make sure they start responding here. A Barney and whoever ends up in first place of survival stage is going to end up crushing your keys.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's set the scene for those of you who may not quite know what is at stake right now. We've got $3 million on the line and a chance to immortalize yourselves in the Esports World Cup history books as champions of Pmwc. Now, tomorrow, just 6 teams will have the opportunity to step into the finals, where the other 10 teams, if this will open, it apparently will not. That's okay. The other 10 teams will have their keys destroyed by this stunning crusher. Look at that right there. Now, imagine what it would feel like to have the only remaining intact key whilst the 10 remaining teams... There you go. There she is. Now you get to see this beautiful crusher before it chomps on those keys tomorrow. Now imagine what it would feel like to have that remaining intact key whilst all of your other opponents have their keys destroyed, like this one right here. Now, it's almost time for our final map of day 1 of the survival stage.
Let's go for 600 likes, guys. 600 likes करवा दो जल्दी जल्दी.
Any chance of making it through the survival stage and into the finals. And so with that being said, casters, let's go over to you for our final map of day 1 of the survival stage. Let's do this.
क्या कर रहे हो सालो?
That's right. Sometimes you got to warm her up before she gets going. And I'll tell you what, some of these teams are looking red hot. finally, right? Tianba, these guys are looking so good. Dopeness are finally getting red hot here after that chicken dinner, but we got one match left here. This is the time to make it happen.
Yeah, don't worry, Mr. Crusher.
Chal
I mean,
bhai,
a
aakhri
lot of these
match.
other teams right here, they've also got a lot of anxiety, so we're all good. We're all good.
भाई ये ऐसा मैप वैप निकाल के दीवार पे
Heading
टांगने
into
का
the
सपना
final
सपना
match
ही
here,
रह जाएगा
Tiamba,
माँ
they
क्या
all look very happy with the way this is played out. Milu is laughing, and so he should be. I mean, that last game was just an unreal result, and it does show you exactly what confidence can do for your team, momentum can do for your team. It's just upsetting that we're having another point sponge. We had Vitality, now we've got Tiamba. It is making these final days just so rough.
Final match, guys. क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा बताओ ट्रिक्सी?
Of survival. But this is the
मूड खराब कर दो एक टीम में. ड्रीम क्रशर था. आज ट्रिक्सी मुझसे पूछ रही थी क्या लगता है दीदी किसको मिलेगा ड्रीम क्रशर का टाइटल आज के लिए? आज तो ट्रिक्सी ले गई भाई ये टाइटल ड्रीम क्रशर का.
Tiamba's on a table of their own.
मेरे को मिला भाई जिसको जिसको सपोर्ट किया वो टीम हारा है. अरे कल बोल रहे थे ना टीम वाइटलिटी को ड्रीम क्रशर.
हाँ ड्रीम क्रशर. कल टीम वाइटलिटी ड्रीम क्रश कर रही थी ना. उंगली पकड़ के तूने चलना सिखाया था ना. मेरी ऊंची है ये पार करा दे. Let's go guys, last match of today. Let's go.
Pretty much everybody else, it's still anybody's game here. Dopeness pushed themselves up into a good spot with 30 points in.
हे भगवान पाकिस्तान की टीम का एक हैकर निकल जाए मजा आ जाएगा भाई फाइनल्स के दिन ना. मजा आ जाएगा भाई. मैं तो खुश हो जाऊंगी भाई.
Ula 10th place on down in the hot seat. I think this is a big game for them.
फिर हम बोल पाएंगे एक मैच में सोचा ही था कि तुम लोग कुछ उखाड़ रहे हो उसमें भी हैक यूज कर रहे हो. Thank you for having me. That was a meme material. Marcus Amkha, you know, see you later. First time on your channel, so good to see you. You are very interactive. Sorry if anything's gone wrong. No, don't bother. It's fine.
But you got to be able to adapt. Got to make it happen no matter what.
Stay. Last match है देखते हैं ना.
10th and below, it's getting tough.
चलो Dream Crusher, crush करो.
ARX, these are the teams that need to have a strong map here. Everyone else is sort of around that 20 point where tomorrow it's possible to get a big win and set yourself up towards that top 6 territory. For AGAL,
तीन टीम मेरी हमेशा रह रही है ठीक है और तीनों में से एक भी नहीं आ रही है वो आप देख रहे हो.
नहीं पांच अभी 5 चूज करो चलो तुमको बेनिफिट ऑफ द डाउट देते हैं.
यान फ्यूरिया और
भाई तो इतना भी गलत कैसे हो.
यान फ्यूरिया और
it has some pretty strong players on side. So I am flabbergasted of why this is happening right now for them, because this is not a case of just having a bad day.
मैं किसको चूज करूँगा? मैं geek को चूज कर
the
देती हूँ.
tournament just not able to get momentum on board. And we've given Alpha 7 a lot of grief, but at least they've been able to get themselves towards top 3s consistently. They have been able to close out games. For KRX, it feels like we have never really got that engine started.
तुम तो 3 चूज करके भी एक को भी जिता नहीं पा रही हो. चलो.
And this format,
अरे मेरा तो वो मोटिव ही है ड्रीम क्रशर. मेरे को टाइटल लेना है ना इसलिए जिसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं वो ही जीत रहा है.
Still,
Let's go guys, last match.
Is a big question mark. It's
ये
like,
अगर EWC वाले देख लिया ना ये वाला मुझे स्ट्रीम करना है मुझे वॉच पार्टी करना वो कर देंगे. जैसे सिटी को कर दिया था वॉच पार्टी बंद.
Yeah, I mean it is what it is. But 5 matches, only 9 points. Not good. Not good at all. Hopefully we can see them make something happen here, and honestly they need to, because if they don't, you can kind of start counting them out a little bit.
FM आपके सर के ऊपर जो एंटीना था वो कहाँ गया? वो मैंने डाइल्यूट कर दिया.
A tiny hope tomorrow if they don't do well here.
क्या है ना मैं जिन को सपोर्ट कर रही थी वो जीत रहा था. मैंने एंटीना डाइल्यूट कर दिया.
It's not going to be the case, and these teams absolutely do need themselves a lucky
एंटीना की वजह से बफर हो रहा था
which
नहीं चल रहा है.
सपोर्ट उसे करना जो हारे.
Here with us at the 2026 Pmwc at EWC, you can draw for exclusive sets. The one you see on screen right now that a lot of players are currently using for this year's Pmwc at EWC. So really cool stuff. Make sure you get a game. We all need a lucky break, but I would say
मैं आओ खेलने. हाँ मैं वो कस्टम रूम को देती हूँ आ जाइए आप इनके साथ खेल
They
लीजिए.
need one of those Alpha 7 blessings that we saw a little bit earlier, right? In Erangel, they need a good, solid circle to help them out here. But the thing is that you got to make your own luck.
इनके कपड़े देखो यार, इनके कोई ड्रेस क्यों होता है इतना फैंसी सा ना कुछ.
Another team
नॉर्मल खेलते
I
हैं.
want to see more out of. We haven't really talked about them a lot. Is
अपने इंडिया के बंदे शेरवानी पहन के जाते हैं गेम खेलने के लिए.
तो इनको आईडी दी गई है ना
They have a
ये अपनी ओरिजिनल आईडी में थोड़ी खेल रहे हैं. इनको आईडी प्रोवाइड की गई है और इसमें सिर्फ 2 ही है. एक मम्मी सूट है और ये जो नया अभी स्पिन में आया है ना वो ड्रेस है. बस 2 ही ड्रेस दिया है इनको खेलने के लिए.
Classic traditional Myanmar fit. Is gorgeous and I want to see them rock it.
इसका मतलब
जब भी ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट होते हैं ना कहीं भी मतलब किसी भी रीजन में तो वहाँ पे जो भी मतलब रिसेंट जो क्रेज आई होती है ना उनकी प्रमोशन के लिए बस वही स्किन एडेड होती है.
हाँ बस 2 ही स्किन है.
Just the longer they wait, the worse off they are.
अभी रिसेंट क्रेज में ये सब स्किन चल रही है ना
यही चल रही है अभी तो.
But today, like those are the only 2 teams that have really caught my eye. Everyone else in this top spot, the top 8, they've had good games here and there. I think Nongshim Red Force maybe has had like a little bit of a better day when it comes to just consistent results.
ये लोग एंड्रॉइड पे खेल रहे हैं ना. ऑनर के फोन पे खेल रहे हैं.
That's on everybody's lips at the moment.
ऑनर के फोन पे खेल रहे हैं ये लोग.
Yangon Galactic
और ये डिवाइस
with the
इनके
ancient
पास
charm
बस ये
set, which does
यहाँ
look
तक ही
fantastic. You
रहेगा.
are right. I like the interview we had
कोई
today.
ऐसा
खत्म वो डिवाइस भी ले
Really
लेंगे
good
आईडी ले
interview.
लेंगे.
Not only did we
आप
get to hear
खेलो
from
ना
him
मैम.
about
हाइपर
how he's feeling
अजीम
in
जी
game
हाँ
right
खेलेंगे
now,
खेलेंगे.
but how much his life and his team's life has
सबको
been
snacks
changed
बनना है.
by winning at EWC
मतलब
because it
मैं watch
is
party कर रही हूँ इसलिए मुझे
life-changing
snacks
money
बनना है.
here and life-changing recognition and reputation gained from winning such
ये
an
तो
illustrious
next level
tournament.
बात हो
So
गई
for Yangon
भाई.
Galacticos,
ये मैंने कभी
I think
सोचा नहीं था
that
कि
the
मुझे
biggest takeaway I
ये
had
सुनने
from
को
that
मिलेगा.
interview was that he mentioned the pressure.
ये next
The
level बात हो गई.
pressure
ये
was
इसके लिए
on. The
भाई
pressure is real
nice यार,
here.
nice,
Going towards
very
survival
nice.
stage, I'd
क्या
imagine some
बात
of the
कही है
pressure is
आपने
a little
मतलब.
bit off. We
Wow.
did go out in group stage. That was probably the worst thing that could have happened
Wow,
to them.
bhai.
They got through to survival
Wow.
stage now. Yes, they need to show
Say
some
my name,
things off.
Saiful
They still have
Azman.
one
Hello,
more
Saiful Azman ji. Thank you so much for the 100.
हम सब पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं तो हमें क्या
tomorrow.
आइंस्टाइन बनना है.
But yeah, I believe in
भाई,
Yangon Galacticos.
नहीं ठीक है
I don't
यार,
think
सही
they've
है
had the
भाई.
craziest play so far, but I won't ever
सही है, सही
say
है.
they're completely out just yet because despite everything, they're still putting up.
I wonder why watching is low at 500k plus subscriber channel because I bought these subscribers. These are my bought subscribers. Each and everyone in my chat right now is a bot also. The one who super chatted me 100 rupees is also a bot. Actually, I super chatted myself.
Back in the finals, I think that they are a rock solid team.
यार आपके बालों को क्या हो गया? ऐसे कमेंट्स पढ़ के मेरे बाल लाल हो गए.
Some of these guys who have been in these moments, they've been in these games for years now, right? So you think that they'd be used to it. But even after talking to Risha, like, man, it's still hard. You know, your heart still races the same. You just maybe you're a little bit more understanding of it because it's not a new experience, but it's still so difficult to deal with. So when you see players like Milu do a crazy 1v4, I mean,
इसमें इंडिया की टीम कहाँ है? इंडियन टीम हैव ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाई कर चुके हैं वो 14 तारीख से खेलना चालू करेंगे 14 से 16.
But you know, we're in the last match of the day. Tomorrow is going to be a wild because so many teams are going to be just desperate all the way towards the end to continue their stay here in Paris, as this has just been an amazing place to be, and the pinnacle of esports is here. And man, it's good to see Feudy up here. Question.
Okay.
Which name up top? Any of those names that you see up top surprise you so far?
Right now, I would say that, to be honest with you, the only real team that does surprise me towards that top side probably GK. I think this team has had like pretty cool performances in the past.
Team second से लेके team 14
not
तक
sort of a third place team that I was expecting. I think they can do more though. I do think this team's got more in the tank. Left remaining forwards. I think that they surprised us in multiple tournaments beforehand as well.
prediction किया है ना, रुको.
So what I'm hoping is that GK can maybe have another good game, stay in that top 6 side, because realistically, I don't think they were on many people's like top prediction lists. And I think that they're kind of playing into how we had Yangon Galacticos last year.
Yeah, and I think that
A7, yes, A7 tha.
something definitely happened in their day off because I agree with you. I think out of all those names, hold on.
बस एक geek को छोड़ दिया.
Southern
छोड़ दिया
shift
भाई.
on down to Los Leones. Are we going to see another crazy urban finish? That would be wild to finish things off for the day. You can see teams quick, fast now, immediately, right now, moving down south, not wasting any time. Not a little later.
देखो chat में लिखा मैंने दीदी सारी team.
Immediately, right now. We're not waiting around. We're ascending down. The migration is real. I mean, it's always awkward having to move down from that north side as well. Past La Bandita, talked about it before. Minister General, awkward rotational paths for some of these squads. Fury, on the other hand, they can kind of slip in towards that south side. They are rotating alongside with Nongshim Red Force. Tiamba, though, they like to play down here anyway. They went for a central position. They looted up in Los Leones first, so they're good to go. And they can set up their vehicles very fast and start to be on the lookout, be on the overwatch for some of these other squads as they make their way in. However, it's actually RRQ to take down Milu. That is surprising.
That's a huge finish. I mean, that is the star of today, right? I mean, the uncrowned king of the survival stage going out early here, and you can see Solus getting those thirsts. Players, now you can see just an extra little bit of sharpness in these shots. They know there's no time to waste here. Last game of the day, we got to make it happen if we want to continue our dreams here in Paris, France.
It is amusing though to me that RRQ pretty much went out of their way there. They were like, we've got to find Milu. We've got to take Milu out.
Where is he?
Because if Milu's in the lobby, we're scared, we're worried, we do not want that kind of pressure. So a bit of revenge, you know, redemption almost. Get him out in the first 10 minutes of the game and never have to experience another 1v4 again. It's not possible versus Milu at least at this point in time.
Oh yeah, because if Milu's there, he could elim you. And you do not want that. You do not want to go back to the lobby here. So Tiamba are going to go to the rest of this match with a 3-man. They do have a spot in this next circle. But with this zone, is pretty scary here. Because I mean, they could always hard shift down straight to Los Leones. That'll be a wild game to see if that's the case. Yangon Galacticos are going to be doing a beautiful wrap all the way down to the south, most likely hitting that Los Leones urban side. Everybody else just trying to set up a position here in this circle. You have Tiamba right next to La Bandita. QGZ up on the roof, just trying to keep away. QXZZ getting knocked there and beat up as well. So, just, dude. Are you kidding me?
Those shots onto Benny is just demonic going through from QXZ. Unbelievable stuff. Now from RQ. Underneath, just get absolutely obliterated by Hoxie. Luckily, Fearingkin able to come around the side, move through the window, ball maneuver, Terra down. Lepar, as per usual.
से घुस के मार दिया, इसने कुछ नहीं किया.
Picking up the slack here for RQ.
नहीं, ये बाहर से कौन आया था? RQ को से कोई
He makes sure that his teammate is eliminated by his own nade. Vinny though with the pump shotgun, trying to find some angles here. He's low in HP. He's got to be picture perfect. Jump shot to the QBZ. He's not gonna do it. And that is KRX out of there in last place. The worst case scenario. Tomorrow, if they want to make it happen, have to just go insane.
Yeah, for KRX, we already talked about it, right? They weren't in a good position. If they were to have a bad game here, it is miracles that need to happen tomorrow to get them in. Very unfortunate. The squad, not what was expected from a team that tenure-wise has had great success over the years. Feels like survival stage might just be the final hurdle for them. They just could not get over. We'll look back in with the next circle that does move down towards the south side. It is torn between Los Leones and the northern edge up towards the roadside. We've got some of the hills in play still. A lot of teams don't really want to be playing over towards the northwest. Alpha 7 would like to get a little bit further into this one. Dopeness, on the other hand, they're happy to wait. It worked out for them one time. We'll see if it works out for them again.
Yeah. And they could definitely use it for sure. Because this one is pretty dang close. The zone is starting to close. You got Yangon Galacticos wrapping that south side out. Ula is quite close to them here, though. Let's see if they're going to end up meeting each other. SayCloud now finally being able to get into this next circle.
Yeah, definitely feels like Yangon Galacticos have been casting out a big net here for Alula. They're in the way. They do not want their 180 being exposed as they move in towards Los Leones. Some of the more teams they can take out. So they continue to hunt out this squad. Marnet, as well as SayCloud, playing in front right now. Have to get it up the hilltop. Alula stops short, takes a quick break, takes a breather. Playing inside the concretes.
Playing inside the concrete.
To provide that information back. They're going to have to move eventually, though. They can't stick around here forever.
They're like, guys, come on. This is stage 3.
There's plenty of room here. We
can all be friends
Dream Crusher,
on the south side of Los Leones. And it looks like that's what Young Galacticos are going to do. They're going to hold on to this building here and say, see you later, we'll deal with you later.
City का zone भाई, City का zone एक तो सबसे बेकार से भाई, इसमें लोग लड़ते ही नहीं है भाई, एकदम लास्ट तक खिंचता ही जाता है.
Again, we were talking about teams that were a little bit of a surprise. I mean, yeah, seeing them at the top, I think is a really, really exciting thing from them. You know that their team has to be pumped up going into this one. Those of you guys tracking all the incredible things that are happening here at the Esports World Cup. We see some updates from Glitter. I know PK is one of those orgs that really needs to have a good performance here. They want to see their team in the finals. I was wondering if maybe they had a little extra pep talk with them and say, guys, we need you to get there. All right, let's make it happen.
Yeah, that added a bit of pressure. That always works. That really does help the team out.
Yeah, I mean, it would work for me. You know, usually I'm at my peak performance if I have at least 2 women yelling at me during the day.
Yeah,
that's when I'm really pushing myself.
I think for Yangon Galacticos, it's a weird one because they did cast the net, but they essentially just gave the northern rotate to Alula and have banked on this ending in Los Leones. I feel like this is a bad trade, you know.
Modi? Yeah.
Not the best. Like we got like a grubby card for a holographic.
Look at the hype, man. I mean, I love the Alpha 7 fans. Oh, they're getting hype. They felt the pressure coming as Carrillo making them happy here, making them dance a little bit extra here, doing that salsa. As Carrillo getting that elimination is going to open things up a little bit. This is outside the circle, though. All eyes are going to be on them. Dopeness now in a position to gatekeep. Look what's out with that knock on the Lumba. Time to hop in that vehicle. It's time to get moving. The fight has begun. Ding, ding, ding. Guizao looking to finish it quickly.
And you need to. Guizao very low here. Goodness me, has to drop up.
अरे वो जैसे एक करके फैले हुए हैं ना, ना एक दूसरे को एटीएस दे रहे हैं ना कुछ, और वो लोग सब 3-4 एक को पकड़ रहे हैं.
Wonder how much of this they have heard. Dopeness again. The waiting strategy did not work out this time around. They had to move. And I'm glad that Alpha 7 did something. I think you have to congratulate them for that fact because it's the big complaint we've had for a long, long time. Finally, they clear out some space for themselves. Which is great news. Now they can play in towards the south side. And hopefully play a little bit further into the south side later on.
Hey, Alpha 7 crowd, I know you are in here. I want to start hearing some old school cheerleading chants, right? Be aggressive, be aggressive. That's what we need to see from Alpha 7 because when they do, man,
oh nice.
Wait, where did he throw that nade from? That was like nestled perfectly in his lap.
Oh, he like heard the click of the nade before it popped on him. Beauty, silence, getting an early lemon style there.
Easy लग रहा है यार.
भाई यार.
Dopeness. That's where they'll be cut short. Down to 14 teams. 50 players still left alive here. Alpha 7 still taking it a little bit slow.
हमारे वहाँ घर पे
Smoke's
जब
going
तक
down. They've
डोमिनोज
got
आया
Furia down towards their south side.
है.
Can certainly play off the back of that.
Come on, Zone. Go south. Let's just go crazy here. Full-fledged urban finish. Can you imagine? That would be wild. Beauty, I wouldn't like that. Let's see if the Zone does surprise everybody here. As it is just about to pop. Where are we going? Oh!
Look, outside Yangon Galacticos, they're a little lucky, right?
Yeah.
They're a little lucky. They do get themselves a lovely central spot here and one of the good buildings to play in as you do heading up towards those really awkward circles where they line up. But now, Alpha 7, we got to get out the building. We got to get in vehicles. We have to move. Fury similarly as well. I know, disgusting. Not fun. Not enjoyable. Tiamba, however, tearing Ulf apart. They have lost Eagle and Milu at this point, but Tiamba has been a consistent threat inside the lobby. Shame that they moved over towards the northern side. I think it was the smart choice. I don't really want to start in an urban area, especially Los Leones, because it is so massive. And getting out of it can be a bit of an awkward mission.
Yangon Galactic will smile as she gets a knock on QZZ.
चलो चलो
See if he ends up getting the thirst.
तीसरा भी लुढ़का हुआ है.
In the elimination feed. Catch getting knocked by Nongshim Red Force. And now you got Joker, the Thai team of E-Arena. Just again, so shocked that they're even here in the first place. They had a record-breaking rondo. 39 total points and still weren't able to make it into the finals directly. So now they're here in 7th place. They're right there on that cutoff. Gonna go ahead and get even closer to that 6th place position with that elimination there. Right below the likes of Nongshim Red Force. So easy. Gets a knock onto Obscure from Alpha 7. And the fights are really starting to ring up here as teams are just trying to find a position in this next zone.
Yeah, Alpha 7 plays up towards the silos, tries to get a bit of high ground to work with, to watch down towards a lot of these other teams. Should be very resible here for Obscure 2. They've got RQ underneath them. Nade plays should go well. I mean, Carrillo has full broadside on this, just doesn't want to expose himself to other angles from within the city. That's not a bad position to kind of stepping stone from, potentially. Your Fury coming in from that western side. Igor's taken down by Alula at distance.
Furia को भी तो लिया था ना लपेटे में. हाँ हाँ हाँ.
Furia
अभी Furia का भी एक knock हुआ है.
बहुत बढ़िया.
Delaying the push in. Revo's down again.
रुकना नहीं चाहिए. तबाही रुकना नहीं चाहिए.
को छोड़ के सब लपेटे में.
Oh, and thirsted by Baton. So the Wolves stealing that elimination. Now Carrillo says, okay, this is the angles I need.
Like it, guys. Let's go for 700 likes. 700 likes कर दो.
This is a really bad position.
Boom.
Fortunately for them, though,
भाई यार यहाँ जॉनी होता ना सारा फूटता.
Forcing Carrillo
Nate Sense उससे better कोई international player भी नहीं उसका better कर सकता है.
Immediately pops back out over, and now Furia are going to get the mix here. Furia with the push on RQ, getting popped out of these vehicles. They're getting punished here, but they do end up taking out RQ. But is Alpha 7 going to get it? Yeah, Carrillo steals an elimination.
A7 ले गया kill.
This is exactly what they need. I mean, Carrillo's been doing to recuperate, revitalize. Revo's completely down now. Ayala underneath with Igor's. Trying to get him back up on his feet. Realistically, for Alpha 7, they want to slip down towards this location so they can continue to play things out. Sightlines are a bit awkward. Get out the vehicle, confirm the flush.
Oh no, Guazal ends up getting knocked here. Carrillo gets popped back and forth. Ayala doing a great job of just continuing on that pressure. It's a 2v2 situation now.
अगर ये टीम दो एक साथ मर जाते हैं ना, मैं ट्रिक्सी को मान जाऊंगी भाई.
Guazal gets knocked by Schweppes though.
दो एक साथ अगर मर जाते हैं तो.
And the nades are starting to ring out here. Ayala going to be throwing someone back, but Obscure catches the edge of Igor. Carrillo with 3 eliminations though. Got to make a play.
Stun grenades out. Ayala, last line of defense here for Furia. Will look for the first. Does get himself the nice drive by. Vehicle is flaming. Very, very low.
चलो एक टीम गई.
Definitely looking a little bit more aggressive here. The main driving force of this match so far, which is a good thing to say. Been with the team for a long, long time. Everybody knows this guy is a phenomenal player. But it's the first time in a while where we've seen him really take the game into his own hands.
क्या prediction
I like how you
करते
said
हैं
driving force right there. I know you did that on purpose, dude, because these guys have been doing these drive-bys all day. I've never seen them do this so often. Usually they just play. Yeah, they just like, oh, we can do this. You know, all right, I want to start doing this more often. And usually they just end up playing together on foot, pushing together, and just being an unstoppable force. but now they're doing these like really cheeky drive-by plays. I don't know if I like it, but it's working for now. They're in third place, and that is all that matters. As long as they make it to that top 6, that's where they need to be. Obscure, getting some shots.
Trixie यार एक और
those
यार
and throwing out that util.
नीचे से KRX बोला था KRX बाहर है
Not able to get the knock just yet. Carrillo, knowing that man, this is gonna be a tough one to get this circle. Everybody's looking the direction. Do they have any vehicles? No. It's gonna be up to Smokes and that M4 to get them in this next circle. Oh, ow, ow, ow,
मैं
ow.
बताऊं
That hurt.
Wolf का chicken
Yeah,
आएगा
Creo making that cross there. It was always going to be
उसका
difficult.
chicken
There's so
आएगा
many angles, so many
बाकी
sidelines, and at this point in time, we are just getting rid of the outsiders at the moment, which is a fair few of these teams trying to make their way in. It's not an easy circle, really isn't to play. Goats also struggling now as the circle moves further and further downwards.
अभी NS
Well, let's take a look here, Hot Jukes. E-Arena looking to redeem themselves up towards that top side of the tables.
Team
Also some more points on this game, look a little bit prettier. Fury points. And again, we are starting to see more and more squads push themselves further up. Now for Ulf, tough push.
Tough push indeed, but they're making it work so far. Ulf finally started to show some signs of life. AGAL, another one of those teams really trying to make things happen for their org in this World Cup. Only one elimination so far. Ooh, that one hurts. Down to 1 HP. No, actually, no, he does have 3 first aids.
क्या बचा एक HP जेल का बंदा
AGAL starting to push up there towards Ulf. Catch going for the res. Should be able to get it on the Solus. He does. Zone about to close in the next 39 seconds, though. Can they get these heals off? XEC just can't find that perfect angle to throw this nade, though.
And mounts it off the doorway. It was a little long, though. The airburst not quite there for AGAL. We talked about this earlier. This has to be a big game for them. They see the circle shift and they decide that this fight is not worth it. It's going to delay them too much. Can they get further down? Can they snake their way into the circle itself? Tiamba, last player alive here in QZZ. And again, I respect the motion here. Because they know that, yeah, they're on 75 points. It doesn't necessarily guarantee them tomorrow if they have a really horrendous day. So for QZZ, he's going to put all the stock into trying to live out this game as long as possible as a solo. No risk taken.
और अभी सिटी का ही जोन है ना, तो लोग आपस में लड़ेंगे, इतना ध्यान नहीं देंगे, पता है, एक आधे बंदे
कोई यहाँ लेट आएगा वो।
किसी ने अगर गलती से स्पॉट किया ना, बहुत अच्छा नीड आएगा उसके ऊपर।
Here comes Nongshim Red Force though, monster squad. Putting some pressure on Al-Ula. Hyunbin, Maxman's favorite player. So humble.
ये Hyunbin पहले पता है इसमें था, KRX में था, मतलब KRX पहले DRX
why knows how to make these fights work. DBS in hand, about to push on in. Wolves is the next target for Nongshim Red Force. They currently have 4 players still alive here. QZZ finally goes down. That will be Tiamba's run done.
गया टियान गया
75 points is where we'll finish the day. Roughly 15 points.
NS और ये
तीन टीम खत्म हो गई predicted, ठीक है, 2 और बचे
अभी NS और ये बचा है.
Another team that desperately wants that scoreline, but Saycloud from Yangon Galacticos opens up onto 1. GK also chiming in here. Have to drop those smokes down, just wants players to get closer to them. Los Leones uncomfortable in the central position. Honestly, for Yangon Galacticos, if they can get rid of more and more players here from the arena, there is a world where they may want to cross the road.
They're going to have to here. We can see that with those
Mano prediction, Mano trust.
Yeah, they got to go. Oh, they got to go immediately. As you can see, AGAL getting hurt. Going to go ahead and get those first aids going. As we now have reached the final circle shift here, we are in stage 8. I don't know who it was that wanted to see a Los Leones urban finish here at the end, but whoever it is, they got what they wished for.
Final circle आने वाला है और 25 बंदे
got 6 points on this game. They do get themselves a little bit further in the lobby here. Up to 10th now on 31 points. It's a decent innings. But you're right, we're almost heading in towards stage 9. I was surprised that Yangon Galacticos didn't try and hit the train here. They are slowly moving across because they know the arena is weak and they're on the center dot. Like, that's where you want to be, and they've opened things up, but they're being very, very careful right now.
By the way, you go out right now, 1 placement point.
Yeah, and we're almost in the last zone.
8 teams still remaining. None of them can afford to go out right now. You got Wolves there. on the southwest side. Those guys need some points, big time. AGAL.
ये मेरा promotional match zone लग रहा है 25 बंदे live अच्छा Miramar में promotional matches खेलते हो तुम ऐसे नो
Red Force and E Arena right there. You can see the Wolves getting into some CQC action. They take out quick. Now they're rocking a 2-2 split. DK are still in this match. All four up, only one elimination. It's really going to come down to the last second here.
One elimination.
So many teams banking on this game. Yangon Galacticos maintaining high ground. I mean, once we got a better lay of the land, kind of understand why they're still playing up there. They have 2 players up front though, so there is a possibility of a daisy chain in the near future. Wolves also needing points off the back of this game. Running on 25 right now. Nongshin Red Force getting the parkour done, somersaulting through that smoke into a better position. So easy, gets caught on the back lines by a nade from necessary. What a nasty spot to throw those nades in. See if Nongshin Red Force can weather it.
Oh, these guys need to hire a new roofer, man. This is so tough. This hole in the roof is being so rough on them. It's just tizzy now for the side of Nongshin Red Force. And here we go. We are still not here, folks. The zone is about to close to the center of the map. As Baton and the Wolves trying to keep their tournament hopes alive here. DNA squad up close and personal with Nongshin Red Force. Trying to get these confirmations, but Baton very hesitant here. Throwing down some more smokes. Waiting for his squad to get back up before he pushes. Doesn't want to push on his own, but that is allowing Nongshin Red Force to get a reset.
Ooh, Say Cloud bounces off
the
stairs. Could have been a free. Instead, it's costly. One nade down now. Nongshin Red Force have to make a big maneuver, but Baton has got him locked in the corner. Will just send it in to bet the finish off the back of that one. Yangon Galacticos still using this high ground to their advantage. AGAL in an awkward position on that north side. Finally, they strike. That's Sonic. He went up high from behind. The Wolves finding a bit of an area to play off the back of.
Climbing up those stairs so quietly. Here goes Maple as well, trying to find that precious high ground. Gonna be able to look at those plays, but here comes the blue zone. This is an unrelenting circle. It's going down the center. Now it's time to make the plays. No choice. Bust out those shotguns. Hit those shots. Maple looking for the angles. TBS in hand, and you got Elementrix stuck with the AWP, trying to make a play for his team.
Romeo on the outside.
Wolves को तो बाद में लिया, ये last में चल रहा है.
Also, KRX went down in 16, but now AGAL looking for the first. Maple finds another. E-Arena slowly falling, and now out. AGAL with 3 players still up. Yangon Galacticos with the 1. Wolves with 2. All these teams very, very important right now to get further up in the rankings. Who will be able to finish this off? Wolves with the high ground. AGAL underneath. Flower blooming from the desert floor.
Finding the angle, but he gets caught. Flower takes away that high ground position, and it's AGAL clutching up the final chicken dinner here.
Guys, predicted team में से एक ने भी नहीं लिया chicken. देख लो भाई.
They needed that game so badly. Down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, getting themselves further up there.
इसने 6 टीम को धरा है. 6 टीम गाइस. 1 नहीं 2 नहीं 5 बोला फिर छठा टीम भी Wolves लेगा. हाँ chicken Wolf.
And only now just
ले गया Wolf को.
The nice play from them, a good disengage from
Dream
all
crusher
earlier
for a
on
reason.
too. Wonderful stuff. Wolves also needed those points so badly. They played the high ground. I love the way the Slonic played that out. Got it there earlier on. Hit a lovely little backstab
of the year, yaar. Chalo, bye guys.
But is it enough? Is it enough going smart? It is the top 6 right now. Tiamba,
तुम लोग PUBG खेलोगे? मतलब PUBG यार. Sorry, Bgmi खेलोगे?
Into a very, very good position there. Hopefully they'll be able to continue.
चार्ज कर लो. खेले क्या Zarvis? खा लो ठीक है. मैं स्ट्रीम बंद कर रही हूँ अभी. मिलते हैं. चलो बाय गाइस. चलो गाइस आज का स्ट्रीम हम यही खत्म करते हैं. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ट्यूनिंग इनटू टुडेज स्ट्रीम. आई विल सी यू गाइस कल. बाय बाय. आई लव यू ऑल. टाटा.